how many brilliant moves have you played? When do you play your best chess? How many games have you won by castling in the endgame? How many opponents have you played from New Zealand? And most importantly of all, how many Botez gambits has Alexandra Botez played? Find the answers to all of these questions and many, many more at chess.com/insights. Our new tool that lets you dive deep into all of the fun and instructive data behind your chess. Try it today.
Hey everyone, and welcome to this Rapid and Blitz World Championship 2021. We're gonna be crowning some world champions at the end of this week, and I am joined with Irina Krush, Grandmaster from the United States. Hey Irina.
Hi Yoon, it's good to be with you. I'm so excited about this event. This is actually one of my favorite events on the chess calendar, and I played in it myself the last couple of years. So since I'm not playing in it this year, this is the next best thing to be doing, to be commentating on it.
And we are going to be playing for a prize of $60,000 in the men's section and $40,000 in the women's section. And I guess the big storyline for the men is that Magnus Carlsen, the Triple Crown champion, he's just come off a victory in the proper classical world championship match against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Will he be able to retain his crippled crown, or will there be too much of a challenge from some of his main opponents? Hikaru Nakamura is there. He has been a medalist for many years running, but he's never won the gold medal. Is this the year where Hikaru is going to go for gold? Or Alireza Firouzja he has jumped up to number 2 in the classical standings. Maybe he is gonna wanna show his improvement by making it to the gold medal of this Rapid Championship.
Yeah, that's really intriguing. Actually, Hikaru in both of the last championships has come in 3rd place. And in the last championship, which was taking place in Moscow in 2019, Firouzja got the silver medal. That was a big breakthrough event for him there. And I mean, since then, he's only improved, catapulted himself into the 2nd place in the classical rankings. So I think, there's going to be some good competition for Magnus for 1st place.
And in the women's section, the reigning champion is Kunera Humpu, but I think the big favorites are going to be the Russian girls. Alexandra Kostenyuk, a well-known feature of the chess.com people who follow chess on Twitch. The chess queen, Kostenyuk herself, she is going to be one of the favorites. But I would say the biggest favorite, Alexandra Goryachkina, who has just had the most amazing year. Even qualifying herself to the Russian Open Championship, which is a feat that, you can be a top grandmaster and not qualify to the Russian Championship. She's having a fantastic year.
Yeah, and she performed very credibly there as well. I mean, she got a nice win, I remember, in the early rounds against Grandmaster Matselyov. And, she's been on a great streak since winning the women's candidates tournaments. Qualifying herself for the women's world championship match, which she just won which she just lost by a little bit in the rapid tie breaks against Zhu Wenjun. Then she got herself over 2,600, kind of established herself there, qualified for the men's super final this year. And so, now other than Hao Yifan, she is the top rated women's player.
And we'll be
it'll be interesting if she can translate her success into some medals in the rapid chess.
And we'll be looking more at the players and what our expectations when we come back after this quick break. Welcome back to the World Blitz and Rapid Championships. It's being played in Warsaw, Poland, where it is now 2 minutes past 3 p.m. And the games were about to start, supposed to start at 3, but as you can see, there are a scarcity of players at the board. Clearly, there is some delay in Poland. So that's going to give us another opportunity to talk about the event and format and all the information you're going to want to have about this tournament. And in order to get it, we strongly recommend you use the links being spammed by moderators in your chats. It's chess.com/WRB2021 is the link with all the information you could possibly want about this event.
So there are going to be 13 rounds for the open section in the rapid and 11 rounds for the women's section. The time control is 15 minutes plus 10-second increments. So not too long, not too short. I mean, players will have enough time to make all of their moves with that 10-second increment. The prizes are very impressive. $60,000 for first place in the open, $40,000 for first place in the women's. Quite attractive, isn't it, Yoon?
I wouldn't mind those prices, but there is some very steep competition for them. That's one of the reasons I've never actually participated in this event, because I know the prices are fantastic, but so is the competition. And one of them here, Hikaru Nakamura, who has never won any of these Rapid and Blitz championships, but he has so many medals. Is this going to be the year where he manages to take that elusive gold medal? He's been on fire playing online chess this past year, making a big breakthrough on Twitch, but he hasn't played over the board in a very long time. And so questions are going to be asked. Whether this internet play and over the board play can be, if there's like any problems making the switch from one to the other.
Yeah, you know, Hikaru is the 4-time speed chess champion, and he just is coming off of a win in the speed chess championship. He won in the final against Wesley So in the semifinal. I believe it was Ding Li Ren. So it's great to have Hikaru back at the board, because indeed we have not seen much of him in the last couple of years. He was supposed to play in the Grand Swiss in Latvia, but with all those COVID regulations and restrictions, you know, he at the last minute decided not to go, so that we missed seeing him play there.
And also the time control, 15 minutes and 10 seconds extra per move, is a very, very tricky one. I would say it's the trickiest of all time controls, because when you play Blitz 3-minute games, then you just know you gotta trust your instinct and you just gotta play as quickly as possible. Whereas in the classical time format, where you can have 2 hours for an entire game, sometimes even more, you just know you got plenty of time to think if there's a big decision to be made. However, with 15 minutes, you're going to have an opportunity to spend 5, 7, 8, 9 minutes on a single move if that move is absolutely crucial to the rest of the game. But making that judgment call on when to spend the most of your time, it's such a difficult exercise. And to me, that means that Rapid is one of the trickiest forms of chess, because there's this, you gotta trust your instinct in very many situations, but you also have time for like 1 or 2 big things. And being able to decide when to think, that's a skill. And it's a difficult one to acquire.
Yeah, and it's also the 10-second increments is a little bit tricky as well. I mean, it seems like it's a lot of time that you're being given every time you make a move. But actually, one time I remember in these rapid championships, I managed to lose on time. kind of embarrassing with the 10-second increments, but it's like you feel like you must have a lot of time and then suddenly it's gone.
And we can see that some of the players also being a bit antsy about the games not having started. It's 3:47 in Warsaw, Poland. The games were supposed to start at 3, and we see some of the players have arrived. In behind Hikaru here, we see Alexandra Goryachkina, one of the big favorites in the women's section.
Yeah, and I believe she's playing actually Nino Maisoradze from Georgia. They're both sitting at the board.
The only board with 2 players already arrived. Yeah, it seems like the fact that no players are even arriving means that we're not feeling super optimistic about the start being very, very soon. However, here is a young, handsome German man. It's Alexander Donchenko with the white pieces against Hikaru Nakamura. And this is actually the game we're going to be following in this first round. Because in these Swiss events, what happens is that you play against people who have the same amount of points as yourself. But that means in the first round, when everyone has the same amount of points, there's going to be some very big differences. It's going to be the round with the highest chance of just complete killer, a dominating win for one of the parties. But with this matchup between Donchenko and Hikaru Nakamura, that's going to be a tricky game for Hikaru because Alexander Donchenko is one of the top German players. On the screen right now, of course, the reigning champion, Magnus Carlsen, on the left-hand side, playing the Georgian player, Gagunashvili. And when Magnus sits down, you know they're about to start because he does not like sitting at the board any longer than he has to, making some nervous energy before the first move.
Yeah, it's an interesting coincidence. We have Georgian players paired against the top ranked players in both the open and the women's sections. And yeah, so they're probably going to be starting quite soon. What I wanted to ask you, Yoon, is Alexander Donchenko, he has a kind of a Ukrainian name, and yet he represents Germany. Do you know the story behind that?
Well, I know his father is an international master in chess, and he emigrated to Germany, but he's not. His father is not German by birth. And here we have the honorary first move of the championship being made on the first board of Magnus Carlsen. That is a very good sign that we're about to get going. And Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces, he starts out with his king pawn. However, we're still going to be following the Donchenko Nakamura game, which where we haven't received the first move yet.
Besides the top players, who are you interested in following in this tournament in the open section?
Well, I mean, there's so many top players. So that's the thing. There's Carlsen, there's Nakamura, there's Grishchuk is a favorite. Firouzja isn't even on our screen right now. I personally am a big fan of Giri. I'm a big fan of Caruana. There's just so many top players, and you don't know who's gonna be in top shape for this tournament.
Yeah, so I want to mention a couple of players I'm definitely interested in. And that is Andrew Tang and Hans Niemann from the United States. You know, Hans Niemann, quite a young player. I mean, he's still under 20 years old. And I think he's spending more time playing in Europe, has gotten over 2,600. So I think, we can expect some surprises from him. And Andrew Tang, I mean, you might know him better than I do, actually, because I think he spends a lot of time playing Magnus online in bullet chess.
Yeah. Actually, we're having problems with Hikaru Nakamura's camera. And it's just for these speed chess events, it's such a nice thing being able to have the camera on the game. So we're going to watch Magnus in this first round trying to defend his triple crown. And he actually retreats his first move and starts going with his horsey instead. Magnus starting out with knight to f3 here to begin with.
Yeah, and Gagunesh really answered with knight f6. So right now we got a symmetric position on the board that Carlsen, yeah, it feels like he has a pawn actually. Do you see that there's like a pawn extended there? Is that on e4 or d4?
It's looking like it looks like a Spanish. I think what happened is that I saw Magnus moving his knight out. And I thought that was his first move, but it was in fact his second, because the first move was the honorary move of the king pawn twice forward 2 squares. And what happened afterwards was that he moved his knight out, and we now have the Spanish game in this matchup.
Yeah, from the little that we can see of the board, it looks like it's black's. Okay, no, it was white's turn to move, and there's an exchange on c6. Both sides have castled.
So our angle of the board is not optimal. We're trying to figure out what's going on with these electronic boards that are supposed to be relaying the moves to the internet. But in the meantime, we see the black king close up in the frame. And there's the white bishop pointing down towards that king. That's definitely going to be something Magnus will want to exploit moving forward. In addition, Magnus is actually taking his time here from the get-go, which means that he knows that in these rapid events, there's not like a massive rush to go for the you don't have to go for speed all the time. And interestingly, the position we have on the board is one we saw between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Magnus Carlsen himself during the World Championship just a little month ago. It was Jan Nepomniachtchi who played like this with the white pieces in the Spanish opening. But Gagunashvili is now using Magnus's opening against Magnus himself. In some ways, that is very brave to be using something Magnus clearly has spent a lot of time preparing this last month. But at the same time, he trusts that the scheme Magnus went for in the World Championship is such a good one that it can also hold up against the man himself.
Yeah, it's interesting that you recognize this position immediately. For me, it was like, yeah, that looks familiar, but all those Spanish positions, they look very much alike. So, I did not actually realize that it was exactly the position from his match with Nepomniachtchi with reverse colors.
Yeah, and we've had some moves which made it unusual. Gagunashvili played his pawn forward on the side of the board very early on. The idea of this pawn move is to take control of the square g5 so that none of the white pieces, in particular the knight, can go up there. Because what black wants to do now moving forward is to move the rook in towards the middle, get the bishop back afterwards. But doing so would release the protection of the f7 pawn so that you want to avoid this direct attack from the white knight and bishop now that you have your pawn ready to capture the knight should it move forward. And in fact, this is what happened. Gagunashvili has played the move rook to e8, getting ready to then move his bishop back and try to exchange off the white bishop pointing towards the black king. That is one of the best white pieces in the position, and he's going to want to trade that bishop off as soon as possible.
Yeah, I was also thinking an interesting move other than rook e8 was the move knight d7, trying to go to c5 with that kind of idea of challenging this bishop on b3. That was
Yeah, so
also an option.
there's no doubt that bishop, getting rid of that is the main priority for black. And we can see on the camera, Gagunashvili has played the move of rook to e8, and Magnus is currently thinking about how to deal with this plan. If white just doesn't do anything, then black will be able to have his plan of putting the bishops up against each other and going for the trade in such a circumstance.
Well, I have to say, this looks like a very solid position for black. And, you know, white's plans are not so apparent. Like, you know, one sort of typical idea in these positions, try to move the knight from f3, maybe play f4, but obviously you can't do that because knight d4 would happen. So yeah, it's actually kind of interesting. Like, where is Carlsen going to try to attack in this position? Because black pretty much has no weaknesses.
Yeah. And this is kind of the what we saw in the World Championship match as well. Magnus with the black pieces choosing to go with a pretty passive but very solid position. Now it's Gagunashvili taking on that same role, and it becomes up to Magnus to kind of prove his own concept wrong, which is often a difficult thing to do. Like playing against your own openings, sometimes it means that either you have to play something you're not comfortable with, or you have to reveal to the world what the best scheme is against it. Like
yeah,
sometimes
I completely agree. Yeah, I mean, I always found it very hard to play against, let's say, against the Queen's Gambit Accepted, which was an opening that I played for black. You know, you would think that it would be easy because you kind of know the ins and outs, but I just didn't feel that comfortable playing against it.
And especially with Magnus having all this preparation he's done during the World Championship, if he's found a good plan for white, does he want to reveal it in a rapid championship in the first round in a game he's a big favorite to win no matter what? Or will he then be saving that good plan so that nobody else knows kind of what to do against him if he chooses to play this again with black?
Well, I kind of like his move knight d5, and I think that what I like about it is that now black is the one who has to make a pretty big decision, right? Because black actually has a lot of moves I think that he can make here, but you know, he's still going to have to spend some time making that choice.
And especially here, the knights looking up against each other. If black goes for the trade, then the black knight on c6 could end up in trouble because this knight doesn't have that many ways to move. So instead, black has chosen to retreat the bishop, get the bishop out of the way. Magnus using his queen on a very unusual queen move, actually going for this a2 square. It's going to sit on the corner of the board, but it's going to join the bishop in this diagonal pressure towards the black king. And for me, it seems clear that black now should make the trade between the two knights, because when the bishop retreated back, it also left the square open for black's knight. The knight who had trouble where to retreat if it was being attacked, it now has a safe square to go to. And as such, the trade of knights would be a safe way for black to play, just trying to neutralize the initial pressure white has.
Yeah, so I find this queen b1 move kind of fascinating. He played it really quickly, so I think he must have been aware of this idea. It's really not the most standard kind of maneuver, is it, Ewan?
No, it is not. And Gagunashvili, he chooses not to make the trade between knights. Instead, we see a plan that we've spoken about previously in this game. He's trying to put the bishops up against each other. He's trying to trade off that white bishop pointing down towards the black king. However, Magnus is now happy that he has a knight blocking that diagonal so that the trade is not possible. And just as I said that, Magnus has chosen to trade away his beautifully centralized knight, and now the bishops are looking at each other once again. Magnus is not going to be able to avoid that trade of bishops. Magnus is actually going for tons of trades in this position, and I do not understand that, because to me it looks as though Black is doing a great job of making trades, getting rid of pieces, having nice central control. But
can I say something, Yoon?
Yeah.
So, but first of all, yeah, I think White's going to have to trade here because Black is also threatening a small tactic with bishop takes h3. So it's pretty clear that once Magnus took an f6, he's going to keep trading. And maybe the idea is really to try to focus on the difference between the dark squared bishops, because the only really bad piece in Black's position is his bishop at f8. So I'm thinking maybe he's going to take on e6. If queen e6, queen 8, well, yeah, he did something different, but I was thinking queen a2 and maybe some kind of endgame like that. But I like rook a6 because it's a nice tempo. And yeah, and then he's going to probably, I mean, it's hard to see how he's going to avoid trading on e6, right? Also, Black cannot capture on b3 here. He doesn't have that intermediate move because rook c6 is going to hit the c7 pawn and Black will lose a pawn. So I guess Black has to think about where to move the knight now. e7 looks like the natural choice. And then White still is, facing this threat of bishop takes b3. So it seems like he's going to trade there, and then you would think that he would still be playing queen a2. What do you think about that?
Yeah. So Magnus's last move, moving the rook up, putting pressure on the knight. Now there are tactics, like Irina said, and that Black bishop having some opportunities both to trade with the white bishop and maybe causing some trouble over close to the white king. So yeah, I'm not sure what to think. To me, it feels like Black has done a great job of making some really nice, solid moves. Gagunashvili, he chooses to move the knight that was attacked. He moves the knight back. Magnus now goes for the trade between bishops. The Black knight resurfaces into the middle of the board with a great positioning on e6. But Magnus, on the other hand, he is saying that I'm controlling the side of the board. He moves his queen up, and now with the rook and queen on this A file, Magnus has complete control there. The only question is, what are you attacking? Because there's no Black pieces on that file. Are you really achieving anything with that control?
Yeah, I mean, Black is going to probably try to get some kingside play, although that's not easy to do because the bishop on d2 is controlling the f4 square. And yeah, I think the big question of this position is actually, how is Black going to improve that dark squared bishop on f8? What is the plan for that? I suppose he can actually try to go for some plans with f5, right? So maybe we are going to see like some kind of a g6 move, g6, and move the queen back, try to play f5. It's a little sad to move the queen back, but I think it makes sense, right? If your opponent is stronger on one side of the board, you got to make your own counterplay on the other side. So Black will be looking to the king side.
Yeah, that is definitely an option. And yeah, but my problem with that line is that it took a lot of time and it still didn't really do anything about this bishop we're concerned about.
Yeah, I mean, there is also a very kind of typical plan of, g6, h5, and like king h7, bishop h6. Maybe you would be happier if I try to trade the bishop off like that. Of course, there's, bishop g, well, yeah, there's no bishop.
Yeah, I didn't follow all of those moves. So if you can go a bit slower. I do like the plan, though, just in general, taking those pawns that are on the dark square, moving them over to the light square so that they're not in the way of the bishop, and then trying to get the bishop trade. That would be very favorable for black. However, you will have noticed that I just went back and forth with the king in these variations. That's not what Magnus is going to do. So we have a 4-move plan for black, but Magnus is going to be allowed to make some moves as well.
I have a more fun plan. 1 second. How about like black plays G5 and H5 and G4? How's that?
That's very aggressive.
I mean, I think it would be fun to play that way against Magnus, you know?
So is that something, when you're playing against the pre-tournament favorite, would you say that you then go for extra aggressive moves, trying to make an upset? Or do you try to play, or like, do you lose your fare in terms of just going for it?
Well, you know, I have to say I'm a little bit like not like super thrilled with what I see Gagunashvili doing, because have you noticed his last couple of moves? Don't they look a little excessively passive?
Well, he did.
C7 and Rook C8.
You did suggest moving the queen back.
Yeah, that was one of my plans. That's when I was trying to go for F5, but I was trying to play on the king side. That was the main thing. Now he's obviously not going to play on the king side if he's playing moves like Rook C8, right? He's just trying to defend you know, that one part of the board where white is better. So I feel like I'm not so much of a fan of that plan. And to answer your question about playing the pre-tournament favorite, it's not exactly the pre-tournament favorite. I mean, like, you're not just playing like some #1 rated player in some tournaments, you're playing, you know, the world champion. So I think against someone like that, I mean, you do want to try to bring, you know, something special to your game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, it puts a lot of pressure on your opponent, right? Because your opponent is expected by everyone to win. So if you play solid, you can kind of get your opponent to do something rash. And here Magnus moves his queen into the middle of the board. Now, in general, I support putting the most powerful piece in the middle. It's just that this queen can be easily kicked away by the black pieces, namely by a pawn moving forward, threatening the queen, after which the queen would have to come back from where she came. However, Magnus is saying he's willing to spend 2 moves going back and forth with his queen if that means an opening for his rook along the 7th rank towards the black king. So it's a really interesting strategical game here where Magnus he doesn't have that clear of a plan moving forward. So he's willing to spend a lot of time literally moving back and forth just to provoke some weaknesses, some pawn moves in black's camp.
Yeah, can I point out a plan here, Yoon? Like, there is maybe an idea of bishop e7, bishop d8 to b6. I mean, that would be a lovely improvement of that bishop. And I would feel a lot better about black's position if I saw that bishop there.
And part of the idea in this plan would be to move your pawn forward. So if we once again do this thing where I just move Magnus's king back and forth to illustrate that we're doing a plan, pushing the pawn forward and then getting the bishop out, this would be a tremendous position for black, now pointing the bishop down towards the white king. The roles have been reversed. Earlier it was white's bishop pointing towards black's king. We got that white bishop traded off, and now it's black's turn again. And as such, isn't it a bit strange that Magnus kind of allows the c6 move, which was part of the plan, to be played, getting that pressure against the queen at the same time, and the queen goes back, and instead of doing Irina's plan with the bishop, which I quite liked, I must admit, Gagunashvili has gone for the trades. He's put the rooks up against each other. Magnus indicating that he would be fine with a trade of rooks. Magnus moving his queen for a 3rd move in a row. I mean, white is definitely better because of the control on the side of the board, but black is so solid. I'm having real difficulty seeing how Magnus is supposed to be able to win this game.
Yeah, it's interesting. I have like a feeling like I feel like things are going pretty well for Magnus because I just feel like Gagunashvili's decisions are like maybe too solid, and I feel like in the end, Magnus will be very comfortable without his opponent getting too much counterplay. Although Queen C8, Queen B7, I mean, it's still not exactly equalizing, yeah, because the only open file on the board belongs to White. So White's going to be pressing the whole game, and definitely, at this point in the game, I don't think we're really going to talk about much counterplay for Black. It's more like, will Black manage to hold on the queen side? So yeah, I think playing this way against Magnus is maybe it's solid, but I'm not sure it's going to give him the result he wants.
But if it was Nakamura or Wesley So with the Black pieces, you wouldn't be saying this, right? Then you would say Black has done very well to neutralize White's initiative. I feel like,
yeah,
I feel like you're judging Gagunashvili not on the level of his moves, but that kind of, you feel like an attacking player like Gagunashvili playing a very strong strategic player in Magnus, he should be more aggressive. Would you say that's reaching? Or
no, I think that is a very fair assessment. What's interesting is that, I mean, he still has ideas of getting his bishop to b6, right? But right now, Gagunashvili, he's got a pretty big decision to make about this queen trade. I mean, do you go for the queen trade, let the rook in, and just kind of play rook c8 and defend your weaknesses? Oh, there you go. He made one step towards the plan that I like. That's good. I mean, of course, the queen trade I think will happen now, because it's hard to see how White's going to really avoid it, or why White would avoid it. So yeah, White doesn't have too much, but just just the better rook.
But if Magnus does manage to win this game, is this going to be like a classic? Is this going to be another one of those examples where it looks as though Magnus didn't really do anything special and then still won?
Yeah, that's what it's going to look like. It's going to look like he got his kind of position a little bit better and then just kind of pressed it home. So I think here we can expect the move rook a6, or is there knight c5? Yeah, we have to watch out for that little idea, because then if rook b6, knight a4, you get yourself into a double attack. So maybe we can also expect actually this bishop coming to e3 soon. Yes, yeah. I think that makes sense.
I agree. The bishop coming to e3 makes a ton of sense, because we're now aware of Black's plan. Black is trying to get their bishop pointing against the white king. And when you can see your opponent's plan like that, it's just a question of, can we avoid that? And by moving the bishop forward, we're going to just say to Black, there is no way I'm going to allow you to get your bishop to your desired square. Just give it up already. Instead, actually, Magnus goes for the move g3, in a pawn move in front of his own king. This pawn is taking control of the square f4, so the black knight can now not move forward there. I think this is like one of those typical good player moves where you just try to like very, very carefully improve your position a little bit at a time. So Magnus just moved that pawn forward to get his king one step forward as well. Very instructive play. But on the other hand, Gagunashvili is doing a great job on the other side of the board. He's bringing his king to the middle, and his plan has now changed. Black's plan right now is to get the knight back, and then the knight having that control of the corner square, he's going to offer the trade of rooks on the open file. If Magnus tries to stop this by moving his rook forward, then Gagunashvili will now be ready to get his king involved and helping out on that side of the board. So Gagunashvili trying, I think, to make an exchange of rooks happen, after which it would be very difficult to break down Black's position.
Yeah, I agree. I really like his plan of bringing the king to the center. I mean, the king on, the king is a piece that is great at protecting weaknesses. Um, Also very helpful in the fight for the open file in the end game. So the king on d7 is going to be well placed, and like you said, for this plan of knight c7, rook a8, because if the rooks come off the board, white loses really the only source of his advantage. I guess the other thing is like white can go for small things. Like I was going to say pawn h4, pawn h5, try to fix black's pawns on the dark squares. Of course, the pawn can't jump up 2 squares. So if you would have moved it once, I guess black would have immediately answered with h5. So that's, easier said than done. And now Gagunashvili makes, let's see, of course, quite
a big decision here.
Move. Yeah, a big decision. Yeah.
Yeah, so Magnus moved his bishop forward, and then Gagunashvili going for trades. He's putting the bishops up against each other. If this trade is accepted, then black may have to take those double pawns, 2 pawns on the same file. However, that doesn't need to be a bad thing as long as they are protected. And in this circumstance, those pawns are very well protected by the black knight. The black knight, which is just located in the middle, having pawns in front of it, shielding it. That is such an amazing position for the black knight. And Magnus chooses to go for the trade, but he actually gives up his knight instead of his bishop. This is a very interesting decision because you often say that bishops are best on open boards. And by open boards, we mean positions where there are not too many pawns in the way blocking the bishop's dreams. However, this is a position with 7 pawns for each player. So the fact that Magnus chooses to go for this, having that bishop versus knight situation, despite having so many pawns on the board, is an orthodox one, I would say.
Well, actually, I'm thinking that I'm not so in love with this Gagunashvili decision. Like, I can understand it. I have a feeling like maybe allowing this bishop versus knight endgame is not going to be so easy for him. Like, his knight looks really good. Obviously, he's playing a very important defensive role. Again, black's position is really passive. Like, you just actually feel it getting more and more passive. At some point, white's probably going to play h4, trade, get the pawn to h4, then maybe play h5, and white is going to be looking for the infiltration on the king side. Okay, interesting. He took with the king, not the pawn. So I guess, yeah, that surprised me a little bit, but...
And now if you look at the evaluation bar, the white black thing on the left-hand side, the evaluation bar there actually took a turn in black's favor. And so there are circumstances here where this difference between having a knight and having a bishop is big enough for the advantage not only to go away from the white side, but also joining black side. So this is a very, very interesting situation. Knight versus bishop, the two pieces that when we're taught chess initially, we're taught that knights and bishops are about the same, but they have very different qualities. And this is like a textbook example of that, where Magnus goes against common wisdom in that he's chosen to go for a situation with the bishop, despite there being so many black pawns, being in a situation where they could potentially block the bishop in the future. But Magnus is saying, I don't care about what that bishop looks like right now. I care about what it looks like in 10 moves. So Magnus is anticipating that the board will have fewer pawns in the near future, and then he's going to be able to show the bishop's dominance over a knight.
Yeah, I mean, basically, so he surprised me a little bit by capturing with the king instead of the G pawn. So obviously now he's not going to be able to remove the G6 pawn so easily. And it seems like the only plan available for white, well, I mean, the main plan that stands out to me is this F4, F5 idea. I suppose there's c3. There's c3 as a move.
Yeah, I'm just going to say in general that these black pawns are doing an amazing job of blocking the entry squares for white's king. So these plans Irina are referring to, it's all about getting those pawns up, and in particular trying to remove this g6 pawn from its positioning, because that pawn is doing a great job of keeping white's king out. So Magnus now is just searching for ways to infiltrate with his king.
I just wanted to take a moment, first of all, to say hi to our Twitch chat. Guys, we are actually following the chat, so we'll be interacting with you. And if you've got questions for us or comments, we will be following that. And now back to the game. So yeah, it's going to be about whether White's king is going to be able to break through anywhere. Black plays an interesting move, d5. So I guess he's trying to open up the rook on c7. That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's illogical in terms of what we've talked about, that the trade of pawns in general favor the bishop, but the bishops are not the only pieces on the board. And if this trade were to happen, it would give life to the black rook, which is just that rook hasn't really been doing anything this game. And so gifting it some life would not be in Magnus's interest. Instead, he continues with this plan Irina recommended, with moving the pawn forward, trying to move it further forward, trying to eliminate some of these blockading pawns. Gagunashvili actually goes for the trade, and not only once but twice. And now we have a situation where it is an open board, and the knight does not feel as safe anymore with these white pawns rushing down. So there's these two trades mark a very clear new strategy for Gagunashvili, because previously he's been going for the more pawns favor the knight strategy, but now he's basically just saying, I want to get rid of as many pawns as possible, because the fewer pawns on the board, the bigger the likelihood of a draw. Simply because, well, if neither player has pawns, you cannot get a new queen. And very often, sometimes even if you're down a bishop, you can make a draw as long as there are no pawns to become queen.
Yeah, okay. I have to say, Gagunashvili, I think, is doing a good job so far. I know I've commented that it's like his he was trying to play a little solidly, but solid is not bad if your position is holding together. And right now, I mean, it seems like he's preparing the plan with f5. I mean, that's probably the reason for this kind of passive looking knight retreat. And I think Magnus saw that. He moved his king away. And by the way, f5 is still a move. Yeah, and he played it. And just putting his pawns on light squares away from the dark squared bishop. If white plays e5, then black will have a very nice blockade on those light squares. The knight will come back to e6. Otherwise, he's just going to capture on e4 and play knight f5. I actually predict a draw in this game at this point. How about, I don't think I'm going out on a limb to say that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think Gagunashvili has played a great game so far. But I think I have seen Magnus do his magic too many times to confidently predict a draw at this stage. I'm gonna say that there are still pawns left, and as long as
you're gonna think that Magnus is gonna win as long as he has one pawn left on the board. Yeah,
pretty much. Yeah. Well, I mean, I did think that I actually am of the opinion that Magnus has made more progress now than he had earlier. I think the position earlier with all of those pawns, both players having 7 pawns each, I really liked Gagunashvili's play up until then, because the knight, there's some like textbook quality in that the knight is supposed to be good or better with that many pawns. Whereas now it's Magnus who has the better placed king. It's Magnus who has the superior minor piece, because this position is so open that the bishop isn't being interrupted. It can move from one side of the board to the other. So now I feel like, yes, it's closer to a draw, but it's also more it's also more pressure from Magnus in that he now has some clearer advantages than he had earlier on.
Yeah, he's going to get a really good bishop on e5. I agree. I mean, the position has opened up. No question the bishop on e5 is going to be powerful. And I guess black is going to have to rely on this knight being able to go to e7 to try to hold the c6 pawn, because black probably wants to activate his rook at some point in this game. I think it stood on, c7 for long enough. So like bishop e5, rook d7. And then on rook c8, at least you can protect your pawn with knight e7.
And this is an interesting concept. Yeah, this is an interesting concept because now you have those situations where everything is protected. The rook protects the knight protects the pawn protects the other pawn, and then we have these guys on the other side protecting each other as well. So this is the kind of everything is protected situation you often try to go for when you're happy to just make a draw, which is the situation black is in right now. Black is under pressure. The white pieces are way into black's half, and you're just going to have to try and hold on as best you can. But, so far, objectively, it should be possible for Gagunashvili to hold on.
Yeah, and his king could go to e6 at some point, although is there any, I mean, right now it seems like, what does white want to do? Bishop c5, right? Like rook f8's not really a threat, so rook d7.
But did he now blunder a pawn? What if Magnus
yeah,
now tries to just get those
rook
pawns?
c8, maybe there was knight e7 anyway, but bishop takes, rook takes, and like king d4.
Yeah.
No. Okay, I mean,
missed,
he played
I
b4.
missed the trick there.
He can always, I think, go for this pawn. So b4 makes sense to me. Okay, rook d2. So things are spicing up in this game. Actually, Magnus has a couple of minutes left, which is a nice thing for Gunashvili in his quest to make a draw. King e6 here looks pretty normal. King e6.
Moving.
Oh, there's rook a6, right? Or rook c7.
It's always tricky when your opponent is clearly kind of enticing you to move forward. Do you do it or do you go back? And Gagunashvili chooses to go back. He's been on a very passive strategy this entire game. There's pressure against the white pawn on c2. Black is hoping to capture as many pawns as possible. And Magnus now with less than 3 minutes left, he's gonna have to make some tough decisions on how to increase the pressure on black's position.
Yeah, I'm not sure I love this king e8 move, because I guess what he didn't want to go to e6 because he didn't want to lose the c6 pawn with check. So is he trying to say that like on rook c7 he's going to be going like rook c2? But I mean, it feels like if he loses it, I mean, I think if he loses the c6 pawn, my bet would be that he's going to lose this game because b5 is just going to be harder to protect.
I think the idea is that he wants to keep this e6 square for his rook. So if you go with your rook to attack the black pawn, then I will be going with my rook to give a check, forcing the king back. And then once again, we have this kind of idea where one piece is guarding the pawns. The pawns are guarding a knight and pawn respectively. And you got this cooperation where all the pieces also are placed on the light squares, whereas Magnus has a bishop that moves on the dark squares. So in this situation, Magnus would not be able to kind of strike against the black's defensive formation.
You know, the white king is on e5 now, and I'm starting to get terrified for black's position. This is not what I wanted, you know.
Yeah, this is why Magnus's move was so clever. So he says adios to the pawn on c2 because he felt it was more important to prevent the plan for the black rook going back into defense. And if Gagunashvili now captures the pawn, the white king can continue forward at will. And Magnus actually instead has chosen to go with his rook to c7. He's got that pressure against the c6 pawn. He's getting ready to get his king involved as well. It's looking very dangerous for black, but he is up on time and he is temporarily up on material. And as we can see by the evaluation bar on the left-hand side, it is an indicator as to who has the better position. And right now it's basically equal in white and black, which means that it feels that there are opportunities here for black to salvage this position. And I really like Gunashvili's plan here. He's gone with his rook, forcing the white king forward, which is bad. But on the other hand, in forcing the king forward, you're also getting the king away from the defense of the pawn on f4. And right now, it looks as though Gunashvili's strategy of just getting rid of as many pawns as possible is a pretty good one.
Yeah, so I think if white plays king g5 here, black has this move knight d4, right? And he's going to try to hold on to the c6 pawn for as long as he can. And obviously black would love for there to be a trade of white's bishop. So Carlsen, he took on g6. And
so instead of protecting his own pawn, he's just capturing black.
Yeah, well, I'm not really sure what he's counting on here. So what happens on rook takes f4? Is there a trick, by the way, with rook c8? Oh, and rook f8 at some point?
He's using his king to attack the rook. Now the two black pieces are very dependent on each other. The rook moves away so that if the knight is attacked, the knight can move and at the same time give protection to the rook. So the square where he put the rook was of crucial importance there for Gunashvili. Magnus down a pawn. He only has one pawn remaining. This is the key now for the Georgian player. Will he make an early upset, making a draw with the black pieces in the first round against the reigning world champion? What he has achieved is that white's king now is kind of cut off from the rest of the board. So if Gunashvili kind of moves his knight now,
yeah, I was thinking, how about knight e7 and on rook e6, just rook f7, and you can actually go for the king and pawn endgame. And I kind of like that setup for black because it's nice trying to get closer to the queen side, getting off, you know, so the rook doesn't have to babysit him. And knight e7, and then eventually you'll play king d7 and make a draw. It seems pretty easy from here.
Ooh, I wish I could be as confident, but having played against Magnus in the past, I know that you should never relax. Gunashvili is incredibly close to the result he desires. He's now using his king to go after the white rook. He has no way of keeping his pawn on this side protected, but on the other hand, he's just getting his king over to make sure that the king is helping out. And Magnus giving a check with his rook.
Interesting. He didn't take the pawn. Oh, because it was going to be a draw after knight e4. And then black was trying to get into a rook endgame. So why is this check dangerous right after king c7? I mean, he's not trapping the knight. So, I mean, it looks like black is getting closer and closer to that draw.
Yeah, for sure. The only problem in black's position right now is the knight on g3. If this knight can get over to closer to its own king, then this is going to be completely fine for black. No problems. Shake hands. However, getting that king, that knight home is actually not that easy because there are some squares you need to avoid. Gunashvili, he tries to just move his king back, I think. Yeah, the king back, trying to attack the rook. The rook moved. But now, once again, this knight does not have any clear squares to go to. I don't see how he's getting the knight out.
Yeah, I was actually a little surprised by king d7 because I was thinking maybe he could just go and I was thinking about knight f5 there. Then there was going to be rook
Okay,
f6. Yeah.
he's switching up the positioning of his rooks. Now he's choosing to protect his knight from the side. I'm guessing he wants to try and maneuver the knight from the right side to the left side of the board. If he is successful in doing that, this game will be a draw. And Magnus is also
How about
lower on time.
rook e1 or something? I don't know. Try to stop knight f1.
Yeah, rook e1 could try to prevent some of these possibilities for the knight. Magnus instead tries to move his king in towards the middle.
Because on knight f1, there's still rook e2. I mean, he can still cut off the knight's exit, so he doesn't have to hurry.
So if the knight tries to get back into the game, there's a problem with the rook attacking down towards the knight, but also down towards the black king. So the knight is not out of the woods just yet. Instead, Gagunashvili, he sees that his king placement is a potential problem. He moves the king away, also giving extra protection to his own pawn. Now he's ready to get that knight over to the left side of the board. Magnus tries to stop it, tries to give a check, trying to force that rook back from where it came. Well, the king does oblige. But
yeah,
the
I was
thing
thinking
is,
to go to D. This was really funny. There. If you go to D5, there was rook D6, king C4, rook D4, and you win a piece. So I might have blundered a piece like that.
if the king were to go up, the rook would give its checks. The evaluation bar on the left side would go crazy because here the connection between the rook and knight would be broken up by the black king, and the knight could be captured and white wins the game. But he didn't fall for that one, Gagunashvili. He goes back where he came from. The position repeated once, but now Magnus has started attacking this knight while also getting ready for his rook to attack the black pawn from the side.
Big choice for black here. You know, black can take the pawn on b4 and try to show his defensive skills in the rook versus rook and bishop endgame, which it's kind of interesting. I mean, right? I mean, it's certainly a possible decision that black can take here. On the other hand, he doesn't have to give away the knight just yet, but yeah, I mean, he could probably just go knight f1. What do you think he's going to do?
I think knight f1 is the right call. I think going into bishop and rook versus rook in rapid chess is a mistake. I think even though it's objectively a draw, it's so easy to go wrong. So I think Gagunashvili makes the right decision when he tries to hold on to his knight. He will have to lose his pawn as a result of this. Magnus can now use his rook to force the black king to move away and then capture the pawn. White will be up by a pawn, but on the other hand, black will be closer to getting the knight back into play. It's definitely still objectively a draw, but Magnus is putting some pressure, and Gagunashvili is very well aware that he's not done with this game just yet. And he's going to have to maintain his focus if he wants to come away from this with half a point.
Yeah. Magnus is making it exciting. Yeah, he's not letting him have an easy draw. He's been chasing this knight for a while. It's interesting to see he's down to under a minute. This is the only problem, right? So he played bishop e1.
Wow, Magnus.
Pawn, yeah.
Yeah, Magnus chooses not to take the free pawn because he's more concerned about letting this knight escape. And the knight tries to go over, to the edge of the board. That is unexpected. The knight now trying to use the square f3 because it has some help from the rook on that square. And Magnus now giving a check on the king. Where's the king gonna go? Gagunashvili, we can see on the screen, he's hesitating. He puts his king so that it actually still protects the pawn. However, now Magnus is blocking that the rank where the rook was helping out the knight on the edge of the board. I'm still very concerned about this knight safety. I think the time situation can be decisive here. Magnus actually down on time, which is quite rare for him. But Gagunashvili, oh, good decision. Very good decision by Gagunashvili. He moves his knight back because he knows that if the king comes down to try and attack this knight, then the knight can exploit the fact that the bishop cannot move because of the pressure from the rook on the king, and then the knight manages to get back into play. Ooh, it's a very close call.
Yeah, I mean, okay, Magnus went back to e1, so I guess, can black escape with his knight, or
yes,
there's a problem with knight e3, bishop f2?
No, because if knight e3, bishop f2, then black can capture the pawn, give a check, and then capture the rook. That was a miscalculation by Magnus, and it's exploited by Gagunashvili, who now gets his knight back into the game. Magnus realizes his mistake. Instead of playing the planned bishop move, he tries to move his king instead, but then the black knight is back home, and now there is no hope for Magnus winning this game. But he's still going to try. Wow, he's still going to try. That is a bit unexpected for me. Magnus does not give up his winning attempts just yet, but with the black knight having made it back into defense, he is not gonna win this one. I am certain of it. And Magnus Carlsen will be held to a draw from the start here.
This is a very good defensive effort by Gagunashvili. He kept a little bit of a time advantage on the clock, I think it was pretty clear, was playing this game, not trying to be too aggressive, trying to be solid, defended this worst position. It was good.
And Magnus still trying to, I'm not sure what Magnus is hoping for. There's just no chance he's winning this, right? Wow, yeah, the computer says there's only 2 moves for black to survive now.
Wow.
If black makes the mistake of getting the king, there's a very natural move
checkmate.
here.
There's a checkmate. I was going to fall for this one. I was going to play king a6, and there's some checkmate ideas right on a7. That's probably the point.
Yeah, so the king is being threatened by the white bishop. And if the king moves to the side, then white has a checkmating plan of the rook and bishop working together against the black king. The only way to stop the checkmate is to move the knight back, but then the rook is attacking the knight together with the bishop, and the knight cannot move on account of the king being in trouble as well. So a big moment here. Gagunashvili really still has to avoid the trickery. And he actually finds one of the correct moves. Gagunashvili moves his rook back, but that means Gagunashvili now had to give up that extra pawn. And Magnus once again creating something out of thin air. I really thought this game was over, but instead he's now up a pawn, trying to make something happen in a situation where Gagunashvili, for the first time in the game, is down on time. Gagunashvili down to just 20 seconds. It's still a draw position with correct play, but he's feeling the pressure right now.
There's lots of ways to lose. There were all these moves that the knight could not make. You couldn't go to b7 or b5 because you were going to lose the knight. So I agree that psychologically there's been a big turnaround with Magnus winning that pawn and the knight losing his outpost, and suddenly it's like we're back to chasing the knight around the board.
Yeah, and that knight is struggling finding safe haven. He is trying to get the knight into this c6 square. I doubt Magnus will allow that. Yes, Magnus pushing his pawn forward to make sure that the knight doesn't get back into play. I think it's very likely that this knight will be lost at some point. And if Magnus manages to capture the knight, it will still objectively be a draw. A rook and bishop versus a rook is supposed to be a draw, but considering the time situation, I would try to avoid such an endgame if I was Gagunashvili. And right now, I like the plan he's chosen. He's just trying to attack Magnus's bishop as many times as possible.
Yes, because if the bishop moves off of that diagonal, then black has a chance to move up the king to b6, which I think would be very desirable. And also that would free up the b7 square for the knight. So this knight, I think, would love to get off of d8. It's really has not been the best square for him. So now Gugunashvili is preparing knight b7.
Yeah, but is that a good square? Maybe. I guess it's better than being on the edge.
Yeah.
But Magnus now with the trickery. If now bishop knight to b7, then black's king ends up in enormous amounts of trouble with the rook and bishop working together to force the king into the corner. And the king will struggle getting away from there. So there is still a lot of play here left. And Magnus always taking into account what his opponent wants to do and then figuring out some way of preventing it.
Yeah, I was looking at how many moves we've had in the game so far, and I was going to ask you if you think this has any chance of beating the longest game in the World Championship match.
I think it will not beat the World Championship match, which had, what, 136? Yeah, I do not think we'll see 136 moves. I think we're going to be done before that, but I'm not sure about the result. I could very well see Magnus managing to squeeze out a win here. And what is probably going to be the latest game of the round. And Magnus now with his bishop attacking this black knight. If the knight moves, then there's going to be a check. So Magnus successfully managed to capture the knight. We have this situation with a rook and bishop against a rook. Objectively, with correct play, this is a draw. But with less than a minute left on the clock, this is going to be a really tough battle for Gugunashvili to survive.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying now it's starting to look actually a lot more likely that we're going to see 130, 35 or 36 moves, right? Because this capture happens on the last capture of a piece or a pawn capture. It happens on move 84. So add 50 moves to that, and it's going to get close to his game with Nepomniachtchi. And I think we're very likely to see another 50 moves here.
That is if Gugunashvili defends perfectly. So the danger right now of whether or not we make it to move 134 is that Magnus might give checkmate before that even happens. And Gugunashvili, he knows he's on the biggest stage. He knows that this is probably the only game still going on. He knows everyone is watching Magnus Carlsen trying to win this important first round game, and that pressure is rough. And we'll see if he manages both to find all the right moves, but also keep his nerves in check.
Do you think maybe we should take a look at some other games, or do you want to keep looking to see if Magnus, how he's going to convert this endgame? We can see if there's some other results. I mean, Nakamura has won already. Vachier has drawn Durar Bailey. There are some other games. I think we had issues with the women's translation, actually, because I see like there's about 13 moves played on a lot of boards, and actually,
we also have an important moment in Magnus's game, because the black king has been forced to the edge of the board for the first time in this endgame. And that is one of the crucial mechanisms in order to win, is that you have to force the defending party to the edge of the board, and then you have to come close with your king. And that is what Magnus is trying to do right now. Magnus is trying
to get actually winning this, isn't he? I mean, like, how does black extricate himself from this?
I mean, I think it's likely, very likely, that Magnus wins this. And right now, there's some very difficult defensive moves for Gugunashvili to stay in the game, because Magnus has his bishop threatening very nicely towards the king. Basically, what happened is that when Magnus went with his king up, Gagunashvili tried to get away from the white king by going down. But the thing is that the king is not able to escape because of this bishop. And now Magnus is able to get his king and bishop working together with the opponent's king all the way on the edge of the board. Magnus now forcing the king closer to the white king. And yeah, this is very, very tricky for the Georgian player. No, and he blunders his rook.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
He blunders his rook.
Why?
And Magnus wins the game. And yeah, that was a lesson in just pressure. It looked like an amazing defensive effort by Gagunashvili. Multiple times we said that, you know, he's playing perfect defensive chess, but after being under pressure for 103 moves, he finally succumbed to what was, at the end here, an inexplicable mistake, but it's a mistake that's caused by all these difficult decisions just taking its toll over time.
Yeah, Magnus, I see him now in the video. He did one of his confused faces when he saw this move, King A3. That was really a sad ending to this game, I have to say. I mean, I guess he was afraid of his king getting mated after King A5, like Rook B3, right? But he's still, you know, hanging in there with Rook C4. But you're right, there were a lot of difficult moves to make once his king got
and that was actually the final game of this round, and we got some of the scores. Carlsen, Nakamura, Duda, Nepomniachtchi, Caruana, and Grischuk of the first 8 boards coming away with wins, whereas Vachier Lagrave and Giri making draws, showcasing that in a world championship, even in the first round, you're going to have to play against grandmasters, and it's not going to be easy to beat them, demonstrated by Gagunashvili. We also have results from the women's event. It's the pre-tournament favorites, Lagno, Goryachkina, Kostenyuk, and Gunina with wins. There are some results missing, but I do believe those games have finished. And we're going to need to take a break because according to the schedule, they're going to be starting the next round very, very soon, considering that this game was so long. So we're going to take a break and be back with the second round in a few moments.
See you soon, guys. Don't miss a very special puzzle speedrun edition of Chess Played Quick. Watch your favorite streamers fight for cash prizes and 4 qualification spots in this year's Puzzle Battle World Championship. National Master James Canty will bring you all the action and fun on January 5th, starting at 9 a.m. Pacific on chess.com. A new way to understand your games on chess.com has arrived. Check out chess.com/insights to see detailed stats and analysis across any time frame or time control. What time of day do you play best? How often do you play the Botez Gambit? These questions and many, many more are answered at chess.com/insights.
And with that, we're back for the second round of the World Blitz and Rapid Championship. We saw a thrilling game in the first one with Magnus Carlsen somehow managing to win in the end, as he often does, in a position that for most of the 100 moves seemed equal. But he managed to just pile on the pressure. And in the end, he was able to come out victorious. But there have been many of the other favorites winning as well. And one of them is Hikaru Nakamura, who beat in the first round. He beat, I don't have that on my screen.
I think it's Donchenko.
Yes.
Donchenko, yeah.
Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to watch that replay of that game as it's not on my screen. Here it is. So we're going to take some time now until while we wait for round 2 to begin. We can take a look at how Hikaru Nakamura managed to beat one of the top German players, Alexander Donchenko, with the black pieces. And it was an English defense with Donchenko playing in a double fianchetto fashion, where you get both your bishops on the edge of the board, pointing in towards the middle. It was an early conflict with White pushing forward, creating that central tension. And
can I just say that I've almost never seen Black Castle queenside in these English lines. There was the reverse dragon. I mean, is this a common thing for Black's king to go to the queen side when the c file is open and the bishop is pointed towards the king?
I haven't seen it before, but on the other hand, this opening is called the reversed Sicilian. And if we look at what is normal to play as White in the Sicilian, where you have this same setup that Hikaru used here, with the queen up, bishop forward, and king to the queen side, it makes a lot of sense, because that's how you play as White in the Sicilian. And when the roles are reversed, then that same strategy, even if uncommon, it has been seen before in similar situations. And when White chose to push forward here, that really was the start of chaos in this game. And yeah, Hikaru's bishop was threatened by the knight, but on the other hand, Hikaru was then able to capture the pawn in the middle. And we had a situation where Black was up a pawn, but where this pawn would be captured normally very, very soon. You would think that that pawn could not survive in the long run, and yet somehow it did. So this pawn in the middle, it just looked as though White had all the pieces ready to put the pressure on it and capture it back for White. But Hikaru managed to win this game simply by holding on to this pawn and then starting with his queen and rook in the middle, pointing down on the other White pawn. And at this stage, when White was able to capture in the middle, that came at the cost of Hikaru. Wow.
Starting some
Creating
tactics,
chaos. Oh, actually, I thought if
got
Hikaru
into
was going to
Endgame.
win this, I assumed it was because he managed to hold on to the pawn in the middle. But as it transpires, he actually got a position where White's bishop pair, to my eyes, should be the superior factor.
Yeah, that's
but
really surprising that he won this position, because right now, like, we cannot really see anything wrong with White's position.
yeah, so it goes again to show that it's difficult, this world championship. You're going to play elite grandmasters from the very beginning. And frankly, this
I feel
is
like
a
he was
position
pushing.
where,
You know, Donchenko was pushing in this game, wasn't he, though? The difference between Carlsen's game and Nakamura's game is that I think Nakamura's opponent was actually trying to make something, and he had like the slightly better position. So Nakamura must have used some magic to
to me, there's no doubt that if Donchenko had been happy with a draw here, he could have gotten it. And here we see the players going back and forth, clearly indicating that it was Donchenko who was going for the win. As a matter of fact, you can see the evaluation bar on the left side is almost completely white, indicating that White at this moment had a winning position. So that Hikaru managed to come out of this alive, never mind winning, was in fact a big performance. And it seems like the rooks are just kind of going back and forth. But Hikaru here managed to create some pressure with all the three pieces joining the attack towards the White King, and forced White into giving away part of his bishop pair. After another trade of bishops, the tables had turned because the pawn on b7 was impossible to defend. Hikaru managed to capture this pawn. He survived the storm. He then captured the pawn, and he went on to win the game. And we're going to have to move back to the second round now, because I can see that the players are sitting down at their boards. The second round will be starting momentarily.
Yeah, so in the women's section, we're going to take more of a look at the women's games. We got Alexandra Goryachkina. We had her on the video camera just a little while back. She's playing a player.
We actually have her on the camera right now, being blocked by an arbiter, a judge.
I think that's Ovid and Lagno. That's Ovid and Lagno.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah. That's Lagno. Sometimes they both have dark hair, you know, both brunettes. So I can see how you would get confused there.
You're being very kind. That is embarrassing.
Well, I know these players better. You know, I played Evgenia Ovid. You know, she might not be a famous player for some people, although she did actually quite well in the Russian Women's Championship just a few months back. I mean, she was like winning all of her games and really was on a par with the most famous Russian women players in that tournament. I've known her since we were both like kids coming up and playing these World Youth Championships, under 10, under 12, under 14. So she's been around for a long time. Somehow she never made it into, the very top echelon of like Russian women's chess. But when she does play the Russian Women's Championship, I've kind of followed her over the years. She can produce some upsets. So I don't think that she will be a walk in the park for Katerina Lano. Then we have Alexandra Goryachkina. She's going to be playing the player from Mongolia that I've actually played, I think, several times already in the Taimanov Sicilian. I keep getting black against her. Nomin Erdine Dava Demberel. I hope my pronunciation was really good
in the frame now. Actually, we have the first board of the open section. It's Samuel Sakayan, who's going to have the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen, and behind him, those camera feeds are struggling a little bit, but as we can see on the round one. Tech Sakayan against Carlsen on board one. It's Nakamura against Van Forest on board two, which is an intriguing duel. seeing as how Jordan van Forest was actually one of the helpers for Magnus Carlsen in his World Championship match. So that means we're going to have Nakamura trying to... Oh, really? Not according to the pairings. So we have Jordan van Forest there against Nakamura on board 2, which I think we're going to have an extra look at. Yes.
And so, yeah, so should I continue talking about the women's section? Then we got Alexandra Kostenyuk, and she is playing a young Russian player, Alexandra Maltsevska. So we got the matchup of the Alexandras on board 3. And I think also a very interesting matchup a little further down, but they both won their first round games, is Indian player Vaishali is playing Nino Batsiashvili from Georgia. So Vaishali, she's been representing India last year at the top team events. She's been getting a lot of experience, and I think she's definitely a player to watch. So yeah, going to be lots of good games in the second round.
We can see on our screens the players getting ready for the round, eagerly waiting for the games to start. I think for players, this is the worst. This is what we hate the most. Just sitting at our boards, waiting for some reason, you just want the games to start. But still.
Do you recognize the person in the back behind Ter Sahakyan? Okay, let's see if we can test you on that. Did you see who that was? Maybe so I'm gonna win the.
We don't have that camera on now, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, that was, we don't see it now from the same angle, but I believe that was Nana Zagnidze from Georgia.
Yes, it was.
Yeah, we had some interesting results. We can maybe talk for a second about who did not manage to win in the first round from the favorites. So there were quite a number of draws. Vachier Lagrave drew, Anish Giri drew, Sergei Karyakin drew, Radoslav Wojtacek drew. And by the way, Alexei Shurov is playing in this tournament. I'm kind of happy to see him in action. In terms of who lost from the favorites, there were really no huge favorites that lost on the open side. I mean, it seems like Salim Salah from the United Arab Emirates is the highest rated player that lost in the first round. And on the women's side, we also had a couple of draws. We had the Muzichuk sisters drawing, and they're definitely always among the favorites in this tournament. Alina Kashlinskaya from Russia also drew, and Humpy Konero, the defending champion, she drew. And wow, I see Jansaya Abdumalik lost her first round. That's a little bit surprising. I mean, Jansaya is really an up-and-coming player from Kazakhstan. But anyway,
it just goes to
games.
It just goes to show that you can never take it easy in these first rounds either. And here in the camera, Hikaru Nakamura with the white pieces playing it against Jordan van Forest, a helper for Magnus during the World Championship match very recently. Is that going to lift Jordan to new peaks? There's a Nimso Indian defense on the board. Hikaru has chosen to go with his queen early, getting rid of that Nimso bishop pointing in towards the white king. And we're going to have a similar duel to the one we saw Hikaru had in the last round against Donchenko. Hikaru had, he was fighting against the two bishops. Now we're going to be seeing Hikaru instead showcasing what he can do when he has the advantage of the bishops. Unfortunately, the relay has not been with us at this point, and I'm not even allowed to start the game. Let's try this. No. We're gonna have to go to a game where we. I think we're just gonna stick with the camera.
Yeah, let's just stick
see
with the
what
camera
happens.
because I don't think any of the games have actually, the relay has begun for any of them. It seems like Nakamura is, he likes to play these flank openings, right? And he doesn't even play much E4, I think, in blitz chess and rapid chess. He likes, it's like, I think he specializes in playing B3 on the first move. Is that what he's done in this game? Some kind of system with B3? I think there's something going on there on the queen side. Oh,
Good news. We have the board back so that we can show you better than just
guessing what was going on. Yeah.
Yeah. And what has happened is that Hikaru, he's spent some time here in the opening, moving his queen twice. And this is actually one of the main ways of playing against the Black's Nimso Indian defense. And the justification for moving your queen this often is that you get the two bishops, whereas Black had to exchange away one of those. And yeah, it really goes to show how much emphasis these top players put on the bishops, because here with the Black Knight coming in attacking the queen has to move a third time in just 9 moves. And yet this is played by top players such as Hikaru Nakamura simply because they feel like the advantage of having the bishop pair is so significant that you can allow yourself to move the same piece, the queen, 3 times early on.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, he's playing the queen c2 Nimzo, which is something that I kind of have a lot of experience in. I've played this for, some decades now. And his opponent played d5 on move 6, which is one of the principal systems. And he went for like a very sort of like sub, well, like, it's not a very critical line. He played e3. I've done that myself, I think, just when you don't want to go into like the main line theory with knight f3 and bishop g5. And so his opponent played b6, logical move. There was a trade. Yeah, his queen moved again. So what can we say here? I guess he will be trading on a6, right? I mean,
yeah, there's a big moment now with Jordan van Forest actually saying that, okay, I gave you the bishop pair, but now I'm gonna take it away from you before you manage to do anything about it. He's going for the trade of bishops, and there's nothing Hikaru Nakamura can do about it. The only way he can stop this trade is to move his knight out, but then the knight is going to be blocking the bishop, and that's going to be very dangerous when you haven't really started getting your pieces into the game. So Hikaru may have to agree to this trade of bishops, but in that case, we're going to have a situation where the advantage of the bishop pair has disappeared and White's king has still not gotten itself into safety, whereas Black in this Nimso Indian defense, one of the reasons I think it's such a principled way of playing for Black is that you get castled as quickly as is humanly possible. The quickest you can castle in any game is on move 4. You can check my math on that, but
yeah, I never thought about that. But
you need to move your pawn, you need to move your bishop, you need to move your knight, and after you've done those 3 moves, then you can castle. So move 4 is the earliest you can castle, and you do that repeatedly in this Nimso Indian Open.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I didn't realize that. I mean, it's one of the pluses of playing this opening for Black is how quickly they're castling. I mean, I think White is going to trade on a6. He's not going to be that sad about that trade because it puts Black's knight on the side of the board. And then White will play knight f3 quickly, also try to get castled, and then try to decide between the ideas of e4 playing in the center or, b4 and trying to take some space on the queen side. But I mean, I think White has nothing to really complain about here after those next 2 moves, like bishop a6 and knight f3.
And yet Hikaru is spending quite a lot of time on this move. And normally I would say that's an indicator of not being too happy. It's funny, but you can often read a lot of the player's emotion into how much time they're spending on their moves. And you would often think that like good moves require a lot of thinking, but it's actually the opposite. Good moves are the ones that just come to you naturally, and when you're very early convinced what the right way to go move forward is. So very often you will see players spending not that much time on good moves and spending a lot of time when they're like insecure about the situation and prone to making potentially a bad move. However, Hikaru now makes the trade of bishops and then pushes forward in the middle. So what he was really doing was just having a tricky decision whether or not to allow Black's knight to get into the game. But he spent his time trying to figure out, maybe the knight, like you said, Irina, is going to be misplaced on the side of the board. So the fact that I'm helping my opponent get their pieces out might not be such a bad thing if it's a bad placement for said piece.
Yeah, now White has to make a decision where he's going to develop the knight. Is he going to go to e2, trying to leave the f pawn unblocked, or is he just going to play like the more natural knight f3? Okay, he went for knight f3. Okay, so now what are Black's challenges in this position? I mean, main challenge, two challenges, right? There's how do you contest the center? So you're going to have to get the move c5 in. And how do you improve your knight? And so those two things are probably going to be linked. And we should probably think about, is the move c5 possible here already?
Yeah, that's going to be the big, well, to me, it's like the only possible move. You cannot do without this. And that is actually the decision Van Forest has made. He doesn't think for very long. He's convinced this has to be the right way to play because it both puts pressure in towards the middle, but it also means that if there's a trade, the knight on the edge of the board will be able to move in towards the center. And for that reason, making the trade between the pawns would be a huge mistake by Hikaru, because then the black knights are well into the game, while the white king is still on the edge, still hasn't castled. Instead, what is interesting here is that if we look at the evaluation bar on the left side, there is definitely more white than black there, which is an indicator that the computer engines feel this is a situation that quite strongly favors the white pieces. And so Hikaru now, despite having poor development, might actually find out that this is the opportune moment to strike. And the move suggested by the computer engines, which is why the evaluation bar is favoring Hikaru so much, is to push forward in the middle. Now, this is the move actually Hikaru just played, but it feels like
wow. Oh, he did play 5, yeah.
Yeah, it feels like a bit of a big decision, because when your pawn moves forward, that means your opponent can get this knight to an optimal square in the middle, where the knight is protected by a black pawn, but more importantly, where the knight cannot be pushed by white pawns, precisely because this guy in the middle moved forward so early on.
Yeah, I just want to talk about that moment for a second, because the computer really hated the move c5, and yet it was the move that, looked the most natural to me, and it was the move that Van Forest played pretty much instantly. So it's a very human decision to play c5, and I think, yeah, it's quite easy to underestimate how white is going to generate this attack with like e5 and knight g5 and forcing black to play g6, and maybe white will just keep the king in the center and go h4, h5.
Yeah, so this is very key. This is very key what you're on to now. Knight g5 is the idea. And it turns out you don't need to get your king into safety if you're just going to be creating attacking opportunities first. The knight together with the queen threatening checkmate on this h7 square, and the only way to stop that queen from getting in there is to move the pawn forward. However, there are other ways of getting to this square, because here Hikaru can move his queen up, attacking towards the side of the board, attacking that knight. And when the knight is protected by the queen, it turns out Hikaru can continue his attacking idea with the queen moving over to the side, a combination of knight and queen working in towards the black king, and the black king doesn't have any pieces close to it to protect it because it had one guy. If we move back, we can see that there was this one guy who was helping out close to the king. The knight was happy to move into a great square on the center, but that might actually be a problem moving forward because Hikaru is going to create an attack against the black king, which is now lacking defenders. And actually, instead of moving the knight up, Hikaru has first moved his queen to attack the knight, but make no mistake, this is all part of the plan we were just mentioning of the queen pretending to be attacking towards the left side, but actually having the idea of going over to the right side and going after the black king.
So shall we take a look at the women's games? We got Goryachkina, who's apparently doing quite well against Nomin Erdine. If you can bring up that game, that is that was a Italian game.
What a chaos.
Yes. And you know, it's funny, I think it's very similar opening that Logno has. Well, actually, no, it's not that similar. That Logno has against Ovad. So let's see what's going on the board here. So white has taken on h7, pawns are equal, but the king on h8, I guess, is safe for now. If we go something direct like queen g6, I guess we're just going to lose our bishop to queen h4. So it's kind of hard.
So this is very important. If the queen tries to join the attack, if the queen is able to just get one more move where it can point down towards the black king, that would be game over. But as Irina pointed out, the defensive move, queen to h4, not only prevents the white queen from joining the attack, but also makes the threat against the bishop, and the bishop actually has nowhere to go, and black wins the game. So even though the white king technically has more pawns in its vicinity than the black king, the white king is actually in more trouble because black has this extremely important queen to h4 move, that will be a move where the black queen is both attacking and defending at the same time.
Yeah, it seems like queen h4 is a big idea in this position for black anyway, because it seems like the natural next piece to try to involve in the game, right? Like queen h4, because right now white is threatening, well, they're threatening queen g6. They're also got some funny like rook takes g7 ideas.
Yeah, so what happened was that white played rook g7, just rook getting more pieces into the attack.
Yep. So, I mean, what is going to happen on queen h4? Because that's going to stop a lot of white's ideas. I mean, this bishop is going to have to go back, and then the d4 pawn just falls, right? So white's king in the center is actually going to start getting exposed as well.
And we can see the evaluation bar on the left-hand side is actually more black than white, indicating that the computers feel Goryachkina has a big advantage already, despite only playing 16 moves, despite having the black pieces, this chaos that erupted with, white's pawns being very unorthodoxly placed, with black's king being in the corner with a very small amount of defensive pieces close to it. It actually turns out that the calculations, or rather, would I say, opening preparation on the part of Goryachkina has been very successful, because I think this is actually something she had prepared before the game. I'm not sure she figured out all of this during the course of the game.
Shall we actually, you know what? The Logno game had the same opening, and let's take a quick look there. I've seen positions like this before. For some reason, I'm remembering, I remember Goryachkina probably playing this as black. It's some kind of women's world team that I was commentating on a couple of months ago. And this position struck me as very interesting. Like I remember, I think it was something like Harika playing into this as white. And I wasn't in love with, the strategic risks in white's position. Although white does have play on the G file. White
so let's see if we can find the similarities, which kind of indicates to us how this is the same opening as the previous one. So one of the things I'm noticing is that this same pawn formation for white with the C and D pawn, and also with the doubled pawns, is the same in both games. And the fact that white has the doubled pawns means that you also have this opening for the rook to point down the board towards the black king, similarly to how we saw Nomin Erden trying to attack Goryachkina's king. The big difference, of course, being that this pawn in the middle, in the previous game, that was a black pawn. Somehow black had gotten her pawn up into the middle of the board and putting pressure on white, whereas here white has that kind of protective pawn formation, where
the difference is coming from the fact that the difference is coming from the fact that Goryachkina played f6 in the game, and Ovad played f5. So white center is did not get attacked in this game as much, and that's why she has this really powerful looking pawn formation. So let's try to evaluate this position. We got, well, of course, the material is even. White just played king f1 because there's no other safe place to hide the king. And I think white's long-term plan is to attack on the G file, right? So we can expect them to play a move like h5. That would be helpful. Bring out the queen maybe to f3. The king, I mean, either it stays in f1 or perhaps it might even walk over to a place like h3. I mean, that's not too far-fetched, is it?
No, I agree with you. This is a very interesting position. And one of the things I've noticed is that the evaluation bar on the left side is massively white. It's indicating that Logno has a big advantage here with the white pieces. However, I am inclined to kind of agree with you that it's not at all clear that this is so heavily favoring white, because it's very difficult to see how these bishops will be able to make their mark on the game. This is something we talked about during the first round, where Magnus had a bishop in a situation where there were tons of pawns still on the board. Look at how the one white bishop is being blocked by black's pawns, whereas the other bishop, even worse, is being blocked by their own pawns. And so as long as kind of black manages to keep these bishops out of play, being blocked by either white or black pawns, it's not clear that the engine's enthusiasm is actually correct.
You know what's going on here, Yoon? It's the problem is the knight is in the wrong place, right? You can move up that knight one square to e6, and I think black's position would be vastly improved, but this knight on e7 was actually not in the right blockading square. I'm trying to understand her move knight c8.
I think she's trying to go up on the queen side, but I think that would be a big mistake.
Yeah, I don't think the knight has anything to do on the c4 square, right?
Yeah. So I think this knight needs to participate in the defense. The way white wants to make a breakthrough is by using this open G file, putting basically everything she has there, pointing down. And also white will try to capture this pawn on F5. So I think we're going to need the knight to protect this pawn somehow. And I don't really see how that's gonna happen. I'm pretty sure I would like to play my pawn forward on the left side, and then afterwards I can get my rook forward as well. And then this rook can kind of defend from the side.
I have some concepts here. So like, I'm trying to see how white is going to place their pieces. So queen f3, let's say queen h3. H3 is not a bad square for the queen. Tie them up to f5. King e2, double up the rooks, and maybe even like bishop c1. And if you could I think if you activate the bishop, the dark squared bishop, white is going to get a very sizable advantage. Or I mean, you might say the advantage is already sizable, but it's still, it still doesn't, you still need to actualize it, right? So.
Yeah, and I think what Irina is doing here is very instructive. Like, you're never going to be allowed to make like all of these moves without the opponent doing anything. But this is just how you plan, even at a grandmaster level. Like you look for your dream scenario and then you try to accomplish it step by step. And I think because the pawn formation is so blocked, there are no pawns looking at each other, opposing each other. That means you often have more time for planning than you would ordinarily. And as such, this is the optimal situation where you can do some of those long-term plans and kind of get away with it, because it's not like the opponent is going to make big threats against your position in the meantime.
I was just taking a look at the open section. We got Duda, who has made an interesting exchange sacrifice against Vahidov, and he's got beautiful compensation with a dark squared bishop in the center of the board. So I'm sure he's feeling pretty comfortable right now.
Who did you say?
So he's playing Vahidov, Duda.
Because I have, Duda. Yeah, sorry. I for some reason I thought you said Dubov, which makes no sense at all. But yes, a very interesting position we've changed to here. And interestingly, despite having given away a rook for a bishop, Duda is favored by the computer engines. And that is shocking because very often it's that having a rook for a bishop is usually a big advantage, but the rooks aren't really able to do anything here because the white rooks are standing where they should, right? They're standing on the file where white doesn't have pawns so that they can point down towards black's position. The problem is just that black has this amazing bishop that's just making sure the rook cannot really do anything. And in the meantime, there are some problems with the white pieces. This knight on the rim is a problem, especially because if it moves, then black will be, it needs to stay where it is to give protection to the white pawn.
Do you want to see how Nepomniachtchi is about to win? Because I think we don't want to miss that moment. Nepomniachtchi is playing Sachko on the next board, board 4, and he's got quite the beautiful knight on f5. So, another beautiful piece comparable to the bishop on e5 that Duda has. And in this position, it looks like rook d7 is making this unstoppable threat of rook takes g7.
And the big question then is, how will the checkmate occur? Because what Nepomniachtchi is now calculating is what if black just ignores these threats and tries to get their own queen with the pawn in the middle. The rook can then capture the black pawn. If We hear give away our defensive bishop for the rook. That is a bad idea with a queen coming in, protected by the knight, giving checkmate on the king. However, we can also move our king away. And then it's trickier because there's a pawn 2 squares away from becoming a new queen, but never mind it becoming a new queen, it's also checkmate. Like if this pawn promotes to the square, the queen is protecting the escape for white's king, the white king will suddenly be checkmated. So there are some calculations to be made here, and Nepomniachtchi has made his calculations. He has gone for this rook d7 move. The pawn pushes forward in the middle from Bartosz Soczko, one of the home Polish players in this event. Nepomniachtchi now needs to find a checkmating plan. Otherwise, it's going to be black winning this game with the pawn moving forward, becoming a new queen. And normally in these circumstances, you expect the player going for the checkmate to have their plan ready, because if you didn't have a plan against this move, you're just going to lose the game. Black is going to get a new queen. So
I have an idea. What if we go like rook g7, king h8, rook h7, king g8, and now we just need to get the queen to f7, right? So that involves kicking out the queen from e6. So can we do that with knight d4?
Knight d4.
Yeah, because if you go e2, I can just take your pawn, right? So I can take that lovely little pawn.
Yeah, actually, I was going to say you can take this pawn now.
Oh, I can take it now. Yeah, that's even better. But you know, yeah. No, I guess that's good. Yeah.
So the concept is that the black queen needs to protect this f7 square, and you had this idea that the pawn was protected, that white couldn't capture the pawn, but then the queen moves in for the checkmate. And this might actually happen in the game because Nepomniachtchi has given the check on the king. He's given another check. He's following Irina's recommendation. And now the big question is, will he capture this black pawn? And will that be good enough? Because we need to keep calculating. This is the thing about Grandmaster chess. They never stop creating problems. And if you capture the black pawn now with your knight, then black will move their bishop forward, blocking the connection between the queen and the rook. And now there's a double threat. The rook is threatened, as is the knight in the middle. So Nepomniachtchi still needs to figure this out before he can get himself that resignation. And, you know, the fact that he's spending his time thinking.
Oh, yeah. So you're saying if knight d4 and you go e2 and I take, you can still do your bishop e7 move. Yeah.
Nepomniachtchi has captured the pawn. The only chance for Bartosz Soczko right now is moving that bishop forward. He has lost 2 pawns now with the white rook and knight working together beautifully. The only way of punishing white's play would be to move the bishop forward, create that threat, the double threat against the rook, and also creating the threat against the knight. The computer engines say that Nepomniachtchi in this situation has one way, but only one way, of not even just winning the game, basically of having a superior position. If he makes a mistake here, he will go from having a winning position to having to fight for a draw. So the tension is in this game is not over, even though the evaluation bar is almost exclusively white on the side of the board, indicating that, you know, white has a huge advantage, but it's reliant on one move and one move.
It must be rook h6, right? With the idea that on queen e3 there's queen d5.
Yes, so that is the correct idea. The rook needs to save itself on the edge of the board, letting black capture the knight. However, then the white queen infiltrates, giving a check towards the king. The king steps up. The rook gives a check. The king tries to hide in the corner, but importantly, now the white queen is able to complete its journey from the left side of the board to the right side of the board. And even though black has an extra bishop in this scenario, there's no saving the black king with the queen and rook just having control of everything close to the black king. So that would have been the finish to the game. Instead, Bartosz, he plays a4, but that's not really a move. I think that's going to trouble Nepomniachtchi.
It still should make him think, though. I mean, it's not a pointless move, of course. He's trying to make it harder for white to secure his king by playing b3 in some future lines. So, for example, you know, it's not so easy to move the knight unless you move the knight to d5. Of course, you could move the knight to d5, and that actually looks like a pretty interesting square, knight to d5. And by the way,
so I was just gonna say the idea for Bartosz is that if the knight tries to come back where it came from, now there would be trouble with the white king not getting away from the checks from the black queen. But instead, Nepomniachtchi, you know, he was, I guess I should say, the world championship challenger for a reason. He finds this move, knight to d5. Now the queen is not going to be able to give checks, even if the king hides on the edge. And that means I think Nepomniachtchi is in control here. And I think he's going to win this game. So we're going to move on and trust Nepomniachtchi to see this through. And we're going to be moving on to the game where we started today. It's Hikaru Nakamura against Jordan van Forest. And we can see that Hikaru here on the screen, pushing his pawn forward to attack Jordan's knight. Hikaru is actually up by a pawn. And he's going to be trying to convert that into a win. Easy, it's not going to be because the black knight in conjunction with the black rook is putting pressure on a white pawn that cannot run away easily, which means Hikaru with the pawn up, trying to grind down an endgame win, but it's not easy.
I mean, he's probably going to go rook d1 here, right? Rook fd1 and try to entice black into taking on b2, then going back to b1, putting black into a pin. You know, black has to go rook b8. I mean, how do we exploit that pin? Well, we can't, there's no more pin to really exploit. There are some knight c5 ideas. But there's also just a simple maybe rook takes d4, and then, but you know, can we win after rook takes a3?
Yeah, that's the question, right? The person defending should always try to eliminate as many pawns as possible. And in this situation, Hikaru would only have pawns left on the right side of the board, which is a problem because even if you manage to capture this black pawn sometime in the future, when all the remaining pawns are on one side of the board, it usually means that the defensive task is much easier because you don't kind of have to protect both the left side and the right side. But you can just keep your eye on, in this case, Jordan can just make all his defenses on the right side where the kings are, and make his defensive task easier in that way. So Hikaru actually chooses not to provoke the knight just yet. He moves his king forward. And I mean, if I'm Jordan now, I would definitely want to capture this white pawn if I could get away with it. Because as I was saying, getting rid of as many pawns as possible, that has to be black's priority right now.
Yeah, I mean, King G2 is a tricky little move. Yeah, he doesn't see any need to attack the knight with Rook D1 because the knight pretty much already wants to take the pawn. So there must be a reason why knight takes B2 is dangerous for black. Okay, but he played Rook.
Well, there didn't necessarily have to be a reason. You could have seen Van Forest going for it, but he has chosen to avoid it. He's instead attacking the knight in the middle, which does then seem to indicate that both players saw a problem with just gobbling up the pawn immediately. And Hikaru, he moves his rook to protect the knight.
And also to threaten knight f6. Yeah.
Yeah, he's also a tricky guy.
Yeah.
So if it was white's move here, let's make an innocent move on the side of the board, then Hikaru would have moved his knight up, giving a check on the king, while at the same time opening for his rook to capture the black rook. And yes, this knight is lost, but so is black's rook. And white got out of this with a very nice advantage. So instead, Van Forest, he chooses to move his king in towards the middle, avoiding any sort of knight check should the knight move now. But then the rook comes into the middle for Hikaru. And Van Forest pushing his pawn forward on the side. So he's just trying to get his pawns as high up the board as possible. Black is anticipating that, these pawns might be eliminated in the future. And then if those are, you get rid of those, it's advantageous to have your pawns as high up as possible.
Yeah, I mean, King F1 protects the rook, but there's really nowhere the knight wants to move anyway from E4, right? So this move, it's not clear how much it helps white, or what the plan here is going to be for white. But yeah, I mean, it does seem like black is trying to get the pawn to A4, just kind of let's get it as high up the board as possible, like you were saying. So, I mean, Hikaru is definitely better, but it's, the game doesn't feel like it's anywhere close to over yet.
Yeah, but it's very interesting looking at the time, because these players have been playing quite slowly, which means both players are down to just 1 minute left on the clock. That is a potential problem.
Can I get your attention, Yoon, to the game between Magnus and Ter Sahakyan, because Ter Sahakyan has just 30 seconds left against Magnus. Magnus is almost 4 minutes. And of course, the position on the board looks very not problematic for white. So is Magnus going to be able to win another, position out of kind of like thin air? Because this looks even less to work with than what he had in round one.
Yeah, is this going to be the tournament of Magnus's ability to win seemingly impossible situations? Right now, it's white who has some advantage, because the black rook is pointing in at its own pawn, whereas the white rook has an open file to have fun in. So the big problem here, looking at it from the Armenian's perspective, is that he's low on time. But in terms of like genuine value of the position, I would say Magnus could end up in trouble here, because his rook is so passive compared to its white's counterpart. And now this latest move on the side of the board is a very clever one, because white wanted to play the move G3 to kick the black knight. However, if you do that, the knight captures a pawn on the side of the board. So simply what he's doing here, Tersakayan, is that he's moving his pawn away, anticipating that he wants to kick black's knight back afterwards. And if Magnus both has a passive rook and a passive knight, he's probably going to lose this game. So yes, it's nice having a time advantage, but it's bad having a disadvantage on the board. And to me, it seems like the disadvantage on the board is much more significant than the problems of time. But I guess we'll get an illustration of that soon enough.
It's interesting. I expected Carlsen's move h5 because, you know, he's trying to do the same thing and trying to kick out the white knight.
Yeah, but now Magnus is losing one of his pawns. So we got a couple of quick moves here.
There's still g6 and knight d4. There's still some way he can save it. If he goes g6 here, can he get that pawn extricated? Or is there a knight e7, king f7, knight d5? Ooh, I mean, yeah, when you play g6, you really weaken your structure. So he might not want to play g6, yeah, because he doesn't want to let that rook in to the 7th. Yeah, there you go. So he plays rook a7, indeed, like you said, losing this pawn. Well, that's a little sad because I mean, I know he can work some magic, but without a pawn, it's a lot harder.
Yeah,
he's gonna get it back, right now.
Yeah. So there's a double attack from the knight, attacking both the pawn in the middle and the pawn on the side of the board. I do not see how the Armenian player is going to be able to defend both of them, which means he will probably just go for a draw here, moving his pawn forward and then getting a trade between the remaining pawns on the left side of the board.
You think he'll just play like b4 or something?
That's what I'm suspecting, yes. So he's considering White's time situation, he decided to just play it safe and go for the draw.
I completely
but
agree.
The question is whether or not Magnus will allow this, because Magnus has a move here, knight to a6, where he attacks both the rook and the pawn on the side, where Magnus can try to extend the length of this game, but in doing so also takes some risks, considering that White's rook is better placed than the black rook. Yeah. So Magnus now has to make a decision. Do I want to go for the draw, or do I want to gamble for a win? And we can see the moves being played on our camera. Magnus has made the trade of pawns. That means that all the remaining pawns on the board now, after the continuing trade, with the white rook capturing and the white knight capturing on the side, that's going to be all the pawns on the right side of the board and almost certain draw.
Yep, I think he made the right decision because honestly, it looked just a little too risky for him to try to keep those pawns on the board. I mean, his rook was going to be a lot worse than White's rook. Let's see what other game we can go to. There is one that has been looking, oh, interesting. Anish Giri. Okay, well, he's like totally winning right now. He's promoting a pawn. At some points earlier on, that game looks interesting. Maybe we can take a look at some of the women's games. We got Lano and Ovid, and they are still, let me see if that game is still in progress. It seems like something happened there, and
she's giving up her queen.
Yeah, but it sounds like there's 0 on the clock for Ovid, which is a little strange. So
oh my gosh.
Went wrong.
Has Lagno sacrificed her queen and then her opponent?
I don't think so. I think
lost on time? No. We can see the camera.
Anyway.
We can see the camera. We're putting the camera in full screen. Katarina Lagno, the highest rated female player in this event, has sacrificed her queen. And in doing so, the boards just gave up. The boards collapsed after this queen trade. So the boards have not been able to follow the development. And right now, it's Ovid with the black pieces, having an extra queen, clearly being quite nervous, hesitating with where to place her queen. She has that pawn on the far side, close to the clock. There's a black pawn with no white pawns blocking it on its journey forward to becoming a new queen. And that pawn is going to be the one giving black a big victory. That's at least what she's hoping for. It also does seem to me that black has lost her bishop, in which case Lagno is playing with a bishop and a rook in exchange for a queen, which is normally not that bad of a deal. Ovid here capturing a pawn with her queen, also getting her queen closer to Lagno's king. Lagno retreating her king, allowing black to capture another pawn. Oh, hesitation here from Ovid, allowing Lagno to come in with her bishop, capturing an important black pawn. The black queen giving a check on white's king. This is all but over. I think we've actually got the board back now, so we can look at the position in an easier way on the 2D board. We can see the white pawns are trying to become new queens. The black pawns are also trying to become a new queen. It's a bishop and a rook against a queen. Will the queen win? Yes, it does look that way. We can see on the board camera right now that the black queen has been able to capture both 1 and 2 more pawns. Unfortunately, our board collapsed once again, so we're switching back to the camera. The black queen captured 2 white pawns, and that's the kind of thing, when you have pawns protecting each other up the board, those are nice as long as there's not a snake in the garden coming in from behind, because the pawn furthest to the back is always the one undefended, and that entire row of white pawns protecting each other has now been captured.
Gone, right?
Yeah, they're all gone.
And black is going to have those. The queen on an open board is so strong. Like white's king just doesn't have much protection, and I think black still has that passed a pawn on the board. So look at that. Remember, I gave you my little introduction on Ovid. I said she's not going to be a walk in the park for Lagno. She's kind of an underestimated player, but can perform really well. So I am not shocked. I'm not shocked that she can beat the reigning women's world Blitz champion.
It's a huge result for her. And we can see that another result behind them is on the board. It's Magnus Carlsen making a draw against the Armenian player there. But there's a bishop and a rook pointing in towards black's king. Ovid should not be celebrating her victory early, but now there she goes. Ovid getting that queen into the middle, attacking the king, attacking the rook. Next move, she was just going to get rid of that rook, taking out all of white's pieces, and it provokes a resignation from Katerina Lagno, which means it's a big victory for the underdog Ovid in this matchup. And with that result, we're going to be switching back to briefly look at Hikaru Nakamura having this endgame against Jordan van Forest, where Nakamura had an extra pawn for basically the entire game. We've been following it. However, that extra pawn is about to be captured. The black king will come and help the black rook into eliminating that last pawn. And we see here Hikaru playing on with a rook and king against rook and king. You're not going to be able to win that. And they go back and forth and agree to a draw.
I got an exciting game here for you. In the women's side, there is Mamadova versus Bobby, and they're playing an end game. It's board 7. I said it was exciting. It's actually going to start looking a little bit like Hikaru's game. There's an H pawn on the board, and let's see if you can find it. There you go. Yeah, you found it. And it looked exciting for a while. Like, a few moves ago, it looked more exciting than this. So what's going on here? I mean, it looks like black is actually better now, right? They got 2 pawns. White can't really advance their H pawn, and this is a bit of suffering for white, isn't it? I mean, they could maybe make a draw, but I think they're still going to have to work for it, and neither of them have much time.
And that time situation is the exciting part of this, isn't it? We're getting into the phase of the round where everyone is low on time. There's no exceptions. and black having 2 pawns, white has 1. The interesting part here is that the pawns are in completely like separate areas. So this pawn is a passed pawn. It can just keep moving forward without being interrupted by the black pieces by the black pawns on its way forward. The same is the case for these black pawns. Yeah, with this many black passed pawns on an open board, it just makes for a chaotic finish. And right now, white is trying to get a draw by capturing one of these black pawns, but black does not agree to that, getting that knight back to protect the pawn temporarily. Clever move here from white with the bishop, exploiting the fact that the bishop cannot be captured without letting black's king stay in check. And that move was successful in eliminating a very important black pawn. Now with only 1 pawn remaining, we've been talking about this. It's always easier to make a draw the fewer pawns your opponent has. And that is the strategy being employed here by Mammadova from Azerbaijan. And she's about to get her king very close into this black pawn, after which the draw is all but certain.
You know, I found a really interesting game, Nihal Sarin versus Fedoseev on board 19, but unfortunately it looks like we might have just lost the board on that, as one of the players went to 0 time, but you can see the final position on the board is actually pretty interesting for a finale. They're in the end game. It's board 19 and Nihal Sarin.
Yeah, I'm actually staying on this Mammadova game because we have a really interesting situation where the pawn successfully moved forward, and now with just seconds left on the clock, she's going to have to make some very tricky decisions. She's given a check and then retreated her bishop, which was absolutely crucial, because with that check, her rook got into the right placement to control the c4 square so that the black knight cannot get there to chase white's king away. And as long as the king is blocking the pawn, you're not getting anywhere. And with that, I'm ready to switch to Nihal Sarin if I can find him.
Yeah, let's try board 19.
And Nihal with 2 passed pawns. Black also has 1 passed pawn. Time is tricky because now we only have cameras for the top 4 boards. So we don't have the camera here. We have a result. It says it's a draw. I have no idea how this is a draw. But I guess we're just going to have to trust the automation that somehow this game, where, you know, there was a rook trying to stop this pawn, there's a knight trying to stop the other white pawn. It looked as though a position where nothing was obvious, but it has been recorded as a draw for, as far as I'm concerned, unknown reasons.
Yeah, it seems like most of the games are done, doesn't it? I mean, like some of them we're not really able to see how exactly they finished, because, you know, the relay gets a little bit crazy when the players get low on time and the pieces start flying. So
we have a game going on actually, and it's one of my guys. It's Arjen Tari from Norway trying to defend a knight endgame where both players have the same amount of pawns. Normally in a knight endgame, that would be enough to make a draw. However, this guy on the side of the board is 2 squares away from becoming a new queen, and it's impossible for black to stop it, which means Anish has taken down Arjen Tari. Because there was just, if you move your king trying to stop the pawn, then you lose your knight in the middle. Whereas if you move your knight away, there will be a trade and then the pawn moves on. And there's no way of stopping that pawn from becoming a new queen on the next move. And that is all she wrote.
Yeah, this is actually a fascinating endgame. It seems like just a few moves ago, the computer bar was holding it as equal, and black made like 1 move, knight e5, seemingly very natural, and suddenly it started getting way better for white. But I mean, of course, black had the much harder task in this end game, because all that white really had to do was push up his pawns, and black had to think, black was behind with his pawns. And yeah, white didn't really have to do anything very special here. He just moved his king out of checks and pushed up his pawns until they became a queen. But it would be interesting to go back and see how maybe black could have saved that.
Yeah. And with that, I think we're done. I think that was all the games of the round. I cannot see. Oh, actually, this one was ongoing. I thought this one was was already finished. But we have this Sargsyan against Vahap Sanal from Turkey, which is the last game. However, Sargsyan, an experienced Armenian grandmaster, he just got a new queen, and that was it. With a new queen, there's no way for black to save himself, and that means we have the conclusion of round 2. We're gonna be talking about what's coming up.
There's 3 more rounds of the open section left to play today, 2 more rounds of the women's. We had the major upset in the women's side was the loss on board 1 by Katarina Lano. And when we come back, guys, we are going to give you the update on what's happened in these last 2 rounds.
Hello from the World Rapid and Blitz Championship. We've just seen the second round ending, but there's gonna be a break now for the players. And that means coming up, we're going to try to do a little rewind, looking back at the 2012 World Rapid and Blitz Championship. It's Magnus Carlsen showing a remarkably casual air as he takes on the Berlin of Sergei Karyakin and crisply and confidently shows why he's the best in the business.
Последний 29-й тур. We begin 29 rounds.
Welcome back to the World Blitz and Rapid Championship from Warsaw, Poland. We've seen some results so far. Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen, two of the pre-tournament favorites, had to concede a draw in the second round, which means that, well, it's completely open. And who knows what we're going to see on the winner's podium at the end of the tournament. I'm here with Irina Crush, and we're going to be guiding you through the games and our featured game for this third round, where we're going to be starting, is going to be actually the women's section, but we can take a look here at the men's section first. We can see that Carlsen, Nakamura not on this list on the top pairings because they have conceded a draw. Instead, we see guys who have won both their first games. Duda, Nepomniachtchi, Caruana, Grischuk, Raport, and Jobava, some of the biggest names on that pairing list. Moving over to the women's section, we have had some early pre-tournament favorites making draws there as well. The Musichuk sisters, one of them, we can see Maria Musichuk down on board 8. But at the top, it's Goryachkina, who won convincingly with the black pieces in the previous round. She is one of the pre-tournament favorites. And she is going to be one to watch. In fact, we got her here on the camera playing with the white pieces, blocked by the arbiter, unfortunately. Chess has something to learn about camera placements still, unfortunately. But once the arbiter gets out of the way, we're going to be seeing Goryachkina on the left with the white pieces against Gaponenko.
Yeah, so let me tell you a little bit about the pairings on the women's side. This is really a clash of generations, and I don't even mean like one generation separating them. I mean, Gaponenko is actually the player from the generation before me. I believe she's she is even older than Anna Zatonsky, who's playing on board 2 against Alexandra Kostyniuk. I think she's like a year or two older than her. So she has been playing chess for a while. I mean, she's actually more than twice the age of Goryachkina, which is an interesting thing think about. So we have experience versus youth, and of course, not that Goryachkina is not experienced, but yeah, that's the basic the lines drawn for this game. And on board 2, we have Kostyniuk versus Zatonsky. So both very experienced players. I know Zatonsky does quite well against Kostyniuk, I think, in slower games, but in rapid, I think Alexandra has done well. So, I would give her the edge on that board for sure. Then I wanted to say about the other result on the women's side is that actually Anna Musichuk, who's also one of the pre-tournament favorites and a commentator here on chess.com, she's had kind of a slow start. She drew her first 2 games as well as Humpy Conero. So those results are definitely a bit surprising. One draw, it's kind of easy to understand, but when you start with 2, I think it's fair to describe that as a slow start.
And Conero is the reigning rapid champion on the women's side. So her giving away points early on is definitely a surprise. And here we see the standings, which haven't really been set in stone so far, with a lot of points, people having 2 points, 2 wins.
Yeah, I can say one result that is not set in stone. It seems like here, like it says, Vaishali has 2 out of 2. We talked about her last round match against Batsiashvili, but it seemed like that game was probably a draw because on chess results, they both have 1.5 points each. So yeah, I mean, we'll get like an update on the standings as we go along. because both Vaishali and Batsiashvili, I don't think they can both have 2 because they played each other. So I think it makes more sense that they both have 1.5.
And behind Goryachkina, we can see the men's top table in the background.
Yeah, that's
it's
right?
Jan Krzysztof Dura on the right side playing with the white pieces. And with the black pieces, Andrei Volokitin from the Ukraine. I mean, it goes without saying, if you have 2 points out of 2, if you have managed to do what Hikaru Nakamura and Magnus Carlsen did not, then you're obviously a very strong player, and Volokitin is no exception. But Duda is the reigning World Cup winner, the traditional FIDE knockout tournament. So he's having quite the year and is hoping to get one of those world championship titles to really top it off.
One player we have not seen yet is actually Alireza Firouzja. We haven't had a chance to look at his game, so maybe we'll get to that in round 3. He drew one of his games. Now he's got 1.5 points like Magnus. And who is Firouzja playing in this round? Don't see him here, but maybe we'll bring that board up later. So Magnus is playing Dreyev. It is also, a very strong player. That was one of the top players in the world in the 90s. I had a chance to play him, I think only once in my life. And Magnus has played him in a World Cup previously.
Yeah, so that should be a matchup Magnus needs to win to catch up with the camera feeds we have on the top boards. But as we wait and look at the videos from the playing venue, I think it's pretty clear that the players they thought the game was going to start just as everyone was sitting down. But to me, it appears that we're going to be having scheduled starts every 1.5 hours. It does appear to me now like they're waiting for it to be 6 p.m. in Poland to start the games. And here we see a standing which makes more sense than the one where people had 7 wins and yet only 2 points. And it's Jordan's brother, Lucas van Forest, who is right now in pole position. So while his the older brother Van Forest made a draw against Hikaru Nakamura, the younger one has managed to win and is all the way up in the lead. Other famous names include Jan Nepomniachtchi, Fabiano Caruana, and Alexander Grischuk. And that list is not exhaustive as to who has 2 points out of 2. And on the women's side, we see Goryachkina, one of the pre-tournament favorites, taking that number 1 position already. I'm not sure she's going to want to give that away for the duration of this tournament. She's got there early on, and she might want to just stick around. But other notable names, Gunina Zagnitsa, and I noticed this Ovod now. Having managed to beat Kostenyuk, she's going to be wanting to get
that was
away with the medal.
Logno.
Oh,
I got to teach you all about the women.
And that was just a mix-up. I've gotten beaten so many times by Kostenyuk. So when I think like the best women speed players, she's just always on my mind.
Yeah. I mean, also we have Elizabeth Patz on 2 points out of 2. Elizabeth, someone I've known for a long time. We go way back when we were roommates in a tournament in Bermuda, it was 20 years ago now. It's really a long time. And I was really happy to see her do well in the Grand Swiss. I believe she got second place in that tournament, and she made her grand final grandmaster norm. And it's like, it's actually quite a special thing, you know, I mean, I thought I was kind of late in becoming a grandmaster at like 20, at 29, and she is going to be doing it like, I don't know, like 30, well, I have to say it's going to be like 36, 37. So that's kind of a very rare thing. Haven't you found that, you know, not many people make grandmaster when they're over 30?
Yeah, that is definitely true. And chess has this we try to say like that chess is such an amazing game that you can play across generations, but the fact of the matter is that a lot of the people reach their peak in their 20s and early 30s. So getting to grandmaster is well, it's a big achievement no matter when you make it. But Elizabeth has been she's been on the grind, and she managed to get her grandmaster title this year. So congratulations to her.
Yeah, and then we also have the kind of up and coming Russian player Polina Shuvalova playing on board 5 against okay, she's playing Ovid. So yeah, we got another Russian matchup there. That's going to be very interesting.
A classic in chess, to be fair. Russian matchups are not unheard of in a world championship such as this one. You know, in other world championships, like for teams, there can only be 5 Russians because there's only one Russian team. But when all of them can get in, there is just it's amazing to see how high and how many good Russian players there is in the world.
Yeah, we have also Shahryar Mamedyarov's sister Turkan playing against Valentina Gunina. Gunina is is famous for her skills in rapid and blitz chess. So it's not a surprise to see her do well. I mean, she won an open rapid play tournament in London some years back over like many famous grandmasters, and that was quite a sensational result, kind of akin to Garyachkina's qualifying for the Russian men's super final. So there are some players here who are going to give Garyachkina some competition, and a lot of them are actually her teammates on the Russian team.
And I can tell the players in the venue are getting a bit antsy. They've been ready for more than 5 minutes, and I thought they were waiting for it to be 6 p.m. At the top of the hour. But 6 p.m. has come and gone. Well, right now it seems kind of inexplicable what we're waiting for, with most players being very ready to get their game going.
Yeah, it's quite nice to watch this video feed. I mean, just to see a chess tournament again. It's been a while since I've played. I mean, I did play in St. Louis at the US Championships. That was my first time playing in a year and a half, and I haven't played since then. And I wish I could be there. This tournament is really something that I've loved to do, and it's not so easy to fly across the ocean for like a rapid 5-day event, but I did it for the last couple of championships, and I hope to play again next time.
In the frame, we have the top board of the open section. Duda nodding at the camera, saying, "I'm ready." Actually striking up a conversation with an arbiter, trying to figure out, why are we not starting? Oh, yes, some arms out there from Duda. Let's go, he says. Why are we waiting? Oh, yeah. So I agree with him. The players are getting very antsy now, and they cannot understand what this delay is caused by, considering that everyone is ready sitting down. Now in the frame on the left side, it's Ricard Rapport of Hungary, having had a good year as well. He almost won the Norway chess tournament in Stavanger this fall, but Magnus Carlsen came on a huge winning streak at the end of the tournament to catch the Hungarian in the standings. These two players, of course, know each other very well. And I think based on all the stories Irina has been telling, there's people are rivals, but they're also buddies. And you make a lot of friends on the tournament circuit.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely found that like the European ladies are very good friends with each other in general. I mean, they just see so much of each other at tournaments. Like for me, it's been a little bit easier to not make as many friends, given that I'm like on the other side of the pond, and don't go there for like things like the European Club Cups and the European Team Championships, and not as many of these team events. But still, if you spend long enough time in chess, you will definitely make friends with your competitors.
And now I think I've understood the delay because the players are switching their boards. People are going one board further down, and that's probably because Norwegian television needs to have Magnus Carlsen on one of the videos. That would be my guess. Yeah. So I guess that's what has caused the delay, the agreement. I mean, yeah, it seems like a weird thing that they didn't realize that Magnus had to be on the same board the entire time, considering how much money Norwegian television is paying for the rights. But we're going to take a quick break while they figure out their stuff. And we'll be back with the third round, hopefully very soon. Welcome back to the Round three, we're hoping is going to start soon, of the World Blitz and Rapid Championship. We've had a 15-minute delay, unfortunately, and we hope that now they have figured out how they want to do this. Reports are saying that Magnus Carlsen, due to FIDE selling the television rights to the Norwegian state broadcaster NRK, have had to be moved up to board one so that he's on one of the cameras. And when that has been done, we should be ready to start the round. But yeah, the first day is always the trickiest one. And in that sense, I'm not sure it's a good idea having the most rounds on the first day. The women's section will be playing 4 games today, and the men's section will be playing 5. So it can be a very long evening for the guys, but now we're focusing on the girls, and in particular with the white pieces, the young Russian phenom, Goryachkina, playing with the white pieces. She has already gotten the lead in the tournament, and she's going to be trying to hold on to that lead for the duration of this event now.
Oh, interesting. The games have started, and her opponent, Ina Gaponenko from the Ukraine, is playing the Queen's Gambit Accepted. It's actually an opening. I also played against Goryachkina in our match against Russia in the Online Nations Cup on chess.com in 2020. And in that game, Goryachkina played some kind of like A3 system against me that I wasn't too familiar with. I mean, it's white is trying a lot of new things in the QGA these days, like systems that would seem very mild, some time ago, but people are looking for new paths. So she played this A3 move, and we got into an endgame pretty quickly. In fact, Gaponenko is playing the same line that I played against Goryachkina, knight c6, and let's see what she is going to be choosing here.
So you actually have inside knowledge. Goryachkina has had this position in the last 2 years against our my co-commentator Irina Crush, and yet she's spending a minute on this move. So that does seem to suggest that she's not happy with the opening she had against you, and she's trying to figure out whether she can go for something else.
Yeah, so in our game, I believe she played A3, and then there was an early trade on C5 and kind of a symmetric end game arising that finally ended up in a draw. But it fits her style. I can understand why she's going for it. In fact, she did just make some kind of move with, on the queen side, and I cannot see if it might be the move A3.
She did play the same move she made against you last year, but she did so after spending almost a minute and a half on the clock. A very surprising turn of events in kind of just spending so much time, yet playing the same thing you did in the past. And now it's the question is, does Gaponenko know of this previous game, and was she ready for this A3 move? Judging by her pace here, I'm going to say no. She was not specifically prepared for this, and it's going to be a slow maneuvering struggle here from on the women's top board, with Goryachkina with the white pieces being significantly higher rated than her opponent. Also, Goryachkina, of course, is a full grandmaster, while her opponent is an international master. Everything seems to suggest that Goryachkina can get away with a win here, but you still got to play the moves on the board.
Yeah, Goryachkina, she's a very good technical player. She definitely gravitates towards sort of positional technical play, although I think, to get to 2600, you have to do a lot of things well, right? So of course she can calculate well. She's well prepared in the openings as well. But in her games, like let's say she's in style, she's quite opposite, I think, to Kastenyuk or Gunina.
Yeah. We're going to let them have a think here. They seem to be unprepared for this eventuality. We're going to be moving on to Anna Satonsky, a teammate of yours in the American women's team. She's taking on Kostenyuk, who is definitely someone to be scared of in these speed chess formats. And it's also a very interesting position. With white having doubled pawns, but not only are they doubled, they have no pawns on the files adjacent, which means that they cannot be protected in a good way. However, Kostenyuk kind of solves that problem for Satonsky by offering the trade of pawns, kind of allowing white to get rid of one of those problems.
Yeah, it's interesting because I mean, I just want to mention Kastenyuk, she did play a system that I'm not as familiar with, because I thought when black has the option of capturing on c3, they normally capture with the knight and then they retreat their bishop to e7. She took with the bishop, so that's kind of where my knowledge ends. Do you know anything about this position?
No, I think it's just about what's on the board now. And to me, it just looks so nice for white to get rid of one of those doubled pawns. I think Satonsky should make the trade. But considering the pace, Kostenyuk is above 16 minutes, despite them only starting with 15. There is something to suggest here that this has been a prepared opening by Kostenyuk. And so even though I feel like white's bishops look great, Kostenyuk wouldn't go into this without having a plan ready. And now we actually see the evaluation bar going from favoring white to now being more black than white on your left-hand side of the board.
Yeah, the computer really didn't like this bishop a3 move, and I guess it's because there's not that much potential for the bishop in this diagonal after rook e8, and then you will have to figure out some way to defend the c3 pawn, rook ac1. And actually that's going to be an interesting moment, because white's going to be playing for the c4 idea, right? If white gets in c4, you can make a case that white is better. And then the question is, how does black actually stop that move? So I can see that the computer didn't like bishop a3, but I still think after rook ac1, perhaps queen c4 is something to at least think about for black.
Yeah, but in general, I agree that to me, it feels like the bishop a3 move to enable the rook to come into c1. To me, that felt very logical. And so it's just a very tricky position with both players having their pros and cons. The pro for white is having the bishop pair, but the con is that black is very well placed to put pressure on this pawn on c3. And so it'll be that's going to be the struggle for Kostenyuk or for Satonsky. And then Kostenyuk will have to make sure she can deal with the power of the bishop.
Can I show you a line that I just noticed, Yun? I was thinking, like, if rook ac1, queen c4. Now, how do you get rid of this queen? And if you play queen b3, there's actually a really strong move, knight d2 for black. And you're basically going to put your knight on c4, and that bishop on a3 is going to look very unfortunately placed.
Yeah. So I think what Kostenyuk was trying to achieve was an imbalanced position with chances for both sides, and where like the obvious plan is not necessarily the best plan. And we're going to be switching around to some of the other boards as well.
Oh, but everything we're saying is on the board, right? Rook ac1 happens, queen c4 happens. So yeah, it's developing as we were talking about. There's like a battle going on over, whether white's going to get to play c4 or not. And Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I agree with you that she tried to get an unbalanced game. Now she probably wants to go bishop d7, bishop a4, try to use the blockade on the light squares as a strategy. And we can come back to this game later.
Moving on, we're going to take a quick look at some of the other games. It's Nana Tsagnidze, one of the most experienced players in this field. She's playing with the black pieces here. And you can see that there are equal amount of pawns, but black has doubled pawns. And these pawns are kind of standing in each other's way. They're not really going to be able to do anything moving forward. Whereas white has 3 pawns on the left side against 2 for black. If white could be managed to like get these pawns moving forward, this just seems to me to be a terrible position for black. So Natalia Buksa from the Ukraine playing with the white pieces, I really like her position. And I think she's going to be able to exploit this very minor, seemingly minor weakness of having doubled pawns that can actually have a huge significance on the game.
You know, and if we go to the next game, we have Shuvalova is playing with white against Obud. And they have kind of a quiet, well, I think it's going to obviously blow up pretty soon. But for now, it's a position from the Rai Lopez. And Obud, as far as I remember, she's getting a second black in a row because she beats Lagno with the black pieces. And she's playing black again. And it looks like she's going to generate some play by bringing her knight to f4. She's not going to really play f5, I think, at this point, because, you know, white's moved d4. But I think we can expect her to be playing knight f4 pretty soon. Maybe she'll move her queen to e7 before she does that. You got to be careful about queen f6 because bishop g5 is uncomfortable. But now she has to kind of make a decision. Does she want to just immediately put her knight on f4 or maybe completely take the queen trade off the table by playing queen e7?
Yeah, in this position.
What do you have a prediction? Queen e7 or?
Well, I definitely
f4?
think she's moving her knight in to f4. That was sometimes, you know, normally we say for that previous move from black, you don't really want to place your pieces on the edge of the board. But we make some exceptions, and this is one of them, where the piece going to the edge of the board is it's a very temporary placement because the knight will continue further forward on the very next move. And then you say, yeah, I wasn't going to stay there on the edge. I was going to move it in, and then it's going to be well placed, trying to make some threats in the direction of white's king.
So shall we go and take a look at some of the games in the open section?
Yes.
We got Magnus. Oh, this is interesting. Magnus has sacrificed a pawn against Dreyev.
That seems to be his new style, huh? He was sacrificing so many pawns against Jan Nepomniachtchi in the World Championship match. Here he goes again. And he has that beautiful bishop pointing down against the black knight in the middle and the black queen. Magnus actually, wow, going for exchanges. Magnus moving his knight forward, attacking the black knight in the center. This knight, in theory, you would think it cannot move because then you open up for white's bishop to attack the black queen. But in fact, if you were to capture the white knight now, even though you lose your queen, you're also going to be able to capture the white queen afterwards. So it's not that clear cut. I think in general, Dreyev is going to be under a lot of pressure right now with all of these white pieces pointing in against the knight. It feels to me that it's in his best interest to make some trades now that Magnus allowed it.
Well, we have also a fascinating game between Vidit and Nepomniachtchi. So Nepomniachtchi is up a pawn. No, I'm sorry, he's not up a pawn. Pawns are even. I just missed a white pawn in a2. Yeah, pawns are, no, I'm sorry, no, white is up a pawn, 3, 6, 7. Yeah, white's up a pawn, and black is going to be getting it back on e4. With a pretty nice position, it seems like, because white's bishop on e2 is rather restricted by the pawn structure. And now black can do either knight takes e4 or rook takes e4. So which one is it going to be? Because he's definitely going to be taking this pawn. It seems like, I mean, intuitively, I would probably play knight takes e4, because I feel like you don't want to necessarily trade off the knight on d3, which is not too amazing. And it's not that you can't play rook takes e4. You could do that. Then there's going to be a trade on c5. White will try to move their bishop away somewhere. That's also possible. So actually, it's kind of an important decision here for black.
I think for Jan Nepomniachtchi with the black pieces, I think he definitely prefers having a lot of pieces on the board, and likes to put pressure on his opponents by just having lots of, making them, giving them difficult decisions. So I was going to end that reasoning with that. I thought he was going to take with the knight to avoid the trade between the knights, but he's taken with a rook instead. The knights are chopped off the board. Black is better because, like Irina said, these two white pawns are on light squares, and as is white's bishop. So these pawns are kind of standing in the way of where the bishop would like to point. Whereas look at all of black's pawns. They are on dark squares, which coordinate beautifully with the black light squared bishop, so that they're working together. The bishop can control the light squares while the pawn controls the dark squares. So there's way better harmony in black's position than white's. Moving on, we're going to take a quick look at, wow, we have a result. We have an early result, and Hikaru Nakamura with the black pieces has made a draw with Helkias from Greece. Wow, it's been an early back and forth. Hikaru playing what is the recommended way of playing for the black pieces. The problem is when you face a grandmaster who's only interested in making a draw and who kind of knows what they're doing, it's very difficult to avoid it. And that is what happened to Hikaru here. His opponent had no ambition. He was, after all, playing the great Hikaru Nakamura. And so he said, I'm just happy with the draw. I'm happy with the amount of points I have thus far. And that was an early result, which I would think it might annoy Hikaru a little bit. But at the same time, this first day with 5 games scheduled to be played, and especially considering all the delays we've had so far in the tournament, it might be okay for Hikaru to just get a break in what is definitely going to be a very, very long and tiring day. Moving on, we're going to switch over to one of my favorites.
Game? Caruana and Abdusattorov are in an interesting position. So white is up a pawn. I think I've counted that right. And he's got the bishop pair. He's got an attack on the black rook now. And I struggle to really see the compensation at the moment, actually. for black, because I mean, you have the strong rook on the second, but you can't do much with it because on rook c2, white's just going to challenge that rook by playing rook fc1. But if you have to move your rook back, like what is really the compensation for being without a passed pawn on d4 and not having the bishop pair? There doesn't seem to be a lot. I think white can look into playing the move knight a4. Of course, that's an option. Knight a4 actually seems quite reasonable. The only thing you don't really want to do is go rook b1. Yeah, you're not really able to challenge for the b file because in the end you lose your a2 pawn. Then he played rook fc1, and now he just wants to go knight a4 and win the game. So wow, I mean, I actually think, I mean, given the time situation, the position on the board, it looks like the young player from Uzbekistan is going to win this game against Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, and look at the evaluation bar on the left side. It's almost completely white, which means the computer engines agree that there's just nothing going on here for black. You're down a pawn, you're down the bishop pair. There's just nothing good to be said about black's position. So yeah, Fabiano Caruana is going down, and that's a bit of a shocker. That being said, we do know how good Nordirbeck is in these speed formats, because while we've been struggling with a pandemic in the world, he's been showing off his skills in the internet tournaments, for instance, here on chess.com. And he's been posting some amazing results there. So is this going to be one of those events where all of these kids who haven't been able to kind of show how much better they got since the last time round, they're just gonna they're gonna have another level to what we've seen from them, that they have that level, but they just haven't been able to demonstrate it, considering that the last time this tournament was held is 2 years ago?
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, I mean, it's true that players like Abdusatorov and Firouzja, I mean, they've progressed a lot in the last couple of years. I'm not sure what other, young players, I mean, I mentioned Hans Niemann, from the United States that I'm watching. We have the Van Foreest brothers as well to look at. But I'm not sure if they're really going to be able to unsettle, all the top players in the world in this tournament. And right now, we actually have a very interesting game between Hovhannisyan from Armenia and Wojtaszek. So this is, I think, is the most exciting position we've seen so far on board 7. And well, White's king got stuck in the center. White is down a pawn. He might just be going down 2 pawns. I'm not really sure if this c3 pawn can't be taken, or is that just too greedy? Maybe there's going to be something. Rook takes c3 looks tempting. Is there something wrong with that?
I'm usually all for capturing pawns. So that looks like a decent move to me.
There could
I
be
guess
queen b5. Queen b5 is a little bit annoying because there's no knight d4 because of queen e8 mate. So a little bit of an idea there for white.
So if the knight tries to move forward, the idea is that the queen, being in an attacking position, is suddenly doing a defensive task down towards its own king. But as Irina said, checkmate is on the cards, with the queen coming in and the king not having any defenders, because all of black's pieces were busy attacking instead. So that was a tricky way. And I guess what Hovhannisyan is considering now is that, well, he's already up a pawn. And at grandmaster level, a pawn can get you a long way. So you might just, if you can consolidate your extra pawn, that would be enough compared to just giving away more stuff. But speaking of giving away more stuff, he's done that, but not in the way we expected. He has sacrificed his rook for the white bishop, just further causing trouble for the white king, because now this king is feeling the pressure with black's queen about to come in and give more checks while capturing white pawns in the process. There's no way to defend the pawn on e3 in a good way. Even worse is this pawn on the right side. It's just chaos.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing that prevents me from thinking that black is doing like absolutely great here is the bishop on h8, which is conspicuously out of the game. And of course, it's a pretty crazy position with white's king being very weak. White can still try this idea with queen b5 and giving up the e3 pawn, going bishop e2, then I guess even giving up the rook on a1 to start to try to like get the queen into b7. It's pretty crazy stuff there. But actually, well, yeah, you've taken b7, you take on c6, then in this position, of course, you're doing just fine as white.
Is that of course?
I think so. I mean, like, you're not, all your pieces are protected, as you told today a few times. You gotta pay attention to those piece connections, and at this moment I think all of white's pieces are connected, so we're not going to get mated while that bishop is still asleep on h8.
No, but imagine having to sit at the board and trying to calculate all of this. That would be a rough task. And that is what he's doing right now, Wojciech.
I think he will play
trying to figure out,
because he doesn't have really much else to do, right? I mean, he kind of has to use the pieces that he has developed, try to make that threat. I'm pretty sure he's been aware of that threat for a while, because he's the one who played, knight c5, and he was prepared to sack the c3 pawn. So I think, that idea is something he's aware of, and it shouldn't be too hard for him to decide on it.
And one of the added benefits is that, for instance, if you go with your king to try and protect your pawn, then the queen will come give check on the king and attack the knight. So I think in addition to kind of being an attacking move for the queen, it's also very, very important that the queen is offering protection to the knight, who would otherwise be in grave danger.
Yeah, I mean, this decision of rook takes e3, I can see very tempting, kind of human-like decision, this exchange sack, but probably would have been a better idea to make this more conservative move, rook d6, keeping the rook nice and active on the d file, and then when the b7 pawn gets attacked, to go back with the knight to protect it. But anyway, he went for something that looks very attractive, and now white is in the position of having to find that counterplay against black's king.
And we're going to jump on, and we're going to be looking at Alexander Grischuk, who has an extra knight in his game with the black pieces against Guga Kaparadze from Georgia.
Yeah, he's also well known as being very good in Blitz chess. So he usually kind of outperforms his rating. I mean, he's not a very well-known chess player, but a well-known fast chess player. And
you can see how fast he is looking at the clocks here. The Georgian player with 10 minutes remaining, while Grischuk is down to less than 2 minutes. However, with an extra knight, this should be no problem for the experienced Russian, and he should be able to win this game, which will keep him in the hunt for another world championship title, because Grischuk, he is one of few in this field who has won previously. So he's shown what he can do, and he's going to want to show it again.
Shall we go to a very interesting board? And now we're going to find our American player, Timur Gareev, on board 9. He's playing Richard Rapport from Hungary, and they have a really fascinating position on the board with a very unusual pawn structure. So Gareev is I'm counting the pawns first. Every time I see this kind of unusual pawn structure, that's the first thing I do. So they're even on pawns. Black has this amazing looking knight on c3 on an outpost. On the other hand, white has really nice center pawns on d6 and e5. And black just won. Oh, he didn't win back anything on f4. He just played rook f4. So Rapport is using a little knight fork trick to be able to, I suppose, threaten to bring his rook to e4, or that was one of the ideas. Perhaps rook e4, rook e2 was one of the ideas, I think, of this rook f4 move. And Gareev just defended from that. Yeah, he played his knight back to d2, guarding the e4 square. So what's happening here? I mean, the a2 pawn is very weak, but white constantly has these ideas of pawn e6 breakthrough, right? So black can't really afford to, get too greedy on the queen side and leave his king side open. So yeah, those are my observations. Ewan, what do you think is going to happen here?
Yeah, it's very unorthodox, and most chess players, they kind of rely on having seen similar situations previously so that you have some idea what the best plans are, and this is when such thinking becomes impossible, because it's just such a rare thing to see the white pawns being so high up the board. But at the same time, are they good up the board or are they weak? Because you could easily imagine black getting their rook and queen and getting a lot of pieces to attack that white pawn in the middle, and then they're gonna regret having moved so far into black's territory. So it's very much a question of, are they good, are they strong, or are they weak? And it's too early for me to tell, but I will say that these are two of the biggest characters in the game of chess. Gareev and Rapport are both eccentrics who like having these sort of spectacular positions, kind of exploring the unknown. And so it's not a surprise to me that having such a strange position, it's these two guys playing it.
No, I love this position. I think one of the things I look for when I'm searching for interesting games, like, where's the imbalance, and this one seems so unbalanced that it immediately caught my eye. So what I'm thinking of here, I mean, it seems like black will probably take an f1. And then after rook takes f1, the question is, can black get away with the move rook takes a2? Because that's really, I mean, it's a testing move, right? I mean, if you don't take that pawn, then I don't think you got really much else to do. So rook takes a2. And then the question is, how does white exploit the f file? The e6 idea doesn't seem to work yet. Like, you can't just promote that pawn, I think, because black can just take with a queen.
So what then?
After rook takes a2, yeah. So how about queen f3? But yeah, queen f3 is interesting. You'll probably play like h6. That's the problem.
Trying to get the checkmate with the queen and rook working together. However, it's stopped easily by giving the king an escape square on the side. And even though black captured a pawn in this instance, it's also this rook got into an attacking position. But it felt risky for Rapport because he chose to do something else. He moved his rook into the middle of the board. Gareev has stepped forward with his rook so that he can get the other rook working together down towards the black king. The evaluation bar is now almost exclusively black, meaning it sees a winning way for Rapport in this scenario. The
But he didn't find
recommended
it because he played h6 and the computer did not love that move. I mean, what could he have that was so winning? Do you think we should try to find it? I mean, rook f2, there was something so winning there. Oh, I see. It's this rook d3. Rook d3 and on
yeah,
king
well, it's in the
f4.
past. It's in the
Yeah,
past.
okay.
We'll move on to some of the other games. Magnus Carlsen, we saw him earlier on having given away a pawn in the opening. Now the tables have turned because as I refresh the game, it's now Carlsen who has the extra pawn. And he's trying to win this rook end game where it's not easy at all because the extra white pawn on the left-hand side, it's completely dependent on having its rook defend it. However, if the rook were to kind of move away, then you lose your pawn. And if you just continue with the rook further forward, you're going to have that problem of the pawn is not going to be able to become a new queen as long as the rook is standing in its way. And if the rook moves, then you lose the pawn. So it's a whole untangling situation here where white is trying to make this pawn on the left-hand side, trying to make that pawn into a new queen, but the rook cannot accomplish that on its own. And so Magnus will need to get his king over to that side to help out. The problem then being that black's rook is making sure that the white queen is unable to aid the pawn as of yet. And then the question is, can he get that? Can he find a plan, Magnus,
the plan, I
to
think,
get
is
the
to
king?
bring the king over to the queen side, right? So you want to, now black is going to hurry back with his king to stop, the check, right? He's going to go king g6, g7, king g7. I'm sorry, b7, king g7. And now he's going to play something like e3 and start trying to bring the king around, well, not necessarily to the queen side, but maybe somewhere into the center. Yeah, like d6 or e7, trying to win that e6 pawn. That way, maybe we can't do it. Yeah, maybe we should go from the back rank.
Yeah, so I mean, what's happening here is that I'm using my rook to try and stop the king from getting further towards the left side of the board, getting to the aid of this rook and pawn. But maybe you can do it somehow anyway. I think this first move was fine to get the king closer. But you need to kind of open more up so that the king manages to get over to that side. And even if white loses a pawn in the middle, the important thing is that you manage to get the king over to the left side and then start helping out the pawn. It's not a trivial win by any means, but it does seem to be what Magnus has calculated and has figured out to be the solution to this endgame.
So I got updates on the women's side. We got Garyachkina, who doesn't look like she's going to beat Gapanenko, actually. I mean, certainly her position is not very winning. She does have a big edge on the clock. She's got 2 minutes plus versus less than 30 seconds for Gapanenko, but she's playing with a 10-second increment, so it should be enough to draw this simple end game. She's got the 2 bishops, and I don't think she probably experienced many problems in this game. Then we got Zatansky versus Kostenyuk, and Kostenyuk, wow, it seems like she was winning a couple of moves ago, and now, yeah, she should still be winning, but her king was going to have to escape from those checks before she wins. She's threatening to promote this g2 pawn. So on rook a7, how is this king? Where is it going? I guess it's just going towards the rook. Yeah, the usual dance towards the rook, e6 and d7 and c6 and so on, all the way to b7. And she's going to promote this pawn because she can always go rook h1. So it does appear like Alexandra is winning and her opening choice paid off. And then we got Buksa putting pressure on Nana Dzagnidze. As you were saying earlier, Yoon, White looked to have a very good position out of the opening, and it looks like it's now become a very good position in the end game because she's going to win the pawn on a6. She's going to have an outside passed pawn supported by the rook and the bishop. It actually looks super unpleasant, doesn't it?
Yeah, so right now there are two rooks looking at each other. The plan for Buksa is that she's going to make the trade between these rooks because then the black pawn will have to recapture, but then leave its defensive duty of the pawn on the edge. And that edge pawn will be captured. White will then have possibilities in the future of pushing the pawn up on the edge of the board, trying to make a new queen there. And that's going to be a struggle for black to deal with.
We can go back and to see the Magnus endgame because he's actually made some progress, and now we can talk about how he plans to win, which I think is fairly obvious now how he plans to. Oh, he's won. He's won. So that's that makes it a lot easier.
So the idea in this endgame is that the rook is trying to stop the king from moving up, but the rook cannot both stop the king from moving up and stopping the king from moving to the side. So while black is just waiting here with their king, white will come with the king, threaten the rook, force the rook away, and then the king can finally step up. And as the king moves up, the king will also be able to capture some black pawns. And Dreyev, being familiar with these classic endgames, he just resigned rather than seeing Magnus execute the winning technique. Moving on, we're going to be looking at Jan Krzysztof Duda. And he has 3 pawns more than his opponent. He is about to win a 3rd game running. And that means he is playing with a home turf advantage. And there, the handshake. Duda has won 3 in a row, playing in front of his local Polish crowd. He is the hope for Polish chess. And he now confirms that even when the pressure is high, when he's playing at home with the hopes of a nation, he is getting off to a fantastic start and convincingly here beating Volokitin in the 3rd round.
We have a really interesting game with Anish Giri versus Santos Latasa, I believe from Spain. And wow. Okay, there's been a lot of changes really, really fast. Somehow black has lost all his pawns in the last couple of moves. Now, it did not used to be like that. He lost literally mountains of pawns all across the board. So now he has 5 pawns for the piece. Big turnaround in favor of Giri. Players don't have a lot of time, but yeah, now I expect Giri to win.
So having an extra bishop is nice, but there are limits. And the limits is somewhere south of 5 pawns for Giri, who is now pushing those pawns forward and also actually trying to create an attack against the black king. Look at this. He's getting his rook in, trying to exploit the fact that as a result of capturing all of black's pawns, there are no black pawns left to defend the king. So in addition to trying to get a new queen, he's combining those threats with the threat of simply just checkmating. And now he's going to keep pushing this pawn forward to actually have this pawn contribute in the final slaying of the black king.
Do you think he's trying to play knight e6?
He has so many plans. Yes, the knight e6, very good plan, giving a cheeky check on the black king. I think just pushing this pawn forward is pretty good as well.
Oh, now knight e6 is definitely powerful. That's it. He's winning the rook on c8, right? Or no, wait, knight e6, king f7, rook g7, you're going to f6. You're hiding your king, so it's not over yet. But there must be some way to end this. Maybe just, can you just go f6 somewhere?
I'm not sure how much time he has, but I suspect Anish, if he wants to, he can just push this pawn on the right flank as well. It's just black is right now defending.
I
but
finally
just
found
barely.
the plan, Yoon. I found it. f6, yeah, rook d6 and knight h7. There you go.
So Anish coming forward with his pawn. His last two moves have been pushing that pawn forward, but the pawn is not done just yet. The pawn is going to push forward 2 more squares. And at that point, it's going to be a new queen. And I suspect we will see a resignation from Jamie Santos of Spain right now, because he is about to have to give up a rook in exchange for this pawn running through black's defenses. And yeah, that's not going to be.
Yeah, lots
that's
of ways
not going
for
to be.
white to
There's
win.
not going to be any hope of saving that.
Yeah, one idea for white to win is also just knight g5 here. Knight g5, force the king to e5, make a fork, and then go f7, and then you're gonna be up 2 exchanges. And looks like, wow, it looks like Nodirbek Abdusattorov beat Fabiano Caruana. It also looks like Garev and reports on the video there, they're in some kind of like time scramble. But wow, there's been big changes there. Somehow
Okay, let's
he's still alive.
Let's move over to the game between our two eccentrics. It's still a rather unorthodox situation, but with the trades, we're getting closer and closer to the kind of end games you have studied previously. Rapport is using his knight to try and chase away white's rook, because he would like for that rook to move away so that the pawn can step forward and become a new queen. However, there's no reason for white to move the rook away from its blockading position. The knight steps back and forth, but the rook remains in its defensive
I had
situation.
an idea there. Maybe the issue, Yoon, was that if black would have pushed pawn d2, there was, okay, I was thinking there was a move king e4. Obviously there's not, because there's knight c3. Yeah, it's interesting why he didn't push pawn to d2, because obviously black is playing for more than a draw here. Okay, he found a way to...
Yeah, but isn't that just a blunder? What happens now if the knight attacks the rook in addition to attacking the knight? Rapport has sacrificed his rook, searching for a win in this situation. Very tricky play from Rapport. No, was it a blunder? It was a blunder. He made a blunder. He had not seen this knight move back, attacking the rook. The idea was that if this knight on the edge had been captured immediately, then black could promote the pawn because there's no stopping it. But as the knight moved back, the knight is also getting ready to blockade the pawn moving forward. So when Rapport moved his rook, now the knight could be captured, because then you can get your knight and king ready to stop the promotion. And he promoted anyway, and now it's Rapport having to go try and defend himself for a draw, being down a knight in this situation.
Nice tricky move, knight e3. That's been important. It was really important to activate that knight and not do something passive like rook b2 protecting the pawn. So he's using this fork idea on d5 to guard the pawn. So basically improving his pieces nicely over the last couple of moves. Okay, interesting move by black, but it seems to be losing, and the question is why.
What a move by Rapport.
Yeah.
Trying to provoke the knight to capture the pawn. Because if the knight comes up and captures, then the king will come, chase the knight back. And if the knight goes back, then you can safely capture white's pawn. Whereas if black had immediately captured the white pawn, that would be a problem. Like Irina said, with the fork, the knight and king and rook being involved in a bit of a disaster there. But Gureyev, of course, noticing this situation, he manages to activate his rook, and now he's ready to capture the knight in the middle. And he doesn't even capture in the middle. He's going after this guy on the right side.
Good job. I like that move a lot. Makes things simpler. I love how that move doesn't let the rook back to h4, how he's going to capture that pawn on g7 with check. It's much easier for the knight to operate on one side of the board. So we don't need any sort of outside pass pawns for black. And I mean, this is an amazing turnaround. I mean, this whole game was amazing. We missed some part of it, but I mean, looks like Gureyev is actually going to get the win.
Yeah, a big win for him against one of the top players of the world who's I mean, Rapport has had a great year. He's made some great results, and to take him down here in the World Championship is a great achievement from Gureyev. And right now, there's no doubt in my mind this is going to be a win. And as we see on our video camera, Gureyev got the handshake, and Rapport leaves the area after signing off on the fact that he lost this game.
Yeah, no, Timur Gureyev is a very talented player. I mean, I think he could have achieved more in chess. At some point, he got to 2670 FIDE. Then he started to focus on breaking the world record in blindfold exhibitions, and he did break the world's record in that. So, I mean, then, you know, spending some time jumping out of airplanes, traveling around the world. You know, he's got a lot of interests. So, but it is nice to see him do well.
And I'm not sure how many more games are going on. We can just
let's take a look at the women's side. It seems like, oh wow, Garyachkina. Okay, this is just gonna be a total draw. It seems like Kostenyuk should be winning, yeah, against Zatansky. I'm trying to refresh those games. Buksa Zagnidze, they're actually still playing. And yeah, is white winning?
It doesn't look like it to me. White has 2 extra pawns, but maybe I can get rid of this one and somehow stop this guy. It looks like very scary, right? Though. No, I don't know. It looks very scary. The knight needs to stay put in order to control the e6 square.
He has 1 square to go. He can go to h5. He can jump around from that one.
Yeah, so there's a very important trick here that the knight needs to be protected by the king, and the knight also needs to stop white's pawn from moving forward. So this would normally be what we call a Zugzwang situation, that the king, either the king or the knight has to move, both of which will have a bad outcome. If the king moves, then the knight is captured, and if the knight moves, the pawn can push forward. But like Irina said, this is a case where the knight saves the day after all, because when that pawn is pushed forward, the knight is just in time to make that fork, being able to sacrifice itself before white gets a new
What do you think about the move knight g7? Oh, knight g7 here. Knight g7, and if the king goes, king f4. That's also an interesting drawing setup. that was an interesting idea, not going back to f4, but going back to g7. But okay, I mean, maybe this is good enough, and it'll give black the draw. It was kind of interesting to try to move the king a little bit closer in. Okay. She also, yeah, she could have switched the nice position maybe from g7 to e6 to d4, kind of on the other side of the king. But what's happening here? Black has to move, and bishop f7, then you go king f3. So she's got her fortress.
Yeah, the big mystery of the pawn trying to become a new queen, but the knight is just agile enough to be able to jump around and stop it in all circumstances. But yeah, that's going to be a frustrating one for Buxa, because she's been in control this entire game, and she's gonna be unhappy about letting it slip towards the end here.
So it looks like this round is finishing up, and Magnus Carlsen is on 2.5 out of 3. Jan Nepomniachtchi, I believe he has actually won all of his games. Am I correct in that? Let me see. Nepomniachtchi,
Yes.
yep, he did beat Vidit pretty easily too. So it looks like he's trying to put this world championship match behind him, and is off to a really good start. I mean, not just he's winning, it seems like he's been winning pretty nice style. Like we saw his game against Bartosz Sachko, and now he won easily with black against Vidit. Duda looks really good. Caruana has had a setback, and Magnus is yeah, he's close to the lead.
Yeah. So a very I mean, the tournament is just starting, right? We've been going for 4 hours already, but it's just the first 3 rounds so far, with quite a few of the favorites actually having to give up draws. But here we're going to catch the end of this one, as Jagnidze is going to be able to. No, she's not going to be. There was a miss in the transmission. It has adjusted where white put her king. But the fact of the matter is that this pawn is going nowhere, because now black managed to maneuver the knight away from the white king, which means the knight is now uninterrupted in its control of the e6 square. And as long as the knight controls that square, there's no chance for white's pawn to move forward. So this is going to be a draw.
Yeah, it's been a great round, and we are going to take a little break. And we will see you guys shortly for round 4, which will be the final round of the women's, and the penultimate round of the Open Championship.
Of the day. And we're still waiting for the players to get ready for the fourth round from Poland. They've been going on 4 hours already, but it's another 2 games for the open section tonight. So this is going to take, we're going to have way more chess to offer. And we even have some chess to offer now in the break. We're going to see a throwback from an old Carlsen versus Nakamura matchup.
you.
Welcome back to the coverage of the World Blitz and Rapid Championships. We're in the Rapid section on day one, and so far we've been enthralled by the first 3 rounds of this tournament. I'm joined by Irina Krush, Grandmaster from the United States. And Irina, who has been your surprise, the most exciting thing we've seen so far?
Okay, the most exciting thing, nothing comes to mind as being completely shocking. I mean, we did see that big upset with Ovid beating Logno. Well, we just saw the game. Timur Gareev beats Richard Rapport. I think that definitely counts as an upset. And I think the action is really heating up in both of the sections as more of the top seeds face each other. I mean, I'm really looking forward to the game of Jan Nepomniachtchi against Noderbek Abdusatorov, who beat Caruana. That game, wasn't super exciting, but he did manage to win a pretty easy game against one of the world's top players.
And we can see both of those guys are at the top of the standings right now. 8 players. I think actually there's 9, so there's one. We only have 8 in our graphics, but as the tournament progresses, that's going to include all the players on the top amount of on the top score, which right now is 3 points out of 3. It's Jan Nepomniachtchi, the world championship challenger, who lost, kind of collapsed against Magnus Carlsen recently in the World Chess Championship match. He has something to avenge. And so far, he's been doing it in style, not spending a lot of time on his moves, but still winning games. And our top pairings for the round is going to be Carlsen playing one of these guys on 3 points out of 3, the Indian Harsha, one of the big surprises. Harsha having 3 points at this stage. He's going to face quite a bit of a challenge now, having black pieces against Carlsen. But Alexienko against Duda, Nepomniachtchi against Abdusatorov, and Grishchuk against Gareev. Those are going to be some of the main games to watch.
Can I just chime in here to say something that's just surprised me about Harsha? I looked up, who did he have to beat to get on 3 points out of 3? And he beat Rauf Mamedov, very well known for being a very good rapid player. Vladislav Kovalov, another 2650 player. And then Anishuk Volodymyr, from the Ukraine. We saw one of his games earlier today, also rated close to 2,700. And wow, I mean, that's 3 incredible results to get to 3 out of 3. So he did not have an easy time to get there. It was definitely not a fluke. And now he got paired down to Magnus Carlsen, who is on 2.5 out of 3.
And here we see Harsha in the frame. He's going to have a tough challenge now, but he's been up to it so far. Moving on to the women's section, it's Polina Shuvalova in the lead now, with Goryachkina having to give a draw in her game. Shuvalova is joined by her countrywomen, Gunina and Kostenyuk, on 3 points out of 3. Also on 3 points from Greece. A big surprise there with Katerina Pavlidou and also Lissy Pets on 3 points out of 3. But they have some big names chasing them. It's still very open who's going to be the leader after day one for the women. The women's tournament has 11 rounds, whereas the open section has 13. So this is actually going to be the last game of the day for these girls, and it's Kostenyuk playing the young Shuvalova, it's Gunina playing against Pets, and it's Zagnidze against Pavlidou. So let's see who's going to have the lead there. I'm gonna say a Russian because the Russian girls are just,
there's 3 out of 4 of them are Russian
good.
girls.
Well, that too. I always go with the odds.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know exactly who's Ekaterini Pavlidou. It's kind of a new name to me, but she beat Mamadova in the last round. That's how she got to 3 out of 3. And yeah, these 4 girls, the other 4 girls on 3 points have all been very convincing so far. I found, Kosteniuk, Shuvalova, Gunina, and Pats. So at this point, we're already getting the top matchups on the women's side.
And I just want to emphasize, we are well versed with the chess scene. So when a person comes up here and it's someone we haven't really heard of before, that is quite a way to make your mark and introduce yourself to the world. And that's the kind of the open tournaments like these ones. That's where you can really present yourself and show the world you got the skill it takes. And that has certainly been the case for Harsha, who we see in the background here. But it's also the case for the Greek girl coming in with an amazing 3 out of 3 performance so far.
Yeah, I mean, the other favorites in this section, they are climbing up. Koneru won a game. Anna Muzichuk won a game. They're now on 2 out of 3. Lagno also has 2 out of 3 because she's lost a game. And Vaishali, up and coming Indian player, has 2.5 out of 3. She's playing Maria Muzichuk, who started off the day with a draw. So, the leaders are trying to climb back into their top positions, but they've got some more work to do.
And here in the frame now, it's Alexandra Kosteniuk, known as the chess queen, on the left-hand side. She's facing off against Polina Shuvalova. And on the behind them, it's Magnus Carlsen versus the big surprise so far, and really a testament to the effort being made in Indian chess, where we here now have an Indian grandmaster who I have literally never heard of before, who is really showcasing his skills.
Yeah, I'm only a little bit ahead of you on that. Like, I've heard this name before, but I have like no concrete associations with it, like what tournaments he's played or where he became a GM. I don't know, but he's been around for a few years. And I guess he must be young, although sometimes you get older Indian players becoming GMs, but that's where my knowledge ends.
And the round got underway. Magnus here with the white pieces facing the Sicilian defense of Harsha. Unfortunately, we have been having some technical issues with the relay of the board, and this round is no exception. So we're going to move on to the game between Duda and Alexienko. 2 of the guys who both have 3 points. Maybe it's my refreshing that's
I'm actually refreshing too, and I'm having the same issue. It's giving me like an error. Maybe we can take a look at the women's side, because that seems to be doing better. We have an Italian game between Kosteniuk and Shuvalova, and we got some interesting opening here between Gunina and Pats.
So which one do you want to go for?
Yeah, let's do Gunina and Pats. That got like a more unbalanced position that came out of I don't even know how to exactly name this bishop b4 check move. I'm not sure that it has a name actually on move 2. So I'm talking about Gunina and Pats. It's the one that looks like a Bogo Indian, except it's not exactly a Bogo Indian.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm unable to get it up on my my board. Yeah. So we're gonna take a look at the games with the camera help. We have a Italian game here at the top board. It's Shuvalova with the white pieces against
Shuvalova is actually black.
Black pieces against Kosteniuk with white. It's an Italian game where white has pushed their pawn forward on the left-hand side of the board very, very early on. but this was actually a plan that revitalized this old opening and was, as far as I know, introduced by Wesley So, and really created a new interest in one of the oldest openings of chess. And that has been, it's always funny in chess when someone kind of takes a look at an old opening and they decide, why haven't we been doing this lately? And find some refinement, and it becomes new fashion. I always find that very funny, telling people that, we have fashion in chess, not necessarily suit fashion and clothing and so on, but we have fashion in openings. Like, things will become very popular. Everyone's playing it. Everyone wants to take part in the latest fashion. And then somehow, someone decides it's not cool anymore. And then you start playing a different opening. And I think some of the best examples of chess fashion is this Italian opening right now, being played by all the top players.
Yeah, this also very interesting position going on right now in the game between Gunina and Elizabeth Patz. Kind of an unusual.
Right now we have Magnus and Harsha in the frame. Magnus is playing against a Sicilian, where he has developed his queen early on, which is often frowned upon. But of course, Magnus has played this before, so he's well known with the dangers, but also the upsides of having the queen out early. Magnus managed to provoke Black into pushing their pawn forward in the middle, which can be a good thing for Black. But the thing about pawn moves is that you can never take them back. So especially when you rush forward in the center, like Harsha did here, it's a very committal decision.
Yeah, it's interesting right now how White is going to get the bishop out from c1. I guess the plan of b3, bishop b2 comes to mind as actually the most natural. Black's pieces are kind of in more standard positions than White's. I guess what stands out to me here is like the queen's positioning on e3 is not entirely common. On the other hand, the queen is protecting the e4 pawn. It's also kind of positioned not so bad in case Black plays d5. The queen will exert some pressure on the e file. Although I think, yeah, d5 is certainly one of the main ideas in this position, and especially because the bishop can come out to c5 at some point attacking that queen. Black will definitely be looking to do that. In fact, I wouldn't be shocked if on a move like b3, Black played d5, or at least seriously contemplated playing a move like that. It could be a bit premature to do that with your king still in the center, but it's the kind of idea that is very thematic for Black. So Magnus plays rook d1, trying to clamp down on that d5 square. That makes sense, and Black has that idea off the table, so he goes on with development, bishop e7. In this position, it would be nice to get your knight to f5 if you were White. But I suppose if you play knight h4, there could be a move like g6.
Which prevents the knight from going where it wanted to go. And then the question is, should you even be putting your knight on the edge if you're not certain it's going to get back into a good position right afterwards? So it's an interesting position. I think one of the key points you came across, Irina, is this square d5. I think a lot of strategy is going to be about this, the fact that Magnus would very much like to place a piece on this square. I could imagine something like b3 and bishop c4, just trying to get even more pieces to control the d5 square. And what's important about this square is that black is unable to take control with the pawn there. So anytime white manages to like solidly place a piece there, it can rarely be chased away.
Can I mention
which is
a
why
little
black
maneuver?
is.
Oh, you, and just one little thing, because you said bishop c4. Yeah, that's very interesting. And also it made me think about the maneuver of knight d2 to c4 at some point. You know, because the knight on f3 is not that great of a piece, right? On c4, if you could get it there without letting black play d5, it would actually be pretty amazing, and it would open up, well, like some way to protect the e4 pawn, because I do see black is wanting to do this knight c5 idea quite soon, and then you have to figure out how you're going to protect this pawn. When I said that, I mean like you might want to have the pawn on f3, which is why it makes sense to vacate this this f3 square with a knight.
So this is, it has some an aura of being a tough strategic battle here between Carlsen and Harsha. We'll move on to some of the other games. For instance, Jan Nepomniachtchi, who lost the World Championship match against Magnus Carlsen earlier this month. He's trying to show that he can do better than he did in said match. And what I've noticed about Nepomniachtchi so far is that he's often played extremely quickly. But for once, he's actually down on time. He's down 3 minutes on the clock, which seems to suggest that the Uzbeki youngster, Abdusattarov, has managed to get some opening preparation, which Jan was unfamiliar with.
Yeah, I mean, they have a fascinating position on the board. White just played this move, knight d4. And the first question that comes to mind, of course, is, well, what happens if the bishop takes the knight, right? Because it is something like of a pawn sack, unless White has plans to possibly take on e7. I mean, that's somewhere they can throw in this move. Not necessarily it's very strong, but I think bishop takes d4 is certainly a critical move here, because the knight is quite dangerous on d4, and White has ideas of playing e6.
Yeah, so you might just want to get rid of that knight for your own health reasons, but in the process, you also win a pawn. So there's that. The big question will, though, be that how do you, if you capture the free pawn being offered to you in the middle, how do you then manage to castle your king? So that's the big question in this situation. Will Black's king find safety? Because now if you castle, the white bishop is ready to capture the knight with a winning position. So capturing the knight in the middle will help in getting that dangerous knight off the board, but it comes at a cost in terms of getting your king to safety. And wow, he's actually castled the king instead. But as Nepomniachtchi then captures the black knight, the knight was protecting the square c6, and with the knight having been eliminated, that square is for White's knight only. And what an amazing placement of this knight, supported by the queen. It's attacking the black rook, forcing the black rook to step away from that control of the open file, and allowing White to seize control instead. This seems like a great position for Nepomniachtchi in my mind.
White has a beautifully centralized queen on e4. I think, rook ad1 was the natural move. And I was going to say that one of White's ideas should be to play f4 in this position, right? Because they have a pawn majority on that side of the board. And there he goes, f4, supporting that pawn. So Certainly, it looks like a position where black has more questions to answer than white's, right? Because black's challenge is, the really powerful knight on c6 and the pawn majority in the center. And like, how does black activate the rooks? What does he do with the bishop on a3? Lots of questions for black. And I guess black is most likely going to be looking at the move f6. Actually, makes a lot of sense to me, doesn't it? Like take on d5 and then throw in that pawn to undermine the white center.
So we got a well-placed knight for Nepomniachtchi, but will it be enough to get the win he wants? We're going to move on further to the hope of the homeland right now. It's Jan Krzysztof Duda playing in his native Poland. Having 3 wins so far on top of the leaderboard. Here he has the black pieces against Kirill Oleksienko, who made big headlines as he had a terrific placement in the 2019 Grand Swiss tournament, which also was the reasoning for why he was granted a wild card to the candidates tournament, the tournament deciding Magnus Carlsen's challenger, a tournament won by Jan Nepomniachtchi, who then succumbed to Magnus in the World Championship match itself. But that is Kirill's biggest claim to chess fame. Let's see if he can make some more of it by getting a medal in this championship.
Yeah, this is a pretty unusual position, definitely kind of defined by the fact that white has captured away from the center with his c pawn towards b3. So in terms of just visually, the pawn structure looks nice for black, although there is that question of the pawn on c7, and is that pawn going to be a backwards pawn? For me, like the first move that I thought of here for white is just the developing move bishop g5. I was thinking, develop the bishop, put some pressure on the d pawn. He actually is putting some pressure on the pawn in a different way. He played the move queen f3. Similar idea. The idea is that you want to force black to decide what he's going to be doing with his d5 pawn. Is he going to move to d4, fixing the center and kind of freeing white's hands to play on the king side? Is he going to play c6? Seems also reasonable, but I think white can force black to basically make that pawn move, because there's always bishop g5 ideas or rook e1 ideas. Queen f3 seems like a very reasonable move to me.
Yeah, I'm kind of liking white's position, but I'm looking at the evaluation bar on the left-hand side, which is saying basically equal amounts of black and white. Actually, if anyone is favored according to the engine, it's black. So this is one of those situations where white's position is easier to play. It's easier to find the right moves, but maybe if you do find the right moves, black's position is objectively stronger. And that can be a very sneaky assessment to make in rapid play chess, because being able to find the right move is so much more difficult when you're low on time. So you might give some extra emphasis to easy to play positions and kind of sometimes disregard the computer's evaluation simply because you say, yeah, black's position might be fine, it might even be better, but white's position is so much easier to play. And I agree with you, Irina. This bishop g5 move is just screaming out to be played.
Yeah, so he played an interesting move, queen d6. Duda decided not to actually defend this pawn, saying that, okay, if white wants to capture it, he's going to be able to recapture it pretty easily after going rook a d8. So that seems very reasonable. Looks like white has nothing to gain from taking that pawn. Bishop g5 definitely is a possibility here. And then black will again have to figure out what to do with this pawn. I mean, seems like the most logical thing is to push d4. I mean, just take the space. And here white will probably play knight e2. Yeah.
Try to get all the pieces over to the king side where the kings reside, which, you know, it feels like it could be a dangerous attack here brewing for white. So we're going to keep our eye on this one and see if Alexenko starts moving all his pieces over towards the white king. Moving on, maybe we should take a look at the women's section.
Yeah, sure. I mean, let's go there. 1 second. So we got Kostyuk versus Shuvalova. Oh, that's getting exciting. Yeah, let's just go to board number 1. Lots of action on that board because Black's king looks a lot less safe than it did a while ago. White center looks great. So I'm not exactly sure what Black has accomplished since the last time we saw this position, except weaken the king and lose the center.
Well, the thing is, it's Black's move. So the advance in the center for Kostyuk has come at the price of having to give up a pawn in the middle. And as you were saying, right, White's pawns just pushing forward, being in control of the middle. The only way you can justify Black's position is by capturing the pawn you're offered. And
it's
then
the dangerous. Yeah, because White's going to play d5 somewhere. And then, first of all, the b7 pawn might hang in some lines. And there's queen b2 check all the time. So yeah, of course, you're right that unless Black takes this pawn, Black is just in a world of trouble. But even if they take the pawn, White has so much compensation for, like, all of their pieces are really good. White's king is perfectly safe. And, even Black's queen on f8 makes a really bad impression here.
So Kostyuk getting off to a great start. Having 3 wins already, she might get a 4th, which would keep her in first place after day 1. There are some other people also trying to take that first place. It's Valentina Gunina against Lissy Petz. And here we see the white pieces seem to be just working against all their Black counterparts. Black is completely cramped, trying to defend against all the threats. But so far, you got to say Black has managed to keep everything protected.
Yeah, I was a little surprised that Black did not push that pawn to h4 after having pushed the pawn to h5. And I was also a little surprised. Well, White didn't want to play h4, I guess, because they didn't want to allow Black to have these ideas of g5 in the future. The way, I guess that's the way I would understand it. But I would think that the move h4 for Black is definitely one of the main ideas in the position, just to weaken White's king side a little bit. And White definitely looks better. White is the one who's got Black cramped, defending their weaknesses. But in positions like this, I think from a practical point of view, I would not call it hopeless for Black at all because of that, play with the h4 move.
And as one of the things that Gunina realized is that this queen, as long as it's not actually managing to capture one of Black's pawns, it could actually be completely sidelined here, not contributing into the game significantly enough, considering it's the most valuable piece. So now she's actually maneuvering this queen back towards the middle, which may feel like a bit of a concession going backwards, but at the same time, she's just she still has the pressure in the position. She's just reorganizing her pieces a little bit.
Interesting. This move, knight f6, like somehow I wanted to leave that square free for the queen. Yeah, I was like really hoping to be able to use the queen on that diagonal. So this knight f6 move looks a little bit suspect to me. I'm not exactly sure where that knight is trying to go, but now she's probably going to be getting out of the pin, right, with king g8. I mean, it's hard to imagine her really staying in that pin for long.
Yes, but there's a problem. If the king moves
Oh,
away,
knight d6 tactic or rook d6.
yeah, what then if we start doing some trickery, trying to capture the pawn in the middle, the idea being that if there's a trade, the queen is busy protecting the knight, in addition to having to kind of be the one to capture the knight as punishment for that exchange. So there's some things to consider here. I would say Pets is definitely under pressure. And Gunina, like you mentioned earlier, I think it deserves another mention. She has a history of performing well in these rapid events. She won the London Chess Classic Rapid Play in competition with some of the top grandmasters in the world, not just girls, of both genders. And that I remember watching that tournament and just being like, wow,
Yeah.
I did not know she could do that. I would never have a chance of winning that tournament. So she is one of the very, very top players, and she's definitely good enough to win this event. And look at her now.
There's an absolutely fascinating game between Bodnaruk and Garyachkina that you just got to see this one, because Bodnaruk, she's quite famous for her attacking play. It's a player a lot of our viewers probably not familiar with from Russia, and she is really putting pressure on Garyachkina. I mean, she sacrificed a piece. Garyachkina just played this knight h5 move, and now she is going to be down a rook. And
wow.
Yeah, it's pretty.
So I was looking at this. Yeah, I was looking at this and I was thinking, oh, rook takes knight. Well, that's a standard play to give up your rook to kind of open up around the opponent's king. But it's much less standard when you've already given away one of your bishops.
Can I tell you something? I think this is what is going to happen. What if like pawn takes rook and knight f6? What if you don't take on h5? Can you throw in the move knight f6? Because I don't know if that's good, because they might go king g7, right? And I was hoping for queen h5, but now I see that there is actually rook h8 there. That kind of kills my plan a little bit. I had this little sneaky plan of trying to get the queen to h6, but yeah, oops, don't want to allow that. Then our attack is over, so we have to find some other way to attack.
Actually, we're gonna have to watch for something else completely, because Goryachkina has chosen not to capture this rook. Instead, she's going forward with her pawn, desperately trying to open up some escape routes for her king.
Yeah, well, I think that looks like not a bad practical try. I mean, at least it's not the kind of move that you immediately see the refutation to. There's no knight f6. I mean, the most obvious move that comes to my mind is rook h6, right? That kind of like you're trying to save the rook and take the g6 pawn. So if rook h6 and like let's say queen e8. What is well, the good news is that white's not even down material. That's actually the point, right? We haven't actually sacrificed anything then.
Incredible. But yeah, it's, I mean, even though black didn't capture this rook, there's still two pieces being attacked. However, now after this rook move, which Irina predicted, now if the knight is captured in the middle, the rook will give a check, force the king to the side of the board, and then the queen comes in for the two-piece working together checkmate. So instead, Goryachkina tries to move her king up, then queen h3 from Bodnaruk. She's trying to, she's continuing to just give away this knight because she has her own attacking intentions along the h file. But after rook h8 now,
Yeah, but I'm looking here at seeing what the computer is offering. Like the move that I was thinking about was castle's queenside, as in terms of like the most aggressive move. That would be the one that I would look at. And I see the computer is offering king e2. That's pretty hard to see the difference in those moves, right? I mean, it might have something to do with that like g5 is protected, right? So why would the king be better on e2?
Can we just talk about the fact that both of these moves are giving away the knight again?
Yeah, but I mean, you want to have a strong knight on the e4 outpost. So it's pretty natural.
And she's gone for it. She's castled.
Yeah.
Wow, she's giving away the knight again.
And so she just wants to triple up on the h file and play rook h7. That's the idea. Of course, the question is, how is that going to win if, let's say, black plays her queen somewhere to g8?
Are you not even taking the knight?
No, I'll take the knight at some point. I think you probably have to. You might as, although if you take the knight, you open the diagonal. You actually give white more attacking chances.
It's actually not in trouble, the knight, because here you can capture the rook, and when the queen captures the rook back, we've opened up the diagonal against the black knight. So this, well, Budneruk is definitely capable of sacrifices. We've seen that so far. But for once, this castling queenside is actually not a sacrifice, because if the knight is captured, it also opens up possibilities for the white queen.
Yeah, I mean, I think she's going to have to try to mount her defense somewhere with queen, with queen g8, and trying to possibly even trade on h6, let the queen in, go king f7.
Yeah, but I might take with the pawn and get a new queen.
And you want to put the knight on g5, yeah?
I don't know.
That g5 square would be powerful. So rook h1 is easy, yeah, so she goes there. Big choice now for black. I mean, what can black do? She can't move her f pawn. Her minor pieces really don't have much.
Well, the thing is, white has a big threat here. This is very we're looking at a lot of moves now, but knight to f6 is a huge threat. Because if black just kind of does a nothing move, then the knight comes in, attacks the queen, trying to force the queen away from its defensive position. Yes, this knight can be captured, but then I get my pawn in. And the pawn is forcing the black king away from its defensive position. The king was needed to protect the rook in the corner, and now that rook can be captured. And if we just complete this capture sequence, we can see that white ends up being up a rook. So yeah, there's more threats. Knight to f6 must be stopped. And the only way to stop that is actually acquiescing to the exchange right now.
And that's what she did. Yeah, she took, and now white has a big choice. White is thinking about which way to take. So yeah, she took with the G pawn. I think that's the more intuitive move, right? She couldn't see a way to break through after queen takes h6, king f7. So she went for this, and now she's going to put the knight on g5, and then she has this amazing e6 outpost, unless that pawn gets captured on d5, which it certainly may.
It's gonna be.
Yeah, it has to be, right? Yeah, there's not much.
No, taking with a pawn was my suggestion, but I'm starting to think that kind of ruined the whole attacking idea white had going on, because now you got these two great pieces being blocked by your own pawn, and in the meantime, black is going to capture an important pawn in the middle. This queen is going to be threatening against another pawn, in addition to the bishop threatening a pawn as well. I could easily see this backfiring for white, white is the one who has something to prove.
Yeah, I agree. It can backfire because, the h pawn partially protects the king. Although I guess the attacking idea that comes to my mind after queen d5 is something like h7, because I really want to play c4, push away your queen, and go knight f7, right? Like the knight on g5 is actually the key piece in this position. And also h7 allows me some ideas of queen h6. That could be helpful. Because if I go with c4 immediately, your queen will, probably go back to g8. So I'm not so sure if it's worth it. So I'm thinking h7 first. Yeah.
No, I definitely agree. This looks pretty powerful for white. But yeah, did she figure this out ahead of time, or is it kind of just working out?
I think it's just working out. She's just playing the moves that looked right. I mean, actually, Goryachkina is, deep in thought, and she's going to go down to like close to a minute soon. So this could be a big upset. Yeah, she did take the pawn. And now is Bodnaruk going to continue her attack with h7? Yes, she is. Yep, that's what she did.
Fantastic play. And I kind of want to do, we don't normally do this, but we're going to go back into earlier in this game where we had a situation with the white bishop pointing down towards the black queen and towards the black knight. And here, Goryachkina tried to force the bishop to step away, to stop attacking down towards the black queen. And Bodnaruk, she said, yeah, that's fine. I'm happy to let you capture my bishop as long as I then manage to open up for my rook along the side and towards your king. If she completes this, this is going to be one of the greatest attacking games I have ever seen. But based on what you're saying, Irina, she's done this before.
Yeah, that's right. No, that's what she's definitely known for. I'm not like shocked by the way this game is going. I think this is probably the kind of style you need to play in to have the best chances to beat Goryachkina. We talked earlier about what kind of position she's the best in, and this would not be one of them, right? Like, when her opponent just goes crazy all in, that's where you get your chances to win. So yeah, but Naruk, she's quite dangerous, and I think this game will make it into our recap for the best games of the day.
No doubt in my mind. What a game. But she hasn't completed it yet, and she's down to just 2 minutes on the clock. She's finding all the right moves though. The queen coming in, joining the attack. The queen is gonna try to take out this last black pawn, and then we're gonna have some trouble. But on the other hand,
yeah, there's not too much black can do, right? I mean, because like really this position comes down to the knight on g5, like taking away all these key squares, e6, f7, and black is actually lacking defenders by the king. Oh, okay, what does this move do? This seems pretty harmless, doesn't it?
The bishop comes in, capturing a pawn. The idea is that the bishop would really like to point down towards the king and knight, but also pointing down towards the queen and knight in the opposite direction. Big question now. Queen
G6,
takes
and
pawn.
I think the game is over, yeah?
Well, I'm going to try a check first.
Which one? A1?
Yes.
But I go king c2.
Because if you block it with your knight, then I get my bishop giving a check and eliminating that very important attacking piece. Oh, no, actually, Goryachkina, she's chosen to defend with her rook instead. So many white pieces around the black king. I thought the black king was feeling safer than it had for a while. But it turns out that when the white queen now infiltrates, it's able to show the attacking force is still there.
I think the checkmate's going to happen on g7.
Knight e6, the idea of queen to g7, and there's nothing to be done about that, is there?
Yeah, beautiful game. I really enjoyed this one. This one had some fireworks in it. So shall we go back and see what Magnus is doing? Because I know our audience really loves to see Magnus play.
Yeah, so amazing play. Well done to Bodnaruk on that game. And we're going to try to find Mr. Carlsen.
He's again in a knight endgame. He's had like at least one of these today. Looks like
Yeah, but it's over. It's
he's trapping
over.
the knight, yeah? Or
Yeah, Harsher resigns because Magnus was threatening the knight with his queen. The only escape for that knight was moving backwards, but then Magnus had an idea with the queen coming in, giving check, forcing the king forward, and then the queen would have a double attack from the center of the board, attacking both the black king and the black knight, and that is a win for Magnus, who then closes in on the top players, especially considering the fact that Jan Nepomniachtchi has made a draw with Abdu Sattarov, which means that the only game.
oh, let's take a look at Aronian Firouzja, because we haven't seen Firouzja's games today, and he's playing a really top player in this round. And it seems like Aronian has some pressure on Firouzja. He's got a really strong knight on e5, tying black down to the defensive f7. You can never really kick out that knight. You can't move any of your rooks. So the only question is, how does white make progress in a position like this? In his last couple of moves, he's moved up the queen side pawns. Does he want to go further with them, like playing b4, forcing black?
I guess we're going to find out. Because Alireza is basically, when I just make a move on the side of the board to kind of cheat, to showcase the plans of the position without being interrupted by the opponent's moves. That's kind of what Alireza is doing now. When he moves his king down to the corner, he's kind of announcing to the world that I'm just going to sit here moving back and forward and wait to see what you have planned.
Yeah, I mean, white is like, of course, white has an additional idea that he just opened up with rook d to f3, but it's not completely trivial to win that pawn in f7, because there's always this like bishop takes d4 kind of deflection tactic in the end. Or not even deflection tactic, just taking the pawn in the end. So black played a5. So now white's plan, the queen side, is done. And really the main move is this rook f3, which he played.
So Aronian pointing all his forces against the furthest back of black pawns. Notice how these pawns are defending each other, but the guy in the back is not being defended by anyone. So first you take the guy in the back, and then you start working on the others. As you said, the tactics in the center, this was what Firouzja was relying on. He's capturing the pawn in the middle, despite this pawn being protected, because he's also eliminating the piece that was defending the knight in the middle. So Aronian, realizing that if I take the bishop, I'm going to lose my knight anyway, he says, okay, well, if I'm losing my knight, I might as well capture a pawn in the process. And we've had a change of situation in the game, where there's now pressure from one rook towards the black pawn in the middle, but then the other rook is probably going to want to put pressure on the side.
Yeah, I mean, of course, this is not an easy end game for black. His rooks are more passive. He's got more pawn weaknesses, and one of white's main plans is to bring out the king to f3 and to f4 and to g5. So, there is like a very simple, I think, move actually here: rook f to d3, just kind of tie black down to d5 and then go king f3. And that seems really unpleasant. I mean, there's other moves in the position, like you could go rook f8 and try to go for the g6 pawn. But then, maybe you give them a little bit of counterplay with rook c3. So I think rook fd3 is like a very, very safe move. That would be my choice if I saw that in a game. Yeah,
and well, they need to make a decision now, because 11 is under 1 minute, and as is Alireza. Both players very low on time at this stage, wow, Aronian decides to make a trade between the pawns on the left side of the board. Normally, trading pawns favor the person who's trying to defend. But Aronian is basically saying here that I want to get rid of everything on the left side so that I can win on the right side, which is a bit weird. But the reasoning is that the Black King is so far away from being able to defend on the same side where White's King is. So he's kind of exploiting the fact that the kings are on opposite sides. And as such, making trades on the left side will only kind of take away the advantage Alireza had of having his king placed in that vicinity.
Yeah, I don't know. This B4 move, this trading the pawns felt a little bit like unnecessary to me. Like I liked King F3 more. Oh, F4. You see, he's kind of doing the opposite, right? Like I wanted to get the king in, and now that king's route is harder, although of course he will go King F3 and King E4. He'll try to get that pawn, but then there's always a check that Black has to push the king back. So I'm not so sure how White is going to win. And with his time situation, it makes me even like less confident if that's indeed his time just went down to pretty much, yeah, okay, not to 0. He got some time back. So his vision is to play King E4, Rook E5 to block from the checks. How is Black going to activate a rook here? That's still not so simple.
Alireza trying to get his rook into an attacking position, trying to make some trades. He's definitely on the defensive here, but on the other hand, it's Aronian feeling the most pressure from the clock. Another plan for Aronian would be to push the pawn forward, trying to kind of weaken the situation of the pawns defending each other on the right-hand side. I would say in general, it's a very tricky situation for both players because we could easily see a race where Black tries to get a new queen on the left side, White trying to get a new queen on the right side. And considering how much time they have left, there's absolutely no chance you can calculate that correctly. You're just going to have to trust your instincts.
I agree. Although, it's interesting that eval bar is kind of around even, although it still feels like a lot easier for me to play as White. I mean, White has like the rook on the 5th rank, always rook E5, rook G5. Right now he's attacking the pawn. Seems like Black's decisions are a lot harder. Like, if Black goes rook C4 and tries to attack the pawn, you're going to go and
he's done it.
Pawns. Mm-hmm.
Wow. Alireza is going for the race. Reza race, and let's see whose pawns make it first. Alireza going after the white pawn on the left side, but then also going away from defending his pawn on the opposite side. Both players down to just seconds on the clock. The relay seems to have some issues because now it says Aronian has 0 seconds, but we've seen that before. It usually resets after a little while. This is going to be a thrilling finish to this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking on rook G5, Black might consider trying to protect that pawn with rook D6, but then there's King E5, right? There's King E5, and I'm bothering the rook, and I'm trying to win, one of these D4 or G6 pawns. So
yeah, I needed to try a refresh to see if we could get some more moves coming in. We do not have more moves. Could this be that Levon Aronian has lost on time in a position where the computer was favoring him? That would be shocking. What's also maybe not shocking, but at the very least good news for the home crowd in Poland, Jan Krzysztof Duda has the lead all on his own after beating Aleksienko with the black pieces. So that means Poland is hosting this world championship and they have the man in the lead. He's the only person to have won 4 straight games in the open section. I'm really at a loss for what has happened in this match between Aronian and Firouzja. So I guess we're gonna have to
let's go back to Gunina Pats, because they're also in a really interesting part of the game, and these are also players who are trying to get to a perfect score, catch up to Kostyaniuk, who won her game against Shuvalova. So we have an endgame rook and bishop, and Gunina has managed to get a pawn all the way to d7. I don't know where that pawn came from. Must have come from like the b file or something. Is that pawn going to promote? I mean,
yes, right now I'm gonna say yes, and I'm gonna make some arrows with this white king. I think this king is going for a hike. And I'm not sure there's anything Pets can do.
What about rook d8? Rook d8, trying to just like directly attack the pawn and take it. Is that just
a big problem for my plan? Yeah, that is a big problem.
There might it's probably a losing king and pawn endgame. You know that, because White's gonna have f5 ideas.
Yeah, but if I'm busy moving my king over here, then you're gonna be in time to capture the pawn.
I'll be in time to capture. What pawn are you talking
about? Well, I mean, if I now move my king back, which was part of my plan, then I think
I didn't want to
capture
move the
my
king
pawn
back. I was hoping to do something else so that my king could be in a better position for this king and pawn endgame.
Yeah, we're going to see Gunina's assessment of this situation now, because she's just going back and forth once. Right. Is she going back and forth again? I cannot see how she's going to win this game, if I'm entirely honest. I don't see how she's going to win this. She has an amazing pawn one step away from becoming a new queen, but at the same time, that pawn is being completely surrounded by Black's pieces.
You wanted to go to d2 so you could go to like a5 and b6.
Yeah.
That was the plan.
And I'm not going to be able to do that plan.
So yeah, you notice that, you know, Pats is not taking the pawn on d7 because this end game is really scary and most likely just losing if she takes it. And White's king is going to be better. White has this f5 idea.
Okay. Very well. Apparently f5 was wrong.
I'm saying f5 idea, maybe like after king e4, for example. Although there's king e6 though, right? King e6 and f5 is interesting. Yeah. Right here.
Yeah, this is far beyond my capabilities. But it does seem like Gunina has calculated this, because she has allowed the exchange, and now it's Pat's with time problems, and she goes for it. She just tries to calculate the pawn endgame. She thinks it's a draw with correct play, but the engines say that there's one move for Gunina that can win her this game. And after Pets moves her king up, f5 is the correct move, and that is the move Gunina has gone for. She found the right plan, and it looks as though she's about to win this game, putting her on 4 points out of 4, together with Alexandra Kostenjuk on this first day of the women's event. And we also have news from the other game we were following. Levon Aronian against Alireza Firouzja has ended in a draw. So Levon did not lose on time, and nor did he win, which he wasn't looking good there for a moment. It ended in a draw.
So right now, I think the winning move is king e5 for Gunina. She played king g5. Okay, that works too. Yeah, because as long as she provokes Black to play f6, and then she'll just walk her king back, she's going to have the outside past h pawn and a pretty easy win. Yeah, that king and pawn endgame, just you got to be so careful in entering those. I mean, I know she didn't have much time, but it did have that feeling of being really dangerous. So maybe she should have not snatched that pawn on d7.
So it's almost equal amount of pawns. There's almost no pawns left to become new queens. However, Black is going to have to go a step out on the edge to capture the white pawn. And while the Black king is busy on the side of the board, the white king will be able to start capturing the remaining pawn on the c-file. And we're going to be seeing some nice Russian technique. That's what I was taught as a kid. That all these Russians, they knew all their endgames. They had been studying their endgames since they were kids. And Gunina is no exception. And she just makes sure that this pawn can move forward on the side of the board. And she gets to 4 points out of 4, joining Kostenjuk then in the lead.
Yeah, it was a really good day for two members of the Russian team, Alexandra Kostyanyuk and Valentina Gunina. Nana Dzagnidzhe also had a very good day. She finished on 3.5 out of 4. Bodnaruk, beating Garyachkina, I think can be very happy with her day in such a style. And also, even though it's not a game we talked about, Vaishali from India did beat Maria Muzichuk in their game. And that's, somewhat of an upset as well. So we are seeing a lot of upsets. Somehow the Muzichuk sisters haven't really gotten going yet. Anna, I see, drew Ovad in this round. Hopefully they will, have better days the next couple of days. And on the open side, Anish Giri was defending, he was defending a queen endgame down a pawn against Rasmus Svan, and now he's down 2 pawns. So I guess he's going down. I once drew an endgame like this against Anna Muzichuk in the World Rapid Championship. It was very sad because I was the one with the 2 extra pawns.
Yeah, actually, if you move this 1 white pawn over to the side of the board, this is a draw, objectively speaking.
Yeah.
That was actually taught to me by Victoria Schmelita.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, but I had no idea that these queen endgames, even when you have 2 pawns more and they're next to each other, there are some situations where it can still be a draw. So Anish Giri, he's looking for those stalemating ideas. You can he's the kind of tricky guy. If white moves his queen now to an unfortunate square, boom, check on the king, attacks the queen. When the queen captures, it's stalemate in the corner. This is the kind of trickery that Anish Giri is hoping for right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, I managed not to win this kind of endgame. Yeah, it was because I let my opponent get some kind of perpetual check. But the white king looks very safe here. Of course, it gets a little bit maybe more exposed as the pawns move, but really shouldn't be too much of a problem. Now, where is this king gonna go? I suppose, yeah, actually, where is he gonna go? Back to h4?
He kind of has to go back.
Yeah. No? He went.
Okay, I have no idea where he went because we just got 5 moves at the same time.
Okay, but everything's looking pretty good. Wait. Black played queen d5. Wait, what? What is that? What he played? That can't be what he played.
No, surely not.
That's not a stalemate.
He must have gone queen f7. I think it's a
queen
relay
f7
error.
Queen f7 would have been pretty funny.
He probably went queen f7, but because white's queen is protected by a pawn, here you can just move your king back. So you don't have to be afraid of the stalemating ideas. Just because your opponent offers a Botez gambit doesn't mean you have to accept it, especially not when it would result in an instant stalemate. Unfortunately, the board, I think, got messed up in that move because while Anish moved his queen all the way to f7, the board registered queen d5 instead. So we're going to have to wait for the
I think it got refreshed just now. It got refreshed if you try that. Or no, it just went back to the nonsense. Okay. Yeah, it's too bad that we lost the feed.
I'm going to check for some other games. This is Alexei Savrana, who was a finalist, I believe, in the Junior Speed Chess Championship here on chess.com. He's playing with the white pieces, and he's facing some difficulties because this pawn is 2 squares away from becoming a new queen. The question is he in time to stop the pawn? And right now, I would think the answer to that is yes, because we have this evaluation bar on the side, which says almost as much white as black. But having the computer say it's a draw and actually achieving the draw are 2 very, very different things. So for sure that Ivan Cheparinov, most known as a helper to Veselin Topalov when he was at his peak, Cheparinov is definitely going to try to go for the win here.
Yeah, it's a little hard to figure out how to advance the B pawn to B2 though. It's really the issue here. Plus, now white will always have knight A3 check as a possible square for the knight. So you can't even go rook C2 because of that check.
Yeah, and now there's the king is just going to attack the knight.
Yeah.
If the knight moves,
Knight D2.
we're going to have knight D2, making sure that this pawn goes nowhere, making sure to capture that pawn before it becomes a new queen. And that's going to be a draw for Caruana. So we're going to go back to the Giri game to see if that has been fixed. Unfortunately, it has not. There's one more game going on. Move 89 between Mikhail Demidov of Russia against Onischuk of Ukraine. And white has a pawn that's one step away from becoming a new queen, but white is also down a pawn. So I'm not even sure who's playing for the win here. Is it the guy who's almost getting a new queen, or is it the guy who has two pawns while his opponent has one?
Yeah, the nice thing about this position is that we don't know, and they don't have a lot of time, so they probably don't know. So it's going to be really exciting for us.
Okay, I'm going to say white is definitely going for the win, because if he wanted a draw, he could have just started pressuring the black king. So Onischuk with a higher rating, we can see he's the one going for the win. But is that such a good idea when you're very low on time? I would probably lose this position with either color if I'm
You can't escape to F5 because of Queen D5. So it doesn't look like he's really trying to escape. I mean, now Queen H1, it looks like Queen H4 is not much of a try. So he's just going to go back. Maybe he did that to gain some time, but I don't think he's really escaping here. I mean, the only thing he can do on Queen G2 is Queen G3.
Yeah, but
suppose he could do that.
Really
I mean, yeah, he could do that, but I mean, hard to see black losing this position. I mean, even if he trades queens, plays C5,
yeah, I agree. Actually, it has become a draw. They agreed just now. So that is a game. And in Giri's game, do we have any updates? No, unfortunately not. Giri with two pawns down.
Yeah, there are some updates. Wait, there's a new moves on the board being played. G5, Queen F7. So black is still trying these stalemate ideas. Do you see that? Mm-hmm.
No, I don't think I see that.
They're on move 82.
Yeah, I'm there, but I don't see pawns being pushed.
Well, what I see is like a black queen in F7, yeah, white pawn on G5. Yeah, that's the difference. Yeah, you don't see that. But it looks like white's gonna win. I mean,
yeah, it's definitely gonna be a win for Rasmus Svane, I'm pretty sure. And with that, we're gonna take a break. We're not done yet. We've been going for a very long time so far. We started almost 6 hours. Is that correct, Matt?
Yeah, that is true. That's right.
But we still have one more round to go today. So join us after the break. We're not done just yet. And we'll see you then.
See you soon, guys.
последний 29 тур. We begin 29 round.
The Puzzle
Hey.
Battle World Championship is back. Watch the very best puzzle specialists compete for their share of the 25K prize fund. Catch defending champion GM Ray Robson, Grandmaster Maxime Vacher-Lagrave, Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, and many more. It all goes down on January 6th to the 9th, daily, starting at 9 a.m. Pacific. For more info, take a look at go.chess.com/puzzlechamp.
And we're back. I'm Jon Ludwig Hammer. I'm with Irina Krush, and we've had a long day, but it's not over yet. We're watching the World Blitz and Rapid Championships. Today is the first day of the Rapid, and we have the game starting right now, and it's an old legend. Alexei Shirov, Mr. Fire on Board, actually the first ever game collection of a player I had. He is playing with the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen. Both of these players having 3.5 points out of 4. And Shirov will want to continue the good form he showed in the fall of this year. He's been climbing up the rating lists at what is normally considered to be an age of decline. So he's really in his best form right now. And he's proving it, having 3.5 points out of 4 at this stage. Unfortunately, the problem with getting lots of points at the beginning of the event is that you then have to play against Magnus Carlsen. The other matchups here is the big one, Duda versus Jabava. Those are the two players with 4 points out of 4. Jabava up there being a bit of a sensation, but he's known as a streaky player. And when it doesn't work, it really doesn't work. But when he makes it work, he has 4 out of 4 in this Rapid Championship.
Yeah, it must be said, of course, the Jabava actually hasn't had as tough of a field to get to this 4 out of 4. Of course, he's played mostly Grandmasters. He played 1 IM in the last round from Azerbaijan, a player I'm not familiar with, Mohamed Muradli. But I have to say that, Jan Christoph Duda is his first real test. While on the other hand, Duda has actually had a much tougher time to getting to 4 out of 4. I mean, he's beaten Volakitin and Alexenko in the last couple of games, and those are much more well-known names. So although they're both on 4 out of 4, they had pretty different roads to getting there. So I still would put the advantage on Duda for this game.
And in our on our camera right now, it's still Carlsen and Shirov. It started out as a Spanish opening, known for its slow maneuvering, whereas Shirov is mainly known for his crazy high-fueled attacking play. So you would think such a strategic game would favor Carlsen. But on the other hand, it's Shirov's choice to make, and he's chosen to play like this, and he's always going to choose where he's comfortable, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's an E4 player. He has been his whole life. So although he has played D4 as well, and he's well known for the move G4 and the semi-Slav, right, the Shabalov Gambit, and that's something that he's played. So he has, of course, tried D4, but I think he's much more of an E4 player, so he just sticks to his repertoire, and Carlsen sticks to his.
Yeah, and once again, unfortunately, we're having technical problems from the venue. So we've switched to this camera angle, which more clearly showcases how the pieces are placed. Magnus, I'm not sure why he's thinking right now, because his knight is under attack, and the knight only has 2 possible squares to move to. I would probably have moved that knight forward in the middle a long time ago, especially considering the fact that Magnus was the one who initiated this with his exchange on the previous move, which provoked White's pawn forward to attack the Black Knight. So it seems as though Magnus is unhappy with the play or the position so far, despite he is clearly the one who has initiated it. And Magnus actually tries to go for the win here, in that he doesn't move the knight forward into the middle where it would be exchanged off with White's knight. Instead, he's trying to keep as many pieces on the board as possible.
Well, you're doing a really good job of talking about the game while we don't actually see the board, Yoon. So I don't want to interrupt you because I can barely figure out where the pieces are or where.
Well, this is actually once again Magnus playing that same opening that he did against Jan Nepomniachtchi in the World Championship match, which recently concluded. We actually had another game with this exact same opening. But then it was Magnus playing with the white pieces against Gagunashvili in the first round today. So Magnus really switching it up, now going back to the black side of this, which is also the side he had during the World Championship.
Yeah, I'm really excited about this game, and I'm happy to see Alexei doing well. As you've mentioned, he's been on a great streak this year. And actually, I use a lot of his games to show my students. Like, I found that they've had some very instructive moments on like prophylaxis and not just the attacking chess that he's known for. I particularly liked one of his games from the Grand Swiss where he was playing the Chinese player Yu Yangyi, and I showed that game to almost all of my students. So normally I'm always rooting for Magnus, if I'm allowed to say that. You know, I don't really root against Magnus, but there are other players that I like as well. And Alexei is definitely one of them. So I hope he has a good game in this round.
And he's now spending a lot of time on this move, being surprised by Magnus's decision to keep the knight alive, because that knight is going to be pushed around even more. If I was Shirov here, I would be tempted to getting my rook in towards the middle. Unfortunately, we just lost that camera, so now we're moving on to the Duda game against Jababa with the black pieces. Okay, now we're back at Magnus's game. I was saying I would, if I was Shirov, move my rook in towards the middle, but he's really taking his time here, being surprised by Magnus's choice.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can comment on that we see in the video, since we don't have the boards right now, is that Jabava is playing in a big black mask, so it was a little difficult to recognize him. Yeah, it's great that they managed to get this tournament over to Poland after it was scheduled to be in Kazakhstan. It was canceled actually at the very last minute, like up to December 6th. That's when the players found out that it wasn't going to be held in Kazakhstan. And FIDE had to really quickly find a place to hold this tournament. They did an amazing job in just 2 weeks, you know, bringing over such a major event to be held in Warsaw. And actually, Warsaw is not really known for top level chess tournaments these days. I mean, of course, they do have like kind of European events, some European championships. They had the European Rapid and Blitz recently. But in terms of like, you know, really top level tournaments, I don't think they've had any for a while. And it's great to have it in Poland. This was the city, actually. Now, you might not know this, Yoon, but this was the first country I visited as a child for my first chess tournament.
I did, in fact, not know that. Yes.
Yeah, most people wouldn't. You know, you wouldn't know where the 7-year-old Irina traveled for her first World Youth Championship, and it was at 1991. And we went to Poland, and we arrived into Warsaw. Me and my dad. It was just a few years after we left the Soviet Union, crossed the ocean back to that part of the world, and I think I got 5 points out of 11 in my first World Girls Under 10 Championship.
Wow, I didn't even play chess at 7.
Yeah, so that's my association with the country of Poland. And unfortunately, I haven't been back there since then. Imagine that.
You know the first country I traveled to play a chess tournament?
Okay, why don't you give me a hint? Let's make it a game. Give me like a few choices.
It's between Sweden, Faroe Islands, Canada, and the US.
Well, this is interesting because now I vaguely am starting to remember that you lived in the US at some point, right? There wasn't that some period in your life?
Yes, I lived in the US when I was 9.
There you go. So you lived in the US when you were 9. So, but you're saying you traveled for your first international tournament. That's the question?
No.
No.
First time I played a tournament in another country than where I was residing.
Oh, okay, right. All right. Should I go and guess? Well, look, I'm going to guess Faroe Islands because it's that unusual. Like, why would you put that in there unless you wanted me to pick it?
Well, because I wanted you to pick it because it's wrong. No, and so the answer was Canada.
Canada.
So
Was that even
I
a
started
choice?
competing.
Did you give me that as a choice? I thought you said U.S., Sweden, and did you say Canada? Instead of Faroe Islands, you didn't even give me Canada as a choice.
I swear I did. But actually, the game for Magnus and Shirov is heating up right now. Shirov has expanded his pawns in the middle of the board. And in doing so, he's also restricting the movement of Magnus's knight on the edge. And I really like this play from Shirov. And I think Magnus now has to move his pawn forward. It's the only kind of logical way, considering the way he's played so far. But if Magnus now pushes his pawn forward, I think Shirov has a fantastic plan in moving his knight back to the edge of the board, actually. And he's going to set up like some kind of blockade on the right side of the board. And then he's going to try to make a breakthrough on the left side, exploiting the fact that Magnus's knight on the edge, that knight he worked so hard to preserve, that knight is just now horrendously placed. And it's going to be a problem for black for a long time to come. So this is heating up to be a really, really interesting battle because Magnus took great risks in trying to avoid early exchanges.
Yeah, I'm starting to see the position a little bit now. I mean, do you see the clock, by the way? Because I don't see how much time they're using.
No, I don't see the clock. Well, I did see that Shirov was down to 9 minutes. And Magnus, I think, probably had something like 14. But Magnus is now agonizing about how much risk he's kind of, as considering the decisions he has made already in this game, he needs to take even further risks to kind of justify his play so far. So Magnus is going to push forward in the middle, but that's going to be a very tricky position for him.
So can I just ask you one thing? He's got a knight on a6 here. Is that right?
Yeah, knight on a6, and he just moved his bishop forward. So Magnus chose not to keep pushing his pawn in the middle of the board. That decision really surprised me. And to me, it feels like Alexei now has a very pleasant plan of just moving his bishop out and then getting his knight involved as well. And Magnus is... Wow, he took. Okay, so an exchange in the middle of the board, then the bishop comes out. Shirov really working on trying to restrict Magnus's knight. But in doing so, he's also kind of... Often when you make the exchange in the middle of the board with the pawns, it's like the person who was the furthest forward with the pawn being exchanged kind of loses something. When the exchange is made. So Yeah. We're switching cameras for a different angle.
Well, why don't we do another trivia?
Okay.
Yeah. This is a good moment for trivia. Let's do some Magnus Carlsen trivia. So do you know in which tournament did I play my first, I guess my first and only classical game against Magnus?
Well, it was definitely one of the Gausdal tournaments in Norway because I know you came there, and I'm gonna say 2002.
Ooh, 2002. It's very early. Like Magnus would have been like, okay, I'll give you a hint. So I'll give you Magnus's rating at that time that I played him. He was 2690.
Oh, really? You never played him when you came to Norway?
No, well, because I didn't come to Norway before then. So,
Okay.
you know, 2002 is early.
Okay. Yeah, 2690. So that's Magnus was 2690 when he was 15. So that's 2005. So I guess my answer is going to be, but he's 15 in 2006 as well. In fact, since he has a birthday in late November, he's 15 more of 2016 than in 2015. So I'm going to say 2006, sorry.
Very good guess. Yeah, it was 2007.
Okay, so I'm a year off.
Yeah,
This is
2007.
this is what it's come to, right? It's a big catastrophe, I guess, for all people relaying this chess tournament. All the boards are still down. The transmission in these pieces we see on the board, they have like magnets in them, and then the board underneath the surface has, you know, some technical stuff that it catches the signals of the pieces, and this whole system is malfunctioning right now.
Yeah, I
which
know.
is
Our
why
our audience on Twitch is talking about this. They're like, "I Crush likes to talk about herself, but they don't. I mean, they should realize, like, I would love to talk about the position. Like, I don't see a position. I see this kind of camera thing that I can barely make out where the pieces are. So, I mean, yeah, that's that's why I'm going to my trivia, guys. You know, I would be extremely happy to talk about the chess. Yeah, now I should try to think of some Sheriff trivia.
Yeah, no, I'm basically now just trying to explain the technical trickery of what's going on, because the pieces, yeah, the connection with the pieces is a problem, and here we have what's at stake. Magnus Carlsen, the reigning world champion, he kept his title. Now, in the latest championship match in November, just the last month. But he also has the title in Rapid and in Blitz. So he's trying to maintain his triple throne. And that's why he's taking quite a lot of risk playing against an old-timer like Alexei Shirov, a man who had a collection of his most famous games published while I was just a kid, but he's still stronger than me, and he's still going strong, and he's having some of his best results this fall. Alexei Shirov, who we're about to have in frame, and finally we have the moves. Thankfully. Suddenly all the moves are available for all the games.
Wow.
And so we're just going to
recap
that. We're going to recap that Magnus's problem in this position is the knight on a6, that this knight has trouble getting into the game. But now Magnus has actually managed to find a way, because that knight is about to jump to the c5 square, where it will be well placed. And as such, Magnus should have an okay position as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
However, I'm just as excited about another game. It is the top board between Badr Jabava playing with the black pieces and Jan Krzysztof Duda with the white pieces. And this is particularly exciting because these are the two players who have a perfect score so far.
Yeah, I'm liking White's position here. Obviously he had an intention of playing h5 at some point. And his king is apparently going queenside. Interesting move by Jobava to play bishop e7. And I wonder if that's because he wants to not only attack the g5 pawn, but also clear the d6 square for the knight. Yeah, and that's what he just did. Because the knight was going to be a little vulnerable there to this h5 move. But long term, you know, you see, yeah, long term Black has big problems here, because where is Black going to put the king? He definitely can't castle short. Castling long is hard to do. And White's got two bishops, more space, lots of ideas. I mean, you know, even if White just makes a flexible move like a bishop e2 here and then king b1, it seems like, you know, the queen on g4 is really well positioned. So yeah, overall, I do like White's position. He has to think about just where to put the bishop.
I mean, White is going to go h5 very soon. In fact, I think Duda is almost considering just pushing forward immediately, trying to attack while the Black king is still stuck in the middle of the board. I was going to say I kind of wanted to move this bishop down on the edge of the board, in which case I think the only possible move for Jobava would be to actually just block off the right side of the board with his rook, preventing White from pushing forward and opening up there. And because of that blockading idea, I think the move for Duda is just moving that bishop back so that he has good control in case the rook chooses to come up. Yeah, this is the move Duda has made. He did go with his bishop back into the middle. He's ready to push his pawn forward on the side. The Black king has nowhere to hide. Duda might be on the way to a fifth win in a row. And finally, if he wins this one, then he is the number one after the first day. And we can see that he is no stranger to rapid titles. In fact, he just won the European Rapid Championship, which was held in Poland just previous weekend. And he also showed it as he defeated Magnus Carlsen himself in tiebreaks during the FIDE World Cup tournament. And he managed to win that tournament, giving him a spot in the candidates tournament, the tournament that decides the next challenger for
that
Magnus
was a
Carlsen.
really impressive run by him. I mean, he beat Magnus Carlsen, not in the finals, actually in the semifinals, right, of the World Cup. And then he went on to beat Sergei Karyakin. And, you know, that was, you know, a little bit of a surprise, I think, for people that, I mean, he beat such two strong players on his way to winning the World Cup. In this position, I mean, it seems like Black's only plan is to try to play queen d7 and castle queenside, because that's the only place where his king might find safety. But I'm a little bit, I mean, I like the move knight c5. Of course, it makes sense to me. And the only question is knight b3 a threat? You know, what does White want to do about this queen d7 idea? Maybe not much. I was going to say that the queen has this very good square on g2 so that the bishop can go to g4.
And this is a fantastic move from Duda, because he knows Jobava is trying to get castled, but in order to do that, Black needs to get the queen out of the way. However, if the queen moves forward now, the White bishop will come in, attack the queen, and the queen cannot move forward, because these white pieces are controlling all the squares along the diagonal. The queen will have to go back, and there will be no chance for Jobava to get his king into safety after all. That was a fantastic move from Duda, realizing it's one of those prophylactic moves. It's preventive. It prevents Black's plan of moving the queen up and castling.
Yeah, beautiful move. White has a big positional advantage. And now I found a game for us. I think that will be interesting to our viewers. This is Abdusatorov versus Grishuk. Very unusual pawn structure. mainly for black, from black side. White's pawn
Yeah,
structure.
I need to
extremely standard.
refresh. Oh, I need to sorry.
No problem. So what I'm seeing in this position is that Grishuk has a far advanced passed pawn on d2, supported by a rook. On the other hand, his kingside pawn structure is a mess. And I mean, I guess the
Yeah,
pawn is
I
under
still don't
control.
have the I still don't have it. Yeah.
Okay. Then we got, I mean, I can keep.
Okay, I found it. I found
You
it.
found it. You found it. Wonderful.
Okay, we're back, people. A day of technical issues it has been for sure. But as Irina said, a pawn one step away from becoming a new queen. That is some serious danger for the Uzbeki youngster.
Wow. So now the computer didn't like this move rook c3 very much. How is black going to get this pawn going? Is it rook c5 ideas, trying to trade, trying to get the queen to b3? I mean, that leaves the king a bit exposed, but rook c5 I think is an option. It's hard to see what the rook is really doing on g5 unless there's ideas of rook g4, but not really sure what that would be doing. There you go. He went rook c5, and that move makes sense to me. He wants to trade off that rook to be able to go queen b3. It's not the end of the world for white. I mean, white can always protect the rook on d1 with bishop f3 or queen g4. But you know, the move made sense. You know, before white would play rook c2 and actually attack the pawn, he's trying to challenge that rook.
Yeah. It's a very tricky position. I'm kind of glad I'm not the one having to sit and calculate this, but Alexander Grishuk is one of those players who really enjoy figuring everything out. He likes the truth, but you cannot find the truth in a rapid game.
Well, I found the craziest position now for us. If you that was simple compared to the one that I just found. So this game attracted my attention because I was very curious, this matchup between the two Americans, Timur Gareev and Fabiano Caruana. And we haven't seen that many crazy positions like this one, because this reminds me a bit of the Badnaruk Garyachkina game with a rook being sacrificed on the H file. White is down a piece, and you know, Gareev is attacking Caruana. I mean, you know, I guess to beat higher rated players, you got to sack some material. That seems to be the secret. That's why I like this kind of play more than, you know, the solid play that Gagunashvili had against Carlsen in round one.
Yeah, but what we're not mentioning is all the times you try and just throw the kitchen sink at someone, a high level player, and it doesn't work. But that's the thing. When you're playing a top player, one of the best in the world, such as Fabiano Caruana, people don't really remember it if you lose, but they remember it if you win, and they remember if you win in a big way. And right here, Gareev has said adios to his rook because he's trying to capture the bishop instead. And actually, Fabiano cannot capture the white rook in good conscience, because not only does he lose his bishop, afterwards there's attack on his queen and the white bishop is attacking the knight. This would actually work out very much in white's favor. So instead, Fabiano is going to have to do something about his bishop. The problem being that if the bishop retreats while still trying to defend the knight in the middle, then this bishop will be captured. And temporarily, we will have a situation where Gareev is down a whole rook, but after pawn moves forward, the knight is threatened. The knight cannot move because then you lose your queen. And after white manages to get the knight in the middle, there's the threat against the queen, but there's also the threat against the pawn and rook in the opposite corner. So there's no good move for Caruana. He is in big trouble.
Yeah, he played a little too risky. You know, you don't want to play this way against Gareev, because Gareev is going to be up to the challenge, as we've seen. You know, he doesn't mind playing the crazy attacking chess. And I mean, it really reminds me of the Bodnar Rook game, like the play on the H file, sacking the rook, just better development. And just very, like, look at White's position. It's beautiful, right? I mean, every piece developed, and Black has the whole queen side sitting there. The king is very open. So, I mean, I think it's going to be amazing if Gareev can take down two people like 2750 plus in one day.
Yeah, because we remember Gareev already having the scalp of Richard Rapport earlier in this tournament. I'm going to go as far as to say he's going to win this, no?
Yeah, Bishop G4 was a
that
good
move was tricky, yeah.
Yeah. It's a lot of white pieces just hanging.
There's two white rooks under attack, one black knight. So I think let's just study what happens, right? Let's capture the knight, after which Black is going to finally want to eliminate this rook. No. Wow.
Back.
He retreats his rook, and the computers are saying that's a brilliant scheme from Gareev. What on earth is going on? What happens if you capture this rook? And no, he doesn't capture the rook. Instead, Fabiano captures a pawn, but then he's attacking the knight and he's attacking the rook. There's so many pieces under attack at the same time. How is this working out for White?
Yeah, this is really complicated. Now White has to figure out like which piece he wants to save. Yeah, like, so he took an e4. I guess he has the bishop h7 idea sometimes, but maybe here he's just gonna go, I don't know, rook takes d4 or pawn takes d4, puts him in a pin, but he's got ideas, yeah, of bishop h7.
He's taking back with the rook. White is down a piece. He's down a knight, but in exchange for the knight, he's gotten 3 pawns. Normally you would say that is favorable for the one with the knight. However, very often when you have given away a piece like this, it's because you've also created a lot of danger for the opponent's king. So here, part of the reason this is good for Gareev, and he has the computer singing his praises right now. Part of the reason for that is that he's the black king is very exposed, doesn't have pawns protecting it, and if let's pretend like if Black had like pawns over on the right side in front of his king instead, and didn't have these pawns on the left side, then Black would be winning.
Totally winning. Yeah,
yes.
Totally crushing.
So it's all about which pawns you have. Having 3 pawns for a piece in itself is not necessarily good enough. However, when you have 3 pawns for a knight and also have amazing opportunities to attack the opponent's king, that's a different story altogether.
But isn't the move bishop d5 runs into bishop e6, right? That's the defense. And bishop h7, he's gonna probably be taking on h7, like queen takes h7. So there could be a queen sack coming up where we have to evaluate the position after rook takes h7, knight d4. Black
crazy stuff going on, completely right up Gareev's alley. But on the other hand, Fabi is still alive here. He has a knight and a bishop and a rook in exchange for a queen. But not only that, if the queen tries to attack along the side of the board together with the rook, the knight will come in, give a check. If the king tries to get away, hide in the corner, the bishop has a double attack on the king and on the rook, meaning that Fabiano is actually not only surviving, he would then be in a winning position. So this drama is not over just yet. And in fact, the computer is saying the only way Gareev can maintain his advantage is by playing this bishop h7 check move. So Gareev now needs to find this idea where he wins the queen, but on the other hand, then it's white's king who's under attack. And Gareev being an attacking player, you just know that he's searching for ways for him to continue his attack on the black king, as opposed to allowing Fabiano to kind of turn the tables and give away his queen to start his own attack.
Yeah, you know, the interesting thing is there's really not that many options for white here, unfortunately, right? I mean, he's really, his back is against the wall with this rook hanging. There is the move bishop takes c6, but unfortunately that runs into queen takes d4, and that's the tactic that allows black to save himself. Actually, it's kind of amazing that he has that. Everything works out for him even after white takes the rook on e8. There's still a pin on the e file. You still can't take the queen. I mean, you can take it, but you know, you're going to lose your queen as well. So I think he will play bishop h7 just because the logic sort of says, yeah, you got to go in that direction and try to.
He's captured on c6.
Oh, did he?
He captured on c6. He sacrificed a rook again for like the third time in this game. He sacrifices his rook. Fabiano comes in with his queen like we studied. Now there's a check on the black king again. The black queen can be captured, but if you do, you're also opening up for the white queen to be captured by black's rook. And considering the fact that black is up with a rook at this stage, yeah, that's not gonna work. So yeah, Fabiano now has the potential to win this game.
There's some beautiful lines there, because you know what he's trying to do, like on king g7, he wants to throw in like a rook h7, I think. He wants to do that little pulling the king into a check idea.
Oh, I lost the game, but we're going back there immediately.
Yeah, no, this was quite a find, you know, between two Americans who have traveled to Europe for this World Rapid Championship.
Wow, the games are living a life of their own right now.
Are they? Is there a snake in the garden?
I swear to God, it's switching the games and I'm not moving anything. I'm not touching anything. Oh no, we lost our exciting game.
That was my favorite thing that you said today, that there's a snake in the garden. I haven't heard that one before, and I love that.
Okay, we're moving back to Magnus versus Alexei Shirov of Latvia, because that's the only thing we have a board for right now. And it seems to me like Magnus has been working his magic. And to me, it looks like Magnus is up a pawn in this situation.
Yeah,
that would be a bit of a turnaround.
Last time I took a look at that board, he wasn't up a pawn because white had something on the queen side, but maybe things have changed. Magnus did have that extra pawn on the king side. He has like some doubled pawns.
Maybe there's a white pawn hidden behind the white knight, actually, now that I think about it. Yes. Okay, so Magnus is not up a pawn, but Alexei has his king kind of hidden away.
The games are back, Yun.
Alexei has his king kind of hidden away in the corner, which is right now not a good thing, because that king often ends up in trouble. So Magnus, I think, has a decent position. He's the one who can kind of go on the offensive and try to capture the white pawns, while the king is kind of out of commission.
Yeah, white definitely has that back rank problem. But white is trying to set up some play right now with that knight coming to d6 and trying to, if he wins the c4 pawn, he probably shouldn't lose. Although, yeah, so how does black stop the move knight d6 is the question.
Yeah, he cannot stop the knight from either going back and attacking the pawn or forward and attacking the pawn. So Magnus chooses instead to do a counterattack with his rook, but then Shirov now is just going to move his rook, his knight up, get this pawn eliminated, and then we're going to see a situation here where it's probably going to be traded off towards a draw. That was a bit inaccurate play by me, but we're going to get something like this situation with just two
Black's
pawns
gonna probably
each
win a
on
pawn,
the right side.
and have that extra G pawn on the king side. And is Magnus seems to be still
No.
thinking, or
Alexei went for a different idea. I'm very surprised by that.
he went for G3.
After rook coming down, instead of going after the pawn immediately, he made that air breathing space for his own king, allowing Magnus to capture the pawn on b2. But I guess he's saying that if Magnus captures here, then I will take Magnus's bishop, and we're going to go into a drawn endgame. So Magnus instead retreats his bishop, but in doing so, he also makes it more tricky for Shirov to attack the pawn on c4, because now the knight cannot move forward and then try to attack backwards. Instead, Shirov trying to attack, go back to attack forwards. And the big question now is, what happens if Magnus makes a trade, giving away his bishop for the knight? Is there any future in that? Magnus decides no, he's taken the pawn instead. Shirov eliminates the last black pawn on the left side of the board. That's always an important accomplishment, that you make sure you only have to defend yourself on one side of the board.
So he didn't go rook c2, which was sort of the obvious move because there was knight a3 and winning the pawn back with an immediate draw. That's why he chose a slightly strange rook move that doesn't attack the pawn. I guess now it's about, first step for Black is trying to win the c3 pawn. If he manages that, I mean, ultimately the plan would be to try to push up the pawns, h5, g5, h4, try to create some problems like that. But it's not going to be so easy to win the pawn because the knight seems to be positioning himself to go to d5.
Yeah. But how White's king is completely out of play. There's no hope like that I can see for this king to get back into the game, because the rook is just controlling along the second rank. So Magnus is kind of playing with an extra king. And the king is actually a very versatile piece. Yes, it's pretty slow. It only moves one square at a time, but it can go in every direction, which is very useful in an endgame where you sometimes want to attack to the left, to the right. The king can do all of that.
Yeah, so he just played knight f4. Now, I think if the rook goes to c2, he's just going to go back to d5. He went to e3.
But then Alexei can get his king up. I don't like this from Magnus. And Shirov immediately got his king up the board when given the option to do so. Magnus moving his pawn forward. He doesn't care about this white pawn on the left side, and neither does Shirov. What is going on? Neither player is giving any attention to this white pawn, which has been under threat for an extended period of time. Finally, Magnus captures it, and he's up a pawn, but at the same time, White did manage to improve the positioning of his king, making sure that the king doesn't get trapped in the corner. Shirov now with his knight giving a check to the king. The king will have to hide out on the edge of the board.
One thing is White, it's very hard for White to play the move h3 to try to trade pawns. It was actually not easy for him to do it on the previous move either. So White seems to be kind of stuck in this structure. But in terms of how Black can improve this position, I mean, the only way to improve this position is pushing the pawn to h4. So I think Shirov will hold it. He doesn't have much time, but the position is not too complicated either. He does need to evaluate constantly, the trades of the bishop for the knight. So right now he's gonna have to figure out, can I move my knight to f4? Or is that a bad rook endgame? It's an annoying question to have to answer when you got 20 seconds.
Yeah, and right now he's just using a plan of attacking Magnus's bishop wherever it goes. And so I think he's now going to be continuing with his rook to try and put pressure on the bishop all the time. But I'm not as convinced as you that he's going to survive this. I think this looks very tricky. And now Shirov's time is running down. He's making his moves just barely. Magnus responding instantaneously with his move. We see Shirov is always trying to disturb the bishop, always attacking the bishop wherever it goes. Magnus now moving his bishop in towards the heart of White's position. The White rook continues its plan of following the bishop, but now Magnus can start advancing his pawns, and he does do that.
He does play g5. Yeah. That's an important move. Yep.
This is very, very scary for the White king.
You can't let black get the pawn to h3. That would be like too much of an improvement. But how do you? Yeah, he plays knight c7. That was an idea that's available because of the overloaded rook on c3. Not a bad move. Yeah, because at least knight d5 is a tempo. And on h4, he's going to take it and then play knight d5, right? Okay.
Yeah, but now bishop c5 for Magnus. Bishop c5 looks like a really strong move to me. And keep in mind, Magnus always has the potential of trying to do a checkmate with the rook coming in behind the White king. And in conjunction with this bishop on its diagonal will be a checkmating idea. But Magnus has to make sure that his bishop survives. Okay, he's moving his rook instead. The knight comes into the middle.
Probably Magnus 5, yeah.
Yeah, Magnus still managed to do the important part of keeping the bishop alive. And Shirov now moving his knight around. He's desperately trying to find
maybe knight e7,
a way to trade his knight for the bishop, but it's very, very risky all the time, because if Magnus can find the right moment to go with his rook down, trying to have a checkmate on the White king, that's going to be huge. And Magnus moves his bishop back. The rook comes into the middle, attacking the bishop, but then Magnus has a check, trying to force the king into the corner. If the king acquiesces to that, it's going to be a checkmate with a rook supported by the bishop. So instead, in this situation, Shirov chooses to go with his king in a way that gives up the pawn in the corner. But this has been brilliantly calculated by Alexei Shirov, because Magnus, if he now captures the knight, Shirov will not capture the bishop back, after which Magnus will have 2 extra pawns in the endgame. Instead, Shirov's idea is to move with the rook, give a check, force the king back, then he takes the bishop with a check, and when the king comes up, then Shirov wants the pawn endgame, and he correctly assessed that this pawn endgame is a draw. That was some amazing quick calculations from Alexei Shirov in a pressured situation. But he's not out of the woods just yet. Because
not at all, because rook f2 is a threat.
Magnus still has the threat on the pawn. As Irina said, there's the threat of rook f2. Magnus was actually very clever in how he just avoided the trade of the... And Shirov has lost on time. The extended pressure of Magnus, just making Shirov get difficult decisions one after another, has led to a win on time. But it would have been a win on position anyway, because the move Shirov played, Magnus could just take that knight and then take the pawn in the corner, and he would have 2 extra pawns. That would be enough to win. And Magnus gets a 4th win of the day. 2 of them against Gagunashvili and against Shirov has been very close calls where
We
he's
got a
used that
fascinating
Magnus
game,
technique.
Duda versus Jobava. Let's get into it because they're like on seconds and the position is equal in a very unbalanced endgame. Sorry to interrupt you, but you're gonna want to see this game since it is
Yeah,
on our
I can't
board
find
one.
it. Okay, I found it.
You found it. Yeah, look at this. What is going on here? Black has two connected pass pawns on the king side. White's got the rook. I guess this should be some kind of a draw.
Are you sure? It looks very good for whites.
I mean, there's these possibilities for these end games, right? Where it's just the A pawns, and is that kind of winning? I mean, I guess that could be winning. Yeah, that should be a winning end game if you trade off like G and F for the C pawn.
Yeah, but this move from Jabava was brilliant. The idea is that he wants to go bishop c5, but if he does it immediately, then white can push the pawn forward, trying to get a new queen. And if the king captures that pawn, the bishop is lost with a check on the king. However, by moving his king back first, now when Duda captures the pawn, then Jobava was ready to go with this bishop c5 move, because now if the bishop is captured, it's not check. So then black would have been able to get a new queen. What a play from Jobava. And actually he had another idea as well. He just attacks the rook, and the rook cannot both protect the pawn and protect the queening square. So the white rook had to move away. Jobava has a bishop and a pawn in exchange for a rook. Normally that's a bad thing in terms of the rook being more powerful than a bishop and a pawn. It's just that this particular pawn is one move away from becoming a new queen. And that makes it extra special. And I think that means we're going to see a draw in this game. Ooh, notice this play from Jobava. Notice how he puts his bishop in a situation where the bishop protects both pawns at the same time. Clever. Or was it? Or was it? Is he now going to end up in a Zugzwang situation? Jobava cannot move his bishop because then he loses his pawn. He cannot move his pawn because, well, then it's going to be captured by the rook. There is potential here for Duda to set up a tricky situation where Jobava has to move his king, but ends up having problems because of that.
Yeah, I mean, for the moment, it's lucky for black that white couldn't play king e5. So now he's going to play king e6. He's definitely not going to wait for that king to come up to d5 and for those Zugzwang situations to occur. So this seems still relatively okay with the king on e6. So now on rook f3, he wants the same situation. He wants to repeat the position. Now if rook f6, king e7.
So the idea is that the black king can never be forced on the edge of the board, because every time the black king is on e7, but white will need to move his king forward to make that happen. But then you can always come with the bishop to give a check. Actually, that's wrong, because here, if it was white's move here, king d5 would be a problem.
Yeah, it would be. So he's going to go king d6 now, I think.
Yeah, but it's actually quite tricky. Duda is not giving up on his hopes of a 5 out of 5 score.
Yeah, and by the way, you know that game that we were following, Caruana and Gareev, that one finished in a draw.
Wow.
Really exciting one, yeah.
Incredible stuff.
So rook f6, king 7. How many times have they repeated this position? That's actually interesting. So they had it once. Now once with the king on d7. Okay, once with the king on e7. Oh, the king moves it. Okay, twice with the king on e7. So it's been twice with the king on e7. They haven't.
Yeah, it seems like I'm not getting new moves here, and a draw has been agreed. So that means the two guys who were on 4.5 points out of 4, 4 points out of 4, they made a draw against each other, meaning that the leader after the day 1 of this Rapid World Championship is on 4.5 points. And some of the people we know, it's Carlsen, it's Duda, it's Jobava. The question is, will anyone else be able to get to 4.5 out of 5 For instance, Alireza has won his game, but against Nihal Sarin, but Alireza was not on 3.5 out of 4. So
great.
it seems as though these are the top players after 5 rounds, meaning Duda, Jobava, and Carlsen. First, we can take a look at the women's standings to take a look at their first day. They didn't play in this 5th round because their tournament is 2 rounds shorter in total because they have fewer participants. And there it's an all-Russian leaderboard at the top. It's Gunina and Kostenyuk with 4 wins out of 4 possible. Those two are going to be facing off first thing tomorrow to see which one manages to keep the lead. They're chased by Nana Zagnidze and others.
Yeah, tomorrow we have another interesting day of chess. Let's do a break, and we are going to get ready to do our recap of the day, guys. I think we're going to focus on the spectacular game between Anastasia Bodnaruk and Alexander Geryechkina that allowed Bodnaruk to knock out the top women's seed. So you will be able to watch that short recap video on chess.com shortly. And thanks for watching, guys. It's been a great day of chess, and we're looking forward to 4 more days of chess, 2 more of the rapid, 2 more of the blitz, and more matchups between the top players in the world over the next few days.
Welcome back to the highlights from the first day of the World Rapid Championship. And we're choosing one game that caught our eye in a special way. And for today, there was no doubt about our selection whatsoever. It was a thrilling fourth round game between Anastasia Bodnaruk and Alexandra Goryachkina. And it started out as a Spanish opening where Goryachkina chose to use the Berlin defense, very popular among the top players these days. But Bodnaruk, she just chose to calmly move her pawns forward, controlling the center of the board. And then early on, she moved her bishop out to point it down towards the black knight and towards the black queen. Now, this is important because this bishop played a key role in what made this game so exciting. Black just continued developing, getting the pawn forward so that you can get your bishop out afterwards. The knight came out, the pawn challenged the bishop just took a step back, and then the bishop positioned itself towards the black king. Now, little did Goryachkina know, but this was a very ominous tell of what was to come. After trying to trade off that annoying white bishop, Bodnaruk chose to go into the middle of the board, saying that we're happy to make a trade, but we're going to make the trade on the way I want to do it. The trade happened. The knight was attacked, forced back, but as a result of this trade, white was able to open up the square e4 to get the knight forward there. And this is when it all started out, because it seemed as though Goryachkina had everything figured out, with one knight protecting the other knight, and now she tried to push away the white bishop so that there was no longer a bishop pointing down towards black's queen. But Bodnaruk, she wasn't having any of it, was she, Irina?
Yeah, so this was a moment where Bodnaruk plays a very thematic idea, using the fact that she's not castled. Her rook is still on h1, and a rook like that can often be used in the attack if the h-file opens. So she just plays h4, supporting her bishop, and basically, provoking black to take it. Now, I think with hindsight, it was probably not a good idea to take that bishop, and black was certainly not forced to take it. They could have played a move like rook e8. Nothing was actually being threatened at the moment, but Goryachkina decided to play the principled pawn takes bishop, and this decision was very dangerous. It led to the opening of the h-file. Now the queen wants to come out to h5, and actually if the knight takes the knight on e4, we are just going to bring in our queen. We're not even going to recapture.
And actually what happened is that Goryachkina chose to move her pawn one step forward, basically just making sure that white's queen was unable to join the attack. However, Bodnaruk, she didn't even capture this knight. She could have captured the knight, but then, black would have gotten the king forward and maybe the rook over to the side. Maybe she would have gotten away with it then. Goryachkina just said, no, I don't care about your knight. My pawn is more valuable to this attack. And she just moved her queen forward to let the queen join the attacking forces.
Yeah, this was really a stunning decision, actually, because she just had a chance to win back the knight with, seemingly the same features of the attack. I mean, the open h-file, the knight on e4, and the queen coming in. She chose not to do it as if the knight was just completely unimportant. And she managed to make it work anyway.
The knight moved away, but even though she tried to block the rook on the h-file, she wasn't successful in that, because the rook just captured the knight anyway. And if black were to capture back, the queen would come up, and it would actually be a devastating attack. Despite black being a rook up, there's no defense to just white getting the king up and then the rook over to the other side, having the queen and rook working together to give a checkmate. Instead, Goryachkina, she tried to basically just make it as complicated as possible.
Yeah, she played f5, trying to link up her pieces with the king side. Unfortunately, though, she's not actually up material here. And with this move, rook h6, just a simple rook move, white escapes with the rook. The knight is untouchable because there's too many threats to the black king. Black's gotta protect that g6 pawn. And then white was having this nice attacking position without having actually sacrificed any material for it.
But I wouldn't say it was over just yet, because the king managed to come out protecting the pawn. And even though, Goryachkina has something going on here, it's actually equal material. So if she doesn't kind of continue her attack, she's not going she's not going to win just by doing nothing. She doesn't even have a material advantage. So she decided to just get more pieces into the attack, and she castled. And she just said, let's get more pieces over to the right side of the board and just keep hammering at this black king. And
you got a chance to get that pun in today. The hammering, yeah, that's good. I caught that. It seemed to me like she was just determined not to move this knight from e4, and it's kind of a beautiful thing when a piece stays on the board on a square when it's actually getting attacked and it just refuses to move. And white is proceeding to involve all of their pieces in the attack.
Yeah, because here the next rook came as well, and the white knight was intending to move forward into the heart of black's position. Goryachkina felt forced to make the trade of rooks, but now in addition to facing all the other threats, there's a pawn almost becoming a new queen. Now, actually, I wasn't sure about this decision because when the king retreated to the corner, we could see that the black queen was actually ready to start capturing white pawns. But Budnaruk, she just realized that, yes, I can lose a pawn in the middle. I can even lose a pawn close to my own king. I can just give away those guys because I'm just completely focused on the other side of the board with white's queen infiltrating, trying to eliminate that very important pawn, being one of the last guardians of black's king.
Yeah, that knight on g5 is such a lovely piece, the way he controls those squares around the king, not allowing the queen to come back to the defense. And really, this game is won by that beautiful knight. And of course, the queen entering the attack.
And Goryachkina, she actually took a third pawn in a row with the bishop coming to capture the white pawn. She's one move away from saving herself. If black was able to move the bishop back next move, that bishop would both attack towards the white king, but maybe even more importantly, try to trade away some of these white attacking pieces. But it wasn't meant to be. The queen came in just in time to threaten a knight coming in for the final checkmating blow. The rook tried to salvage the situation at the very last moment, but after knight to e6, there was a checkmating threat with the queen coming in to g7 instead. And yes, there was a check on the white king. The king moved up. There was another check on the king, but the king moved away. Actually here, Goryachkina, she was pretty close to saving herself because she managed to get a situation where she could get the trade of queens. The problem is that instead of trading queens, Budnaruk, she took the rook while simultaneously also protecting her queen. It's like everything worked for her in this game. And this caused a resignation from Goryachkina, who realized that if she were to capture back this knight, the queen would come in with a check, forcing the black queen to block. But then when trading on a more favorable square, it opens up for white to get a new queen protected by this rook. And yeah, it was just an amazing game to witness.
Yeah, no, I loved it. And it's always so nice when we see some upsets. We, Geriashkina is the top seed in the women's section, rated over 2,600, and she was playing really confidently up to that point. But the day ended with a bang for Anastasia Badnaruk, and hopefully you guys will remember her name.
So this recap will be up on the. This was the rapid recap of the World Rapid Championship day 1, and this recap will be found on the chess.com YouTube channel, which you all should subscribe to for content like this and similar.
So we're going to be back for more chess tomorrow, guys, at 9 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Polish time. And well, thank you, Yoon. This is a great day. I had a lot of fun with you, and I'm looking forward to our next few days.
Yeah, it's going to be 4 more days of this Rapid and Blitz Championship. No, not all the days are going to be as long as this one, but the next ones will have some very exciting matchups. I can't wait to see, well, Hikaru versus Magnus. That's the one I'm looking forward to the most, but we're going to have other exciting ones as well. Until the next time, see you around, everyone.